Well, hey everyone, Doppler Dave here, and the First Alert Weather Team. I got Shelby Vogel in the studio with me handling radar and warnings out on the field today. We'll have Kevin Selly. He's out with Caleb Leslie. Sheldon Brashear is out with Alex Riccardi. Some of our really, I'd say, experienced and knowledgeable weather teams out ready to track just about anything that comes our way. So we do expect several different areas that'll be affected by severe weather today. And just to let you know, it is a first alert day that we do anticipate severe conditions, anything from just lightning. Wow, we're going to have to watch out for that as we get into the summer season. And one more time, I'll just kind of explain that lightning is often overlooked and can be as deadly as any tornado out there, any flash flood. It's just something that we overlook a lot. So let's just keep that in mind as we get into the summer season. It does not have to be a severe storm to take lives and casualties and everything. What I want to do right now is kind of take you through what we're tracking with different vantage points and maps and everything. We'll just let you know what we're looking at here. First of all, here's a live shot from Lake Meredith, all quiet. Bushland, all quiet. So around Amarillo, things are pretty quiet. You probably noticed the humidity up today. We're behind a little frontal boundary. We have some of the conditions, but if you notice, we have winds out of the northeast, while down at Tulia, Clarendon, and Childress, that's the southeast wind. That's kind of setting up a boundary. And that's going to play a big role in where the storms develop and who sees storms and who doesn't. Notice how cool it is to the north. I mean, we get up to Elkhart, Kansas, 56 degrees. Dumas is only 62. Then we kind of jump 20 degrees. When we get to Amarillo, it's 82, and then we get as high as 88 down at Tulia. If you're north of the Canadian River, back in that cooler air, I'm not too concerned about severe weather, but everywhere else, we certainly do. Here's the Storms Prediction Center outlook. And notice in the orange, that's going to be about the southern third of our area. Let's say starting around Happy, basically Hereford to Happy, and then back over to Memphis. South of that line in the orange, that's an enhanced risk for severe weather. So that's, it goes about 5 levels. That's about 3. The yellow starts around Amarillo, curls back into New Mexico. That's a slight risk. So that would be your kind of second level of the 5. And then we're marginal up to the north. So we're definitely concerned about, say, Amarillo southward, and then back into New Mexico for storms that could do just about anything today. I mentioned the lightning. There's also going to be a very good likelihood of large hail. I think damaging hail is really going to be a big threat. Tornadoes are not out of the question at all. In fact, we're anticipating a tornado watch across the southeast here sometime soon. Now, right now, when we look at watches and warnings, about all we have in the area is a flood watch out in New Mexico. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that I'll take you to. In fact, let's kind of zero in on that. That's going to be down in Motley County, right there around Matador. That's one big storm that's popped up, kind of the initial storm. It is severe, not tornadic yet, but Lubbock Weather Service has issued that, hey, it's a storm that we're watching that tornadoes may be possible. As I zoom out a little bit, we'll pick that up on radar. And as I scan, you can see our whole viewing area. That's all we're seeing so far, is that one complex of severe storms, mainly all over Motley County. Technically, it's just south of our viewing area. But since it borders and the storms are moving to the northeast, I'll animate that. You'll see that storm kind of, well, really holding stationary, but a little bit of development up to the northeast. It's close enough to our viewing area, and certainly up into Hall and Childress counties, over into Cottle County. Certainly we're going to have to watch that very carefully. Right now it's showing little movement at all, but likely producing some golf ball hail plus. And it is an isolated supercell storm, so it's one that we would watch carefully for tornadic development. So far we're not seeing that. Once again, let me reiterate, it's the only storm we have right now, and it's just the first of many, and probably several different areas I think that'll be developing. So as we zero in on folks around Matador, if you're watching us on our viewing platforms, our streaming platforms, you are just on the edge of the heavy rain. Looks like the hail core just back to your west on Highway 86 between Matador and Floyd-Ada. A couple little blips there around Floyd-Ada. One back to the west of Turkey also. Let's see if I can adjust that a little bit. Yeah, Around Kittiquay, Turkey, that's just a non-severe little popcorn blip. So we'll watch that to see if that develops further as it heads up into Hall County. But so far, no problem there. I'm just checking velocity. We'll be doing that if we get any rotating storms. We do see signs of rotation there. West of Matador, it's just kind of broad and not really tight. Nothing that we would be concerned about as far as tornadic activity. A couple areas we're going to watch. This is from Childress. I think in our viewing area, the Childress area is definitely going to be in a zone that is going to be very active and prone to severe weather. So this is a camera I think that will come in handy. A little further back to the northwest, we'll be looking at Clarendon. So just know that we're watching all areas of our viewing area. And I think the first that will be affected will be our friends back in the southeastern part of the area. Let me run a model for you. And let's see what we expect going a little further into the evening, if I can find that. Okay, here we go. So this is what we see right now. So there we go, 4 o'clock. It's coming up on 3. So I think the storms have popped a little early, about an hour early, but pretty much, you know, in that same vicinity that we're tracking right now. So this model indicates we could see other storms developing maybe back to the west towards Tulia, even Amarillo when we get towards 4 to 6 p.m., 7 to 8 p.m. We got them across about the eastern half of the area. And I mentioned several locations. There's more activity coming out of New Mexico and the northern part of the area later tonight. So we've got 3 zones that we're watching. One is the one in the southeast. The other one would be Central Panhandle in Amarillo. And then the third is going to be coming out of New Mexico and the Oklahoma Panhandle later on tonight. So I mentioned we've got all bases covered here. Shelby and I will be tracking everything on radar, and we've got this continuous stream going. So that means no matter what you're doing here for your weekend plans, if you're home, great, you can watch us on TV if necessary. We'll be coming on periodically with updates when more warnings develop. But if you're heading to the grocery store or you got your phone app, you can track us and watch us when you're at the park or having a picnic or out on the town, whatever. And it's really good to know that we're available, because you'll need to check in every now and then to find new development. We'll be letting you know where that's going to be and where it's headed, and you can start planning accordingly. So, you know, it's really kind of on our viewers now. We're providing that information. We'll be streaming that out continuously, so it's a source you can go to anytime. So it's not going to be a situation that people should say, wow, it just snuck up on us. We weren't really expecting storms. We weren't really getting information, because we're giving it right now, and we won't stop until this severe weather event winds down later on tonight. So even if it's bright and sunny where you're right now and quiet, later on in a few hours, storms might develop and approach and become a threat. And then even after dark tonight, we'll probably have more storms developing. It's going to be a busy day and a busy night. So we're just kind of planting the seed. If you want to spread it around with your friends and your family, that, hey, News Channel 10's all over it. You can catch them on Facebook, YouTube, newschannel10.com. You can get them on TV, get them on your phone. We're all over the place. So we wanted to let you know early as things develop that it's going to be a busy day. We do anticipate probably a tornado watch in the southeastern part of the area soon. Shelby, we seen anything on that, anything on chat? Or I'm looking at different sources here, and I don't.
All I said is that a new warning is going out for that storm near Matador.
Okay.
But not a tornado warning. They're expecting it to strengthen, talking about ping pong ball hail.
Okay. Right now. So, you know, I'm really kind of surprised that we don't already have a tornado watch in effect. If you live around Matador or Floyd-Ada, Roaring Springs, I would just kind of act like you're in a tornado watch, because we have a severe storm dropping hail right now, and you know, Lubbock Weather Service is saying, hey, it's not out of the question that we can get a tornado. I really think that soon we'll have that box, and we'll let you know when that comes on. But you know, down watching that storm, Kevin and Caleb, let me put you on standby here. We have our units out, so we have one of our storm intercept crews down all over that Matador, Motley County storm, and they're right there watching that. I've been, in fact, let's see, are they on 1 or 2? They're on 1. try that one more time. Our mic's kind of popping in and out, but down to our southeast, this is where we see the actual video stream coming in from our intercept crew, Caleb, Leslie, Kevin, Sully. So I think we're going to punch it out to them.
So
Kevin, why don't you give us a lowdown on what you're doing today and what you're seeing out that way?
Yeah, so I thought, did we test the shot again? No.
There we go. Okay, we're on us. Okay, they're on us, Kevin. What are we seeing?
Okay, I didn't hear, but okay, I got it. This is going to be really live television. We are on Highway 70 right now, south of Matador, and we're watching the storm to our west. We are with a group of storm chasers, and they're not the traditional chasers. They are not chasing tornadoes. They are chasing hail. This is part of a 6-week program called Ice Chip, and it is designed to study hail. And these researchers, and there's at least a dozen vehicles, maybe 40 or more different instruments that they're trying to deploy in front of hail cores of thunderstorms and try and get a better idea of what hail is doing when it's falling, while it's falling, and before it hits the ground. So I mentioned this is going to be live TV. We're going to be in and out because we're embedded in this convoy here, and they're stopping and starting. But what they're trying to do right now is predicting that that storm that we've been talking about that is near Matador is going to develop in an easterly direction toward Highway 70. And so the vehicles have panned out across this highway some miles south of Matador with the goal of getting at least some of the instruments in front of the hail. They actually have platforms that have shingles, roofing shingles on them, because they want to see what hail does to that. They've got pads that will absorb or make an imprint of hail falling. And again, the extremely difficult goal is to get these things in front of the developing storm and not get hit by the hail. So it is fascinating to watch, and a logistics, I can only say nightmare, but these folks are really amazing in how they are handling and deploying. They have one group of people watching radar, and another group of people deploying the assets, and another group of people that are the assets, and going from storm to storm to storm. So, or from location to location to location. So I'm looking at this storm right now, and Dave and Shelby are going to be better at telling you exactly where it is and what it's doing. But with regard to us, it is largely stationary, but it is developing in our direction. And so that's what they're trying to do, is to predict in real time the path or the development of this, and to see if there's going to get it, if they're going to be able to get into to any hail. So we're going to continue to watch it. We're recording as we go along, and what we're going to do for the new Under the Weather segment is kind of put this all together in some stories for you in the weeks ahead. But right now, it is what storm chasing always is hurry up and wait. You hurry up and get to a point, and then you see if the storm is going to do what you thought it was going to do. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not, and when it does not, you go to adjust and move on to the next step, and that's what we're going to be doing. So again, very exciting that we've been allowed to be embedded with this group. Again, it's called Ice Chip. If you search ICECHIP, you'll get to their website, and it'll give you all kinds of information on what they're doing with regard to hail research. And I got some great interviews with some legendary storm chasers that'll be coming up in the weeks ahead. So that's where we are right now. We're still east of this storm, waiting to develop, near Highway 70, south of Matador. We're going to keep you posted, and we'll come back and give you an update as things progress. Thanks for joining us. Stay with us for this very exciting afternoon here at News Channel 10.
Okay, you heard Kevin Sully down there. Pretty neat. Not only is he helping to track storms that are affecting part of our area, but also part of a hail research project that he'll be reporting on. That's cool stuff, you know. That's where a lot of, say modern research is kind of directed, is how to keep storms from being as damaging as they are. So that's one of the things they're doing down there right here in our area, kind of a national research project. But we've got the storms today, so that's why we're here. Okay, quick update. Just a reminder to folks that we're in a first alert day. That means we anticipate some impacts from these big old storms, some dangers, some damage, but our task right now is have the entire first alert weather team engaged in some capacity to keep you safe. I mean, that's what we're doing right now. So as you often see, you've got meteorologists here at News Channel 10, right in front of the radar, right in front of our computers. We're following those trends. Right now I'm being assisted by Shelby Vogel, so you'll see both of us from time to time on TV, on screen. But then also out in the field, we've got Kevin, like he just reported, and Sheldon also watching storms, and that way they can tell us exactly what they see underneath the storm. We can be watching on radar and say, wow, that looks really bad, or this might be a storm that could be rotating, but they can tell us, yeah, that's what we're seeing, or no, it doesn't look that bad. And then also, more importantly, they can help out and specifically tell us who will be in path of those dangerous areas. So we have this feed of continuous information going. So again, pass it around to your friends, family that News Channel 10 is watching, and anything you want to know, we can let you know about these storms. Sheldon's real good about answering questions on Facebook, so we'll be going to him shortly. In fact, let me put you on standby, Sheldon and Alex, and I'll be coming to you soon. Let me run through what we're tracking. Here's our storm outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, and we have an enhanced area. Remember, if you look right there on the legend, we start at marginal, we go to slight, then we go to enhanced. It does go up to moderate and high on days that storms or severe weather is even more likely. But we're 3 out of 5, which is pretty good confidence that we're going to have severe storms. And we do have some of the elements necessary for tornadoes. We haven't yet. We're anticipating a watch area being issued for at least part of our area. And it might not be the only watch. We might also have a severe thunderstorm watch for part of the area where tornadoes are a little less likely, but hail is still something that we could be dealing with. So you can kind of just pick out our viewing area here and see what we're talking about. Enhanced for the southern third. We got that yellow swath around Amarillo, Hereford, Clarendon, Shamrock, back into New Mexico. That's the slight area. And then it's marginal a little further to the north where it's green. But you can see absolutely everybody in the News Channel 10 viewing area has at least some risk for storms and some risk for severe weather. So we're watching that carefully. As far as the watch box area, nope, don't have it yet. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this nearly stationary storm that's down by Matador. And this has been a hotbed of activity. Man, these last couple of weeks, it seems like the worst storms have been down there not too far around Matador. And 2 years ago, they got clobbered by that EF3 tornado with fatalities. So we're kind of feeling for folks down that way. But if you're in Matador, I have some good news for you at this point. And that is, even though we have this severe thunderstorm, it's not producing a tornado as of yet, anyway. In fact, I'm going to show you, let's see. 2 bucks. Okay, so yeah, here you can see the box on the right there. It says Roaring Springs, so that's going to be down to the south of Matador. And that's the storm that is severe. Kevin is watching carefully for any kind of tornadic activity. There's certainly some lowered areas there that we're watching. But no tornado yet, so good news. But
I'll try your shot again here.
Several areas that we think that are going to be affected. Let me put that into motion while I sit here. Okay. So big storm. I said basically stationary. It looks like it's picking up a little bit of motion down to the south. The core of that's pretty much right on Highway 62 or 70. I mean, the same highway is right through there. And that's where we still might be seeing some hail. Shelby, if you got any chat on that, let me know. But it's mainly a hail producer. heavy rain and lightning coming on into the Matador area right now. So that's pushing south of Turkey, south of Kittiquay. And that'll be going down 7. You know, technically that's just outside of the News Channel viewing area, but it certainly borders us. So we're going to watch that carefully. Still have another storm down by Guthrie. But those are the only 2 storms that we have. Now, I'll bring you over to another radar that we have.
We do have a little bit of an update on that storm.
Okay. Go ahead. You're mic'd up there. Tell us.
So they did say that they're starting to get reports of 2 to 3 inch hail 7 miles northeast of Daughtry, which is west of Matador, so right near the Matador area. And they've upped the hail size on the warning to tennis ball because of that.
Okay. And what was the max size on that, Shelby?
2 to 3 is what the.
Okay, 2 to 3 inch hail. That's sizable. So I'm flipping us over to another radar system that we can. I want to really show you this because I can show you some boundaries. I'll start off here around Amarillo. And so you can see these lines. This is the cold front right here. So behind that, winds are coming in from the northeast, bringing in some cooler air. South of that, we have more of the dry line right here. So we have drier air in place. We're not too concerned about storms there yet. Later on, though, I think that dry line might be backing up a little bit and open up a little more spot here that could have severe weather. So right now we're looking at right down on that boundary where storms develop. You can kind of see, you kind of put that together when you look at Matador. So that frontal boundary is right about in here, but it curves back. So we need to really watch Tulia, Crest, Plainview, I-27, this area where we might see additional storms firing. They're kind of popping up around Floyd-Ada. But we think when the storms pop up, they're going to kind of move off to the east and northeast. So if we get more development down, say, Dimmitt to Plainview, we'll have to watch those storms to move into the southern part of our area. And then also, some models indicate for Amarillo that we might get some new development around Hereford or Dimmitt, down to Hart later on that kind of come northeast. So we might see it develop a little bit later, maybe early evening, but that'll be something that we have to kind of keep an eye on. Right now, that's not really happening. It's just kind of got that one giant supercell storm, Matador to Roaring Springs. Shelby just said that they're looking at 2 to 3 inch size hail out that way.
So have a report of golf ball size hail in that same storm.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Shelby. Report a golf ball hail with that storm west of Matador. So it's already potentially a damaging storm. For Amarillo, again, nothing really close to us yet. This is early in the game kind of deal. Let me go back up and check on Kevin. Kevin, Caleb, we're on you.
Roaring Springs. We're watching radar very closely. We just passed one of the caravan that was deploying an instrument that was designed to catch hail and make some sort of recording. I don't know exactly what this particular one, it might have been looking to take an impression of a falling hailstone. And you can't begin to imagine how difficult this is because a hail core is only so wide and you have only so many instruments. So you have to place them in hopes that you're going to, in the next 10, 15, 20, even 30 minutes with the slow development of this thing, that you're going to catch and put that instrument in the right spot where a large hailstone might fall. Every piece of data is worthwhile, but you can imagine the difficulty in deploying these. And so again, there's a whole network of people that are south of Matador, every couple of miles or so, putting out instruments in hopes that this storm will continue the pattern that it's showing of developing in a south-southeasterly direction. And what it's doing that I can see from radar, and Dave and Shelby will back me up, is The storm wants moisture. It wants high dew point air. And in order to get it now, it has to look to its southeast. And the inflow, the southeast wind, where the great humidity is, and it says, aha, there's the fuel, the moisture that I need. I'm going to develop in this direction. And that's what the chasers and the team and the caravan are counting on, in that they want to then see that storm develop toward the moisture as they forecast and go over the instruments that they are deploying. And once they do, they'll go back and pick them up and look at the data that they get from each one. And again, there's all different kinds of things. There's a hail pad, they call it, and then there are other instruments that will do wind and temperature and humidity recording, and all of those things will come together in the days and weeks and months after this to be studied and find out what they learn. And then the goal of this is to understand, especially at the surface or right near the surface, what is going on in the atmosphere. Because if we have all of that data, then we can build computer models that say, okay, here's what a storm looks like, not in the atmosphere, but on a computer. And then from there, we can start to say, okay, given this input or that input or the other input on the current status, we can then make projections and forecasts. And that's what the goal of this is to improve the forecasting and get more specific on the types of hail that will fall, where it will fall, and to give all of us more advanced warning. So that's where we are. We're just on the south side of Roaring Springs, watching this storm develop and deploying instruments with the Ice Chip Caravan here on News Channel 10.
Okay, I'm back on and talking to our teams out in the field. Yes, Sheldon, I can hear you right now. What's going on? Okay, we've had some questions popping up about Palmer County. Yeah, it's certainly possible that we can see development there a little bit later on, but you can see on the radar screen that I have really isolated down to the southeastern part of the area. We're waiting on a little more daytime heating, some boundary interactions. So we'll be just monitoring storms that pop up anywhere. I tell you what, let's see, Sheldon, if you're listening in, or Alex, just going to kind of test out here. Let me send it out to you guys. Tell us just kind of what your strategy is for us today and what you're seeing, and if you need to answer some of those questions that you relayed to me, let's go ahead and do that. So, all right.
Yeah, hey Dave, so yes, that's right. Currently we're heading southeast down 287. We just got outside of Headley. Right now, really what we're doing is we're kind of tracking towards Childress a little bit. You've kind of heard Dave talking about, some storms kind of firing up here a little bit later on. I'll give you a view out our dash real quick. So far, obviously not seeing anything out here. You've kind of been following along with Dave on radar. That storm down near Matador that Kevin's on right now seems to really be the only action that's happening, but models do suggest that maybe here in the next hour or two we could start to see a little more storms popping up in scattered parts of the area. But it does look like when that happens, everything kind of clusters out a little bit. Still large hail damaging winds will certainly be our main threats that are in play, but like I said, right now, the big thing about it is this cold front that's pushed to the area. Dave was talking about those boundaries earlier. You heard him saying that. And that's the thing is you see those winds turning out of the north in several places, but dew points are still kind of generally in the 60s and 70s. Don't believe that it's down around places like Childress just yet, where temperatures are still in the 80s. Dew points are there in the low 70s. Based on what we're seeing right now, if we look around the region, looking at some West Texas Mesonet readings, so we're seeing about 84, 85 degrees down in Childress right now. Meanwhile, further up north in Stratford, they're currently sitting at 56 degrees, so you can see exactly where that cold front is, where it is, and as temperatures gradually warm to the high 60s, low 70s just north of Amarillo. Amarillo's looking to be there in about the low 80s right now, getting up into the mid 80s further off towards the south, around Happy. You got, Vigo Park sitting at 82, Clarendon sitting at 82 as well, Wellington at 84, Childress about 80 to 84 degrees right now as well. So that's kind of what our plan is. Generally, like I said, not much going on, but models are still hitting on maybe a few things kind of popping up. Essentially, our thinking is anything south of that cold front is going to have a higher potential for severity. That's where you're going to see some of those stronger storms, larger hail. Still, it's absolutely within the realm of possibility because of all these boundaries, that retreating dry line you heard mentioned earlier. Some development behind that cold front on the north side. I think the overall severe risk will be lower with any storms that form up there, but hopefully some good soaking rains. But if we do see what we call training, where just an area sees several storms that form around that region, flash flooding will certainly be a risk that we face. But it's been, you know, a pretty dry May so far. We really haven't seen much for this month here so far, so a little bit of moisture would certainly be a good thing. But as Dave and Kevin have been saying, I mean, we're staying on top of things. Right now, our kind of focus is just to kind of really stay in this News Channel 10 area. Myself and Alex out here currently heading it down 287, passing through Memphis right now, visiting the cyclones here, but no weather meteorological cyclones to be seen here right now. Just kind of seeing some darker skies, a little bit of that cloud cover, but just kind of keeping tabs on things. So keep those questions coming. I've been monitoring YouTube, Facebook as well. So if you do have any questions here for the Texas Panhandle region, the weather that we're focusing on, be putting them in there, and I'll be getting to those here as we go along. Like I said, Dave and Shelby are gonna be, you know, popping in occasionally, talking about what's on radar. You're gonna get updates from Kevin doing a super cool research project out there with what they call Ice Chip. Getting to do some really cool things out there. Getting to see what we call the Dow, which is Doppler on wheels. That's one of my absolute favorite trucks to see out and about. That's if you're chasing and you see a truck go by with a big old radar on the back, you know you're in the right place. You know you're in the epicenter of the excitement that's happening. So pretty jealous that Kevin's getting to see that, because that's a pretty cool sight to see when it's out and about. So keep following along with us. Keep those questions coming in the comments. We'll be getting to those. Right now, like I said, just checking in. Sheldon here and Alex, we're heading southeast down 287, heading through Memphis. Right now, Childress is kind of our target area right now, but so far things have been pretty quiet.
tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch or both in parts of the area. So far, we're just tracking one storm, but it popped up early, and it's not like it's going to be the only storm in town, I think. So we'll be watching for new development. Right now, you can see on the screen that I've got up here. It's all about the southeast and Matador and Motley County right now. So if I zoom out, you can see Amarillo here. So we have a cold frontal boundary right about there, but it hooks back up right in here, which is interesting. Behind that, we got northeast winds coming our way. And Sheldon was mentioning the temperature contrast that we have. I want to shed a little more light on that. Take a look at temperatures we have across the area. This is pretty crazy. If you look at the far northern part of our area up at Elkhart, 57 degrees. I mean, it's chilly up that way. I got 60s all the way down through Dumas. Here in Amarillo, we're at 78. We've dropped a little bit. But Hertford's 85, Clarendon's 83, and you get down to Tulia, it's 87 degrees down that way. Now, we also mentioned dew points, which is a measure of how much moisture we have in the air. So let me pull that back up. Oh, I know what I did. Okay, the higher the number, the more moisture we have. So you can kind of put two and two together. The northern part of the area is the coolest with the least amount of moisture. So that's why there's less of a threat of severe weather down that way. The southern part of the area is warmer with more moisture. Now notice Childress, a 67 dew point. I mean, that's pretty respectable. Tulia is at 64, so we're loaded up pretty good that way. So that's where we have more energy, more instability. And then you get to Portales, it drops off again. That's behind the dry line. But I really think the dry line will kind of back up a little bit. Those boundaries will interact, and we'll likely see storms fire in more parts of the area later on. I think I have a model run here we'll take a look at. I should have. There we go. Okay, if you're looking at this, it's just kind of a estimation on how storms are going to develop over the next few hours. So if you kind of watch, there's what the model picked up on that's happening right now. You know, maybe a little less than a county off, but look at that. You know, sudden development back towards Amarillo by 5 p.m. You know, whether or not that happens, it's going to be a big factor on how the evening turns out, because that's back towards Tulia, Canyon, even Amarillo. And then over time, we get this big old complex down across the southeast. Pockets of severe weather in there, especially Childress, Paducah, Wellington, Clarendon, those areas. And then as we get a little later on to the evening, that big mass moves out of the southeast. We got other storms that have come out of New Mexico or across the northern part of the area. Those could be severe. So right now, we're kind of in the watch and wait mode. Bring you back to, let's see. Where am I? Oh, that's right. Come back to this radar screen here. So it looks like we have a new blip or two around Floydada. That's where the storms are starting to light us. It wouldn't surprise me within the next hour or so to start to see this area here back up to Hart, Crest, maybe Dimmitt and Tulia, start to get a few storms also. Just kind of waiting for more information on that. Certainly, by all means, the big storm and the dominant storm of the day is a slow-moving guy around Matador, Roaring Springs. You know, technically just outside of the NewsChannel viewing area, but close enough to cover carefully, especially since we might have other storms there. Yep. Okay, yeah, so if we look at these two storms just outside of our area, Matador down to Guthrie, basically, cycling in intensity. We've already had golf ball hail back to the west of Matador. And yeah, it looks like around Floydada, it looks like it's maybe picking up. So we might start to be seeing some of the new development or additional development taking place. We'll take a quick look at, okay. Hey, Kevin, stand by. Kevin and Caleb, been talking about your storm on radar here. Just want to get an update on where you guys are and what concerns you might have and what exactly you're seeing from near that storm. So you want to give us a quick update, Kevin Sully.
Kevin is actually out talking to the chief of this caravan that we're a part of. So this is Caleb. But yeah, can you hear me, Dave? So we're still about a little north of Matador, same spot that we were, Roaring Springs, just a little bit north of Roaring Springs. They're monitoring this storm. What they're doing is they're trying to wait for it to see if the hail will develop and then kind of move this way. And so then that way when it drops, then they can get, real-time readings on sizes and impacts and things like that. So we're monitoring the storm right now. I will tell you though, Dave, there is a lot of traffic out here. So if you live in this area, there are tons of storm chasers and on top of the normal traffic. So please be careful driving around the roads because there is a lot of traffic that isn't normally out in this area. So I do like to warn people, especially if you're out on a holiday, weekend or just doing your normal stuff, just be careful out here because there's a lot of people on the side of the roads and zipping around, especially around this storm. So, but as of right now, nothing as far as the rotation goes that, there's really nothing much there. There is some hail there. So we're just monitoring and making sure what this storm's doing and if something happens, we'll be here.
Okay, thanks. That's Caleb Leslie. He's out with Kevin Sully. They're tracking storms around Matador, severe storms, golf ball hail already, and looks like that has not let up. If you're in Matador, I'll show you a close-up look. You're in the heavy rain, probably small hail. The little purple splotch you see back to the west and west of Roaring Springs, that's where we might be looking at some larger hail. Floydada, that storm popping up over you is getting stronger. And I'm going to put Kittiquay and Turkey on standby because looks like we have additional development might be expanding a little bit, might be increasing a little bit. And then also, folks around Paducah need to have you on standby. Activity around Guthrie is not moving rapidly, but tending to drift north a little bit, and it's a very volatile environment down there. It wouldn't take much to get new development. So it's just stay tuned, stay alert kind of situation there. I will point out that still not seeing anything around Amarillo or the southern half of the area yet. Zooming out further, northern part of the area I think is going to be quiet. We are starting to see coming onto the screen back to the west, Clovis and Portales, an isolated storm out there in New Mexico. So that's going to be another area that we watch for storms that fire just off the foothills in New Mexico and then come east. So that's going to give even Amarillo a little better chance of rain tonight. The tornado threat probably lower with those storms coming back our way. But tell you what, the way things are going this year, at this time of year anyway, we're not going to rule anything out. We're going to watch that very carefully. So most of the action, once again, has been across the southeast fringe of our area where we have some boundaries intersecting, but man, right back in here, Tulia, Dimmitt, Crest, and Plainview, we're going to watch that area for maybe new development that kind of changes the landscape a little bit further. So we've heard from Kevin and Caleb there down at Matador, but we also have coming in kind of on the north side of that activity between Memphis and Esteline right now. That's where we have Sheldon. Sheldon, I'm just going to toss that at you in a few minutes here, let you give us kind of a position update. You might answer some social questions you see coming in or just add some color here and let us know what's happening, and then we'll be back with a radar update here shortly.
I'll tell you what we got here, Dave. We got ourselves a beautiful shot right now. This storm, I believe, is currently over King County, down on Guthrie right now, just to our southeast. Beautiful tops to the storm, and we got a great view of it right now. You can actually see a few places where it's actually kind of flattening out. Here as it's hitting kind of the top of what we call the tropopause there, getting a good little anvil formed up on it. Can't quite see the exact top because we've got some low clouds sitting right here, but got a pretty good view of it right now. Things are looking pretty good on that. As you can see, skies are just generally kind of dark. I'll go ahead and kind of give you a little sweep around here.
Just across the river.
Yeah, across the river right there. Is that the Salt Fork? Is that the Prairie Dog Fork of the Canadian River right there? Kind of got some dark clouds out here, but really, like I said, not much going on right now. And this is something we can definitely look at. We get what's called mesoscale discussions. We did temporarily have one over the Texas Panhandle, and we had one over kind of southeastern or southwestern Oklahoma. And usually those kind of predate, I guess. I'm blanking on the word here. They usually come before a severe thunderstorm watch or something of that sort, but something that is noteworthy is that both of those mesoscale discussions have now disappeared from the Storm Prediction Center site's website. That's not necessarily to say that a severe thunderstorm watch won't be issued, but does kind of give hints that lean that direction, that we're not seeing either of those anymore. Does possibly give some hints that we're not going to see a severe thunderstorm watch currently, but everything's coming down to this cold front. Like I've been saying, it's really going to kill a lot of the significant severe potential. I think we're still in the ballpark for some good rain chances, but the severity does go down. So if you're not a fan of the severe weather, I'd say this is so far definitely good news for Amarillo. So whatever rain that could pop up is expected to be relatively light. It shouldn't be too severe. I mean, some small severe thunderstorms is not impossible. We got Zechariah here asking about Hereford. Is Hereford going to get anything? I'll do a quick scan through our latest model run that we were just now getting in. It's just barely in process. It's only going out about 6 hours or so. But it's not out of the question. I mean, Hereford, you're going to be kind of on the far western edge of this particular system. Like I said, it's all going to come down to that retreating dry line. Dave's been talking about that a little bit as well. If that dry line retreats further to your west, that puts Hereford a little bit better in play. But right now, it looks like Hereford's just barely going to be on the edge of any severe development, any of these showers that do form up. Then, of course, looking ahead, to your Monday, I think we got some scattered showers on tap for your Monday, kind of midday, your Memorial Day. Could be seeing some showers and thunderstorms that come through kind of mid-afternoon to Monday, and then possibly some into the overnight period as well. But, of course, we will worry about that once it gets a little bit closer. Let's see what other comments we've got here right now. We got Josh here asking about Childress. I got 2 comments here asking about Childress. So let's pull it up here. We'll scan through our model run here real quick. Childress, like I said, that's our target area right now. So that's going to be what we focus on. I would say right now we're probably, if Childress is going to get anything, we're probably an hour or 2 out from anything happening. But, you've seen Dave bringing up that SPC risk, that enhanced, which is a 3 out of 5. That definitely has, Childress in play for things like your large hail, your damaging winds. Relatively low tornado threat. It's not out of the question, but it is relatively low. Of course, that's something we'll monitor for should anything like that happen. But I would say of all the towns we've talked about so far, Childress is probably the most in play in the News Channel 10 viewing area for severe thunderstorm development. Like I said, probably here in the next couple of hours. So like I said, that's, we're currently heading, southeast down 287. So Childress is our target area. So those of you asking about Childress, you will have a front row seat with our stream here as to what's happening in town. Let's see here. All right. What else have we got? So we got Linda here asking about Midland. Well outside of our News Channel 10 viewing area. Midland could be, I'd say some small light thunderstorms, but like I said, we're really kind of primarily focused on our News Channel 10 viewing area. That's going to be your eastern New Mexico, Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma Panhandle. That we're really, primarily focusing on right now. Let's see here. What else have we got? Guyman, Oklahoma. Let's see here. Guyman, Oklahoma. What can we expect up in the central Oklahoma Panhandle? Really, I'd say if Guyman's number is going to get called on any severe storms popping up, right now it's looking like, based on current model data, I'd say about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Maybe a line of some weak thunderstorms. But keep in mind, you're well north of that front. Temperatures are pretty cool as it is. And by 9, 10 o'clock tonight, temperatures will be cooling even more so. So maybe some heavy rains. But your overall severe threat is a lot lower up in Guyman. You'll probably see several rounds overnight with more scattered shower activity going into your Monday as well. But for tonight, I would say maybe 8 to 10 o'clock could be when you can see some showers and weak thunderstorms come through, but that overall severity is going to be a lot lower, and that's thanks to those really cool temperatures that we're seeing up that direction right now. Our West Texas Mesonet numbers, let's see what it says now. Get an update on this. Yeah, it says Stratford right now is currently sitting at 57. Let's go Oklahoma Mesonet. You heard Kevin say it a little bit earlier too, is, as it is with a lot of storm chasing situations, it is a lot of hurry up and wait. And Alex and myself currently heading down 287. We are very much in wait mode, as there's very little, really not much happening in the News Channel 10 viewing area, because technically that storm around Matador is just outside of our News Channel 10 viewing area. Once it gets into Cottle County, as a matter of fact, it will officially be in our News Channel 10 viewing area. So of course we're still keeping tabs on it, of course. Yeah, right now it looks like temperatures up around Guyman are around 59 degrees. That's pretty chilly out there, no doubt about it. So your severe weather threat is really, really low, thanks to that cool weather out there. So maybe some lightning, maybe some thunder, maybe some strong winds and heavy rains. I'd say probably might be some of your bigger threats that you see. Let's see how things are happening over on the YouTube. I think that works, yeah. Let's see here. Hey Dave, have you got a copy right now?
So Sheldon, I'm back on Yeah. Sorry, Sheldon and I having a conversation here about the setup and everything. It's a complex pattern, that's for sure. You see the storms, but I will point out that we're getting some new development here. North of Floyd-Ada, south of Turkey, and we got a new blip around Tulia there. This is that same frontal boundary that set off storms a little further off to the east. And I think we may be starting to see some lift along there. So, the bottom line or the question is how much more development are we going to see and where, and are we going to get watch boxes and that sort of thing? I still think, yes, we will. I still think it's a volatile environment. I think the heaviest is going to be down to the south, but let me bring you over to this. And Sheldon, as you listen in here, I've got the boundaries kind of drawn on max. And so a couple other things that we're looking at. I'm going to move this a little bit. Okay, notice this development we have in New Mexico. These storms are going to come across the northern part of the area. And really, I'm going to stick to those three areas that we think we're going to see storms. One of them in progress. Still kind of surprised we don't have a tornado watch down in that southeast corner. But let's watch this model run going forward. Again, there's one. There's development 2, I think, along I-27, which may be beginning right now. And then we have the third activity coming across the north that I mentioned. So I still think we have a busy evening. And our Storm Prediction Center outlook still, I think, a pretty good handle on where the strongest activity is going to be. As far as watches are concerned, still a bit surprised. Right now we have a flood watch out in Oklahoma and down towards the Red River with no watch areas in our region, even though we've had multiple severe storms across the south. We still have the one there in Motley County, which has been the dominant storm, that's for sure. Severe thunderstorm warning goes until 4:30, mainly Matador south. So let me bring it back up to date on that as we go to, what is it? Still having trouble with that take button. There we go. Back to this guy here. Okay, our Matador storm, I call it Matador. It is Motley County. If you're in Matador, it's mainly heavy rain and lightning, but you definitely see this kind of hook shape a little bit there, back to the west of Roaring Springs. And if I take a look, we'll take a look at some wind velocity associated with that also. And we do have some rotation there. Now, there's eyes all over this, including Kevin and Caleb, right there back to the west of Roaring Springs. It's a storm that wouldn't take much to crank out a tornado, but so far that hasn't happened. But since it's looking pretty interesting, I do want to get some eyes from the field on that and get kind of an update. Kevin and Caleb, it's looking a little more interesting on your storm on radar. Oh, okay.
Shelby said they lost us. Lost our feed. Oh, and then she said, never mind.
Okay, he's calling us.
Here he goes. He's stopping.
Kevin, you'd like an update?
Can't right now. Gonna get out.
Yeah, so we've moved a little bit more north, Dave. So that's a look at the storm right now, or the base of the storm. So we keep trekking, alongside of this. They're deploying their instruments, and we're getting, a good look at the base of the storm and keeping an eye on it as we move along. So that's looking back towards our northwest, I believe, from where we're located right now. And as you can see, there's I'll go ahead and zoom in for you. So as Dave was talking about, there's the tail. There's the base. Okay, zoom out for you. Right about there. So we've been having to move, pretty quickly. They're deploying instruments, I'd say probably every, 500,000 feet. And there's numerous vehicles, so everybody's jumping out and throwing some down. So really interesting, trying to get them put in a good spot so that when the hail comes over, it'll do that. Give you a shot, kind of what we're seeing. So the van in front of us is one of the units with the study. And as you can see right there on the bottom right, that's one of their instruments. So it's got measuring technology in it. It's also got a GoPro on it so that they can see at what angle the hail falls when it comes. So we'll take you back to a look at the base of the storm right now. Right about there.
Sheldon, if you can hear me, there's a blip near Tulia, but that might be the only other thing going on right now.
Okay, that was a live shot of the storm that you see here on radar. So this is Motley County that we're looking at. That's Matador receiving some pretty heavy rain. You see Roaring Springs there. Just back to the west of Roaring Springs, that's where we have the wall clouds and definitely some rotation in there. Let's Okay, so you're looking at a wall cloud there west of Matador, west of Roaring Springs. No tornado warning on that right now, but okay, I'm going to flip that over to what we call velocity, or at least take a look at the velocity in there. Yeah, so still seeing right there. That area west of Roaring Springs is definitely an area to watch. Now we've got a live feed of that wall cloud, but no tornado right now. So that's good. Now we have seen some additional developments that we need to take a look at. I'll show you back over to Floyd Ada. Storm strengthening there north of Floyd Ada. If you're south of Kittiquay, Turkey, we've got storms. They're not severe, but picking up a little bit. And then we've had this blip east of Tulia, just east of Tulia, and back towards Crest. At least it's trying to develop there a little bit. That's where we have this frontal boundary. It comes up through Olton and Dimmitt around Hereford. So still think we might some development on the east side of that. While we do this, I'm going to... Yeah, we got word that there's going to be a tornado box issued across the southern part of the area. So I'll zoom out a little bit and I'll kind of show you where that is going to be. I believe, wasn't that Swisher and Hale?
Yes, it says for all areas east of I-27.
Okay. So the tornado watch is going to be somewhere like this, I think.
We also have baseball-sized hail being reported near that Matador storm.
Okay, baseball hail and the Matador storm. Okay. But anyway, yeah, I kind of drew in, I think, where the tornado watch will be issued here soon. Doesn't mean we won't have other watches, but that's probably where the biggest tornado threat is going to be, and we've kind of expected that. Let's keep in mind that we also have storms developing out in New Mexico that are going to get in here later, something that we'll watch. So even if you're not in the tornado watch, there's still going to be activity that we need to keep close watch on. I'm telling you what, let's see, went the wrong way again. Okay, down where we're about to get the tornado watch. There's the Guthrie storm. There's the Roaring Springs storm. Let's see here. Okay. This is the closest we have to tornadic activity right now. Motley County, south of Matador, west of Roaring Springs. Take a look at somewhat of a hook echo here. We had, of course, baseball hail just to the south of Matador. Getting a real good visual on this. Looking at the base wall cloud area of that storm. Kevin, if you can hear me, we're looking at the real beautiful base wall cloud area. Hook on radar. What's your thoughts, Dave?
Hold on, Dave. 1 minute. Starting to get some rain. Okay, Dave wants your thoughts on the storm real quick.
Absolutely. It's starting to rain. We're south of Roaring Springs, and we're right behind one of these, the lead in the caravan distributing distrometers. And a distrometer is something that will take a hail impact and give measurements about how quickly it was falling, how hard it hit the device. And that's what we've been seeing if you're watching the feed in front of the camera. But the rain is picking up intensity now, which is showing us that the projections of the storm development were correct. It was developing toward the good moisture. It started on a boundary, that old outflow boundary from this morning. But the storms need this moisture, this warm, humid, unstable air in order for them to have fuel. And so that fuel was to the southeast of the core, and the speculation was that the storm would develop toward that and then move on in that direction. I'm going to see if I can get you...
I can do that.
Okay, there we go. Let's go back to the other one. Maybe I can zoom in. Yeah, this is live stuff here. So this is one of the distrometers. And every few, I don't know, quarter mile or whatever, these two brave souls jump out. They put this instrument down. It sits on a tripod, and they have little anchor bolts that they press into the soil in order to try and keep that thing from tipping over. And now it's just going to sit there and wait for the hail core of the storm. And now the caravan, this particular vehicle in the caravan, will move a little further down the road. Get several parts of it. Obviously, they're most interested in the bigger stones as opposed to smaller ones, but we've also seen one of these hail pads that was distributed a little bit earlier, and those are sitting, and all of these are location marked on the computer. They'll say, okay, GPS will go enter into the computer so that they can then go back and pick them up and look at the data. So we're moving forward again with the caravan to the next location that they're going to stop and pull over and repeat the process once again of trying to figure out which one has the best odds. There's some lightning close by. Which one will have the best odds of catching some of this hail core? So this is the view again. Here's another one. Our team jumps out. They have practiced this too. Watch how quickly they'll go. There's the instrument, widening the legs on the tripod, pushing down the anchors into each tripod, double checking that the instrument is transmitting, and they're done. That was less than 60 seconds. And then they'll move on to the next one in hopes that the hail core, some part of hail, some amount of hail, will find that instrument, which is absolutely fascinating. This is a research project. This is not something that you see on TV every day. This is real-time science happening right now, and it's fascinating. And what all this data is going to do is try and give a better picture than we have now of how storms develop and what's happening at the surface as opposed to on radar, and then all of that data will be collected and be used to say, okay, here's how it works. Now, can we forecast that into the future? I feel like Caleb, you can tell me, I feel like the distribution is getting closer together, right? They're stopping more frequently here, but this will be another one.
Oh.
And we're pretty far away. The main radar site from the National Weather Service radars at this juncture is going to be Lubbock. And so we're pretty far away from Lubbock. And because the Earth is curved, what's happening is the ground curves away from the radar beam. The radar goes straight out in a straight line, and the further away you get from it, the higher the beam is off the ground, meaning it's shooting up. That was a record speed right there for deployment of that unit. The beam is higher up off the ground, and so what we need for all of this data, and this is including the Doppler on wheels units that are around as well, which we'll talk about in an upcoming Under the Weather. But those units, all of these things are designed to say, hey, what's happening at the ground, as opposed to a couple hundred feet up or 1,000 feet up, where the radar beam is actually looking. So this is why you have to have humans out here forecasting, predicting, using their judgment and their experience to try and find out how the storm is going to behave, which oftentimes, as I see in the office many times, Mother Nature doesn't necessarily care what we think. But these folks are doing this in real time to jump out and say, okay, I need a measurement on the ground at this moment in time to further the research and further the science. I'm going to watch them once again do one of these, and they've just gotten really good and really fast at this. Legs widen. Now the anchors will go in. She's pushed them down. There's one. There's two. The gentleman did the other one. They'll check to make sure that the instrument is transmitting. It's anchored, and they're done. The speed at which this happens is just fascinating. And you see cars going by. There are any number of chasers. Some of them professional chasers, some of them what we maybe call recreational chasers, trying to see a tornado. And there are a lot of them. And it makes for a really, really interesting and somewhat hazardous situation trying to distribute these instruments and pay attention to the traffic at the same time, because they obviously need to move quickly. They need to get in and off the highway quickly, and people are coming past them at breakneck speed trying to get the best view of this storm and take pictures of it. And so it becomes a really complicated traffic problem. So we're continuing to watch the storm develop in an east-southeasterly direction. That's why we're on Highway 70, well south of Roaring Springs now, watching our team distribute these instruments in hopes that they will catch some hail. So as we watch this continue, we're recording. We're going to put together some stories on this, and I think I'll send it back to the studio, and Dave and Shelby can give you an update on radar for the Panhandle.
Sounds really cool, Kevin. So we'll get an update on the hail research taking place just in the south side of our area. Hey, we do have a tornado watch now. And you can see it's in the southern part of the area as expected. Let's say from about Happy on I-27 back over to about Memphis in Hall County, and then just south of Wellington. So that's going to be Swisher, Briscoe, Hall, and Childress counties. That'll also be Hale, Floyd, Motley, Cottle counties, and then also Hardeman County. They're around Quanah. So we don't have any tornado warnings, but this is where we are expecting the strongest storms. And to come back to radar, you'll see the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have. We got that one that Kevin just reported on where they're doing the hail research, getting the sensors out and kind of the collectors to see what's going to happen with hail. But that other one around Floyd has really fired up quickly. We'll see how far north they move. It's interesting, the one around Matador is kind of drifting south. The one around Floyd 8 is kind of drifting off to the north. So severe thunderstorm warnings there. Motley County goes until 5 p.m. And let's see, Floyd County Also goes until 5 p.m. Elsewhere, we'll zoom out a little bit. Nothing around Amarillo. We do have a little activity just south of Tulia, and then more activity out in New Mexico. So those are the areas that we're going to kind of track for you right now. Let's see, just to bring you up to date on some of the things that we have tracked. Some baseball hail not too far from Matador. Let's see here. We need to go there, take that. All right. So there's the cluster of the stronger storms coming out a little bit. Again, you'll see between Tulia and Crest, just some moderate activity. Still have a very visible and active boundary, however, right there. Still a cold front, not moving very rapidly, and kind of moving back this way. It's kind of a weird setup here today. This would be our dry line boundary. So that boundary interaction or collision or intersection, kind of a prime zone to see storms develop. But so far it's not taken off very intensely. And then we'll sit back and wait on some of the New Mexico stuff a little bit later on. So I'm going to look at a little data here while we do this. Okay, let's see. Okay. Just reading up on a little bit of data and what we can expect for the rest of the evening. Still want to draw your attention to this model run that has been pretty determined to get some more storms developing in here by say 5, 6 p.m. So that's why we're kind of out in advance of this. You've heard from our weather teams. They're down on the activity that's already taking place, but we're ready to cover anything that pops up elsewhere. So if you're around Amarillo Canyon, most of the area, it's pretty quiet for the time being. Some attempts at development down around Tulia and I-27, we're waiting to see. And once again, we now do have the tornado watch. It does not include Amarillo. Let me bring that up here for you. Here's our tornado watch area in the yellow. I mentioned Happy over to Wellington and points down to the south. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings just on the south fringe of our area. It's going to be mainly Floyd and Motley counties there. Floyd, Ada, over to Matador and Roaring Springs. That's where the activity has been the most intense. Storms not moving rapidly. That brings up a flood risk. So I'm going to take a look at that, a little more detail on the radar. Go in for a closer look. So it's been raining a lot around Matador last couple of hours down to Roaring Springs. We've also had golf ball to baseball size hail. And that storm north of Floyd, Ada, it's kind of drifting to the northeast. This guy right here. Looks like a pretty massive hail core in that. So it's pretty rural terrain right now, farming, ranching interests there north of Floyd, Ada. We're really watching that, and it's kind of drifting to the northeast. We'll see how well that holds together. But if you're at Kittiquay, Turkey, Caprock Canyons State Park here for the Memorial Weekend, that's something that we'll need to keep a close watch on. The little attempt there around Tulia, not too impressive. Doesn't look like that's lasting, at least right now. And then no other storms developing as of right now. It does look like it's developing a little further down to the south. So still think it's going to be the southeastern corner of our area. Shamrock, Clarendon, Memphis, Childress, this area here that we'll have to watch for any kind of tornadic potential or some of the stronger storms going into the evening. Is now a good time for you to knock out radio? It would be a good time, yeah. Okay, part of our coverage plan, we got Kevin on that research project down to our south, but we got Sheldon and Alex that are floating around to cover other storms that are moving up into the southern part of the area. So it's about time to hear from them and see what they've decided to do, where they're going to position, what our strategy is, and we'll go from there. So Sheldon, stand by. We're going to take you here.
Hey Dave, yeah, that's right. So currently just turned onto 1440. We're currently heading west. That's going to take us towards places like CV. Just generally trying to get ourselves west as possible right now. So currently heading west towards CV, and that's going to, of course, going to take us up around places like Northfield. Then we'll have options of either going south towards Matador or staying west towards Turkey. Basically just bringing ourselves west a little bit, trying to get closer to this new development that's happening. Of course, you've all documented that tornado watch that's just been issued for our southeastern counties. So we've currently kind of bailed on our plan for staying around Childress. Like I said, currently just turned west onto 1440, heading towards CV right now. So currently tracking west. What you're seeing there is right off our nose, looking off towards the west, seeing some development there off in the distance. So watching radar closely. Basically, and of course we got Kevin down there on that storm near Matador. You have that severe thunderstorm warning over Floyd County right now that's just been issued a little bit ago. So we're going to kind of just work our way west and just kind of get in some different positions for different areas and keep track of things.
On and on, so yeah. Okay, we're just making sure we got some audio coming through here.
You're there now, thank you.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna come back and do a run through on what's happening here across our area. So let's take a look at this. It is a first alert day. Of course, here we are, what, May 24th, 25th? Sorry, this is the time of the year that we're tracking storms a lot. And we do expect to do this the next couple of weeks. So just, this is a good refresher on what we do when severe weather's out there. We're doing what we call first alert team coverage, where our whole Met team, our whole meteorologist team is plugged in, and we're tracking storms because we know you depend on us for information. We get this continuous stream of information that you can watch off and on if you need to. But you can always pick us up on YouTube, NewsChannel10.com, Facebook, your streaming platforms. Okay, hang on. We're going to go to Kevin here real quick.
Going to come out to you.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on you, Kevin.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. This has been a fascinating experience. We're just now seeing this new tornado warning, and we are on the eastern edge of it. So the chase team, the hail chase team, was exactly right, and they actually had a little bonus. If you've been watching the radar, we had a new updraft develop south of the main one, and the lead, John Allen, was actually very excited about that because they don't get to sample or they don't get to see that type of activity happen very often. You can see it with the main radars, the 88D radars, all the time, but to get this finer resolution and overlay it with the 88D information is really kind of a treat for them. And this new cell that is developing gives them a closer look, a more detailed look at something that they don't get to see using instruments very often, and it will help inform. Sometimes, if we get what's called a cell merger like this, both of them will die. Sometimes it will strengthen one or both and create all kinds of chaos, and that's a little bit of what we're seeing now, in that this one has created some strengthening and some further organization within the storm to become tornadic. And so what the team is doing now, and we're embedded with them, is moving a little bit further south. Because I was just standing there talking to John Allen and getting some information on what we were looking at, and the rain picked up, and he said, I think we better go because we're going to get hit. And that meant that the hail core is getting closer to us, and you can see that on radar. You guys have been showing us that, but the amount of data that's coming in from these, and the fact that they've distributed these distrometers and their hail pads exactly correctly on Highway 70 is just going to generate mountains of data. It's not necessarily something that you're going to hear about tomorrow, but they will take this back, and this is a 6-week program, and go over this data in the weeks and months ahead, get wonderful pictures and images and concept ideas of what they're looking at. So extremely grateful to them for letting us at News Channel 10 come along with them. Who anybody who's under the weather.
Okay, that's really cool to get that shot there from Kevin. Here's the deal. We do have a tornado warning. It's for the extreme southern sliver there of Motley County and then further south. So this is not really in the News Channel 10 viewing area. So I'm not going to go on TV and stay on forever while we have this warning. But it's interesting since it's nearby, and Kevin is out there watching that and reporting on the tornado warning down that way and all that hail research that's going on. I just wanted to point out where that is. So, I mean, you can see Plainview, for example. You can see Matador, and it's further south of Matador, just on the border down there of Motley County. So that's a little small red box there. That's where we have the tornado warning. And I want to show you this on radar. Again, this will give you a better idea of exactly where it is. And I'll back this all the way up to Amarillo, just so you can see what we're talking about. Okay, so you can see how far away that storm is. It gets way, way down here, south of Matador. So that's the same storm that's been dumping out that baseball-size hail. Hey, no coincidence they're doing hail research on that storm right there. It tends to be kind of trickling down to the south, and that's where the new circulation developed there. And I wanted to show you that here on this radar. So I really zeroed in, and to give you a vantage point, Matador, which is not quite in our viewing area either, is right there. It's further down to the south. We hit Roaring Springs, and that's even further down to the southwest there. But you see this red warning area right there. That's the tornado warning. It's kind of pointed that way, so it's moving southeast. But it's right here that we have the rotation. You see that red and green kind of coming together. So that's the rotation. And just once again, if we take a look at Kevin's video, you know, there's no actual tornado. It kind of froze in there. If they could pick a spot that had worse cell coverage, I mean, it's hard to keep connection down that way. But last we could see from Kevin and Caleb down there in our intercept crews that, okay, we had a rotation, tornado warning was issued, but there was not a tornado warning at that time. Coming back to our radar here, Matador, I need to point out that, man, there's very heavy rain. And we do realize that you're not in the bulk of our viewing area, but a lot of folks still might be watching our coverage because we're online. Anybody can pick us up. I mean, you can be up in New York City if you want to, and tap into us on NewsChannel10.com or YouTube or Facebook and see what we're doing. A lot of people do that. A lot of people that have family and friends, loved ones that live elsewhere, but they hear crazy weather going on in an area, they can get on and track, just like you could if you wanted to go find something going on in Pittsburgh or Florida or Louisiana. So anyway, that's why we're providing this information. Folks in Matador, it's just you're now just in the heavy rain. Looks like the hail has kind of slipped down to your south. You're certainly not in that tornado warning. And think how nervous people around that area just have to be. I mean, of course, they had the tornado disaster there 2 years ago. They had earlier, the last few weeks, we've had numerous tornado scares and some big tornadoes in Motley County. So now we have a tornado warning that takes into effect for parts of Motley County. I just want to really underscore the communities there, Matador, Roaring Springs. It's okay. You're not in line for a tornado. Really more concerned about the hail around Roaring Springs and the flood potential all over the southern half of Motley County. So those are things to kind of keep in mind. I'm keeping an eye on Kevin's video there, and we're just not, it looks like they're frozen up right now. So when we get another picture there, we'll go back and take a look and see what's happening there. While we're doing this, I think we'll zoom back out, see if we have any other storms developing. Down towards Guthrie, Paducah, New Mexico is starting to light up. And this is stuff that we're going to see coming at us in a few hours. So we don't really, we're just kind of sitting back and waiting on that. We'll walk you through what's going on. I was just in the process of doing this when we got that tornado warning for the extreme southern part of Motley County. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. What do we got up? Okay, it's first alert day. We know that. That's why we're on. Okay, we'll look at some cameras. And, Lake Meredith back in some cooler air now. So the further north we go, we're okay. So we're back close to Amarillo. The front has gone by us, but we're watching for maybe activity down to our southwest that we might have in time. In fact, let me back us up there a little bit. And got so many computers to keep tabs on. There's Amarillo. I want to look from Bushland right here. So we're going to be watching back down. Okay, why are we not? Clear from Amarillo. I think we've established that. Okay, so look at this wind. Amarillo has a north wind. But notice Tulia, Clarendon, and Childress, those winds are out of the east, which sets up an interesting situation. You can also see temperatures, 73 for Amarillo, dropping down to the south, it gets into the 80s. So when we get on the other side of the front, there's the heat, the moisture, everything that goes into cranking out severe storms, including moisture. If you look at dew points, really fueled up from Clarendon, Hereford southward. Those are dew points in the mid to upper 60s. I mean, that's a lot of water vapor. And there's that complex pattern that I talked about. We got the cold front. That's where our storms around Floyd, Ada, Matador have developed. But they're kind of staying south of that frontal boundary. We're going to watch that dry line retreat a little bit. And as the activity comes in from New Mexico, that's when we might get new development that way. The orange, enhanced area for severe weather. So far, that's pretty much verifying. But we have that slight yellow area back to Amarillo, back into eastern New Mexico for later development we might be seeing. Tornado watch in the yellow for the southern part of our area. Childress, Tulia, Silverton, Memphis, Paducah, Quanah, those areas we're going to watch for at least the potential for storm activity. So far, so good there. There's our warnings. Those are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a flood warning and tornado warning all in Motley County. So that's why we've been focused on that area there. Just kind of reposition this. If you're in Kitakwe in Turkey, we continue to watch. So far, Highway 86 tends to be kind of a barrier there for storms trying to make it up that way. We just haven't seen a lot of movement out of Motley County, but the heaviest part of that has shifted south a little bit along Highway 70. So it's the extreme southern part of Motley County. Again, you get down close to Roaring Springs. Let's see if that comes up on the radar when I zoom in. Yeah, Roaring Springs. But even looks like just south of Roaring Springs, we probably have some horrendous hail, which is a great place to be doing hail research. That's for sure. I'm going to take us over to this radar, which really pinpoints that hail area. So there's Roaring Springs. Southward is where we could be looking at golf ball, baseball, tennis ball hail. Very, very solid on the hail potential. I'll animate that. Yeah, just not moving too much. I wanted to check on this is where we have that tornado warning. So if I go into check in on the rotation, it doesn't look quite as crazy. Maybe right down there, just south of the Motley County line, still might have somewhat of a rotation. So nothing too concerning and no verification that I'm aware of. We'll hear from Shelby. We'll let Shelby give us an update on that here in just a few minutes. But coming back to the reflectivity, heavy rain from Matador southward and even north of there, which I think Sheldon's up that way. Let me check on the video stream on our tornado warning real quickly. Still frozen up there. I am kind of concerned or interested to see where Sheldon might be. Sheldon, you want to give us a quick update on what you're seeing and kind of what your plan is? Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the storm that is of interest. Got that one tornado warning in the tornado watch area. New storms around Guthrie, firing south of Floydada. You kind of see here for Amarillo, this is important. Okay, so we've got our boundary here down to Canyon. That's the main part, really, of the colder air, I think, that's coming our way. Shelby, you want to glance at chat there and see if you got anything? I'm going to kill this.
All we have is golf ball sized hail on that Floydada.
Okay, yeah. Latest info was golf ball hail on our storm by Floydada. That's a severe thunderstorm. That's going to be there. Okay. All right, looks like our video streams are coming back up. Let's see if we got, nope, still frozen. Caleb, Kevin, if you're hearing us, you're frozen. Let's see. Yep. Alex and Sheldon are in and out. Okay, so I'll just kind of wait. Yeah. Nothing confirmed there. Did you see anything on chat out of Lubbock? Okay, bear with me here just for a moment, guys. We're checking.
Cloud has been reported on the northern Dickens storm, but they are holding on warning.
Okay, on northern Dickens. Okay, all right.
I think.
Probably in here. Okay. Okay, so anyway, we're looking at radar down in the southeastern part of the area where we have a tornado warning, extreme southern Motley County. We don't really consider that the News Channel 10 viewing area. South Springs. Oh, okay, one thing I need to do is we're getting some new development around Canyon. So it's not severe, but I'm going to bring it back here. I was just showing the boundary here. Okay, so you see that line, that little plane line. This is the frontal boundary here down here. So we get cool, stable air here. Temperatures will be dropping off in Amarillo, but we're going to get at least a flare up there of some rain around Canyon, maybe some lightning if it gets a little stronger. So something to watch. Not too concerned about a big severe threat. Okay, I'm hearing signs of life from Sheldon. Now your video is still kind of frozen. Yeah, I hear you okay, but our video stream's kind of locked up there. Now there's a cool shot. Okay, Caleb and Kevin, can you guys stand by? I'm gonna take you guys. We've had reports of a funnel cloud down your way.
So we are not just all over the place, but
okay, we're having trouble getting the audio in, but you can see the storm there that's pushing south from Roaring Springs southward towards Dickens. There is it looks like we got a new warning on that.
We do.
Shelby?
So it says it's expiring at 5, that they are getting reports of rotation and funnel clouds, and the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado is not out of the question, but there's no confirmations.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
Here in a second.
Once again, we don't really consider this, in our News Channel 10 viewing area, but it's certainly noteworthy and the most intense activity we have in the area right now. So just to bring you up to date here, you can see Roaring Springs, and then further down to the south is Dickens. So we still have tornado box right here outside of our viewing area. But we do have reports of, along with that golf ball hail plus, of some rotation, and there could even be like a rain-wrapped tornado, so the Weather Service is keeping that warning going. Even though we haven't had visual confirmation of a tornado to the ground, there has been a funnel cloud down that way. So we're, okay. I think we got Kevin here. I'm going to take him real quick.
At the same time, with the slower movement, it's actually helpful because it gives us a chance to evaluate and say, okay, what do we think is going to happen, and think about it for a minute, rather than just having to react in more of a panic mode. But it continues to develop south along Highway 70. There's a little bit of an eastward movement, and so the inflow notch, and Dave can explain what that is in a few minutes on the reflectivity, the inflow notch is crossing over 70 right now, which is not ideal as far as keeping an eye on a potential tornado, because that means it's going to move to the east of us. But what we're watching, and Dave can show you in a minute, if you look at the reflectivity products, and I assume you're going to see some pink in there, south of Roaring Springs, that is the exact location where they distributed all of these instruments. And so it seems almost a guarantee that the instruments will get some of the data that they're looking for as far as hail impacts. And then another chase team that has sort of been designated as the collectors, and they've got an actual freezer on board, coolers, and their job is to go into areas where there has been hail and pick it up and keep it. And some of that, I'm told, will be sent to Lubbock for analysis, and some of it will be sent to, I think, back to Boulder, Colorado. And we're coming up now on one of the Dows, the radars. This one's from the University of Oklahoma. There you see it in the shot right there. This is a Doppler radar, similar to what you would see at the airport, an R radar that we show most of the radar pictures in. But that one's much bigger, and this one sits on the back of a truck, and they can take it anywhere, and they can get right next to a storm. And the benefit of having that Dow, or Doppler on wheels, means you can get close to a storm and see in much, much finer detail what is happening, and what is happening literally right at the ground. because this far south, I guess we are east of the Lubbock radar, the radar beam is several thousand feet above the ground. So it is sampling the storm and the mesocyclone in the storm and the rotation, but it cannot see, because of the curvature of the Earth, what's happening down low. So these mobile Doppler radars with much, much finer resolution, I was talking to one of the radar operators earlier. He said in some instances you can see data at 1,000 times more resolution than you can with the traditional surface-based, airport-located Doppler radars. And that just allows for better data, more data, and it allows you to see more things because the resolution is so fine. But what we're trying to do at this point is stay south of the hail core, and we'll let all the instruments get the hail instead of us. And so we continue to sort of jog southward. We make a pause, we see what the storm's doing. Again, it's sort of chasing us down the highway. There's an enormous number of chasers, professional chasers, recreational chasers, but the traffic is incredible, and it can be a problem sometimes. If you ever find yourself wanting to chase, actually some of the researchers encourage it, but they encourage you to obviously do it safely. But if it is something that's new to you and that is of interest to you, you need to research it first, or even better, make friends with people who are already doing this so that you can do it safely. Because not only is the traffic a problem, but the weather is a problem. And so you need to do it safely, and that's one of the big messages that a lot of these folks want to give to you, and that's what we're practicing now. So again, ahead of the hailstorm, we're still watching for tornadoes. We feel really confident that our instruments have probably taken, or might even be taking, some hail right now. We're going to keep you posted. We're pulling over the side of the road again to kind of look back and see what's coming. But we'll give you an update in just a little bit here at News Channel 10. Back to the studio.
I lost comms, so I don't have.
Not a problem.
Okay, that was Kevin, Sully, and Caleb Leslie down on that storm. You know, south of Matador, south of Roaring Springs, really just outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area. But man, it's a whopper, dropping all kinds of hail in there. And that's, you know, we're associating our coverage with a hail research project that Kevin is reporting on, and you'll see some stories on that later here on News Channel 10. His Under the Weather segments should be pretty cool. I'm sure they're getting a lot of fascinating video, and Kevin will package that. There's also a tornado warning there. That's mainly for a radar rotation. Had a report of a funnel earlier. So we're keeping tabs on that, but mainly for folks that have interests down between Roaring Springs and Dickens. A pretty rural terrain, but you know, if you have any friends, loved ones, or agricultural ranching interests there, that's what we're looking at. But it has been raining, pouring really, from Matador to Roaring Springs, just, I mean, for a long time. Flooding, there is a flood warning there. So please take that into account. There's another storm there you see around Floyd-Ada, also just south of our area. But some of the rain is starting to spread up towards Kittiquay and Turkey, and lightning. So Caprock Canyons, you know, if nothing else, we got a lightning threat there. Some of the rain, we'll see how far to the north that starts to develop. Whether or not we get that rain up towards Turkey or Estillene or Childress remains to be seen. So we'll continue to keep tabs on that. In fact, let's see, coming around the north side of the storm there is Sheldon and Alex. Let me see real quickly if we have any developments from them, or if we got their video.
Made the mistake of logging out of Unity.
So mine's just dipping in and out. I've got nothing.
Sheldon and Alex, give me an update.
Yeah, Dave, I got a copy of you. Yeah, so bear with us here if our feed's cutting down on us. We're in just a kind of a service black hole right here, but we're on 656 heading towards Turkey right now. Ought to be getting to Turkey here pretty soon. I think I can see it off in the distance. I think I can see Turkey off that way. Still just working on repositioning, getting further west. I'm going to be targeting that stuff over near Floyd-Ada. I think that's really kind of our best shot, seeing some development of Tulia as well. So right now our main thing is just tracking west towards Turkey, but do bear with us if our feed's cutting in and out a lot.
Okay, got you, Sheldon. Moving towards
Okay, I can
Turkey,
hear
watching
Dave.
the storm there around Floyd Ada. That's coming on up, so I'll show you here on this radar. So this is the storm that Kevin is on and reporting that hail research. We have the storm around Floyd Ada with a lot of hail just northeast of Floyd Ada. So Sheldon would be coming around right about in here, around Turkey. And again, some of that rain coming up, of course, to Kittiquay, Caprock Canyons, and Turkey. So main concern right now would be for some lightning, gusty winds down that way. When Sheldon gets into the action, we'll get an update from them. While we're on radar here, I'm going to back you up here. Notice, okay, this looks, yeah, we got this new activity that's popping up just south of Lake Tanglewood. Paladuro Canyon State Park. Wouldn't you know it? I don't know why the storms are picking our outdoor areas here today. I mean, the popular places to go. Lake Meredith, okay. But Caprock Canyons and make that Paladuro Canyon under a lightning threat now. We have some rain. This is developing right on that frontal boundary. We would anticipate that to kind of lift to the north and east. So whether or not that affects Amarillo, we'll have to wait and see. It is starting to develop back to the west. Now, this is kind of important and interesting. Let me back you up and take you to our other radar. It's kind of a broad picture there. And keep in mind that we're also watching New Mexico for later out in here. You see a few cells on southwest of Portales. We're going to be watching that. Just know that Shelby fixed us up with a big jar of crunchy peanut butter. We're good. Full coffee pot, full jar of peanut butter. If we need to go that route, we're all right. But do
I
you
also
remember?
have beef jerky.
I guess some jerky too? Okay. Well, we may need to tap that here in a little while. But remember our model run here. And we said, okay, we've got the initial storm down that Kevin has been tracking. And then we had this, 5 o'clock. Okay, what do you think about that? Here it is, 4:35, and guess what? I mean, we're doing exactly what that model said, at least maybe not around Tulia. We've had a few blips there, but that activity south of Amarillo is spot on. I mean, that is just, and look at New Mexico. So that gives us a little confidence that this model might be tracking things pretty accurately. I'll advance that to, say, 6. We might have, Canyon to Tulia be pretty active, maybe south Amarillo. 7 o'clock might clip east Amarillo. More stuff around Hereford, Nazareth, Tulia, Canyon again, and then coming out of New Mexico across the north. So we said we thought we're going to have multiple areas that have storms, and that's pretty much coming to fruition. I do need to point out, though, that this activity that was south of Amarillo and around Canyon is not severe right now. So we're looking at, rain, lightning, gusty winds, maybe small hail. That's pretty much from Canyon out to Canyon East, and then out to the state park, or almost out to the state park. And then also looks like down just south, Cemetery Road, south of Canyon. And then we get out into the rural parts of Randall and Deaf Smith County. We're watching that, Now, should these storms stay alive and continue that track, we might get them up to Amarillo. Whether or not they're going to have severe intensity there, we'll kind of wait and see. But, definitely with folks doing picnics and outdoor activities, we'll need to watch that. We got our graduations in this week, thank goodness, by 1 day or so. But that's what we have as I zoom out a little bit. Again, these are the areas that we're concerned about. Folks in Paducah, let's take a look. Looks like we're seeing some, we call this upscale growth. We're starting to develop your way now. So rain and lightning certainly going to be approaching Paducah, it looks like, within the next 30 minutes. And we got a cell down here just north of Guthrie that might have a little more hail potential. So it looks like we're going to fill all this in. And we're going to cover up probably a good part of Cottle County within the next hour or so. And it's time to make plans accordingly. This is when we need to get folks in out of the lightning threat. So time to wrap up our picnics and barbecues and outdoor games and do inside stuff now. And that's going to be true anywhere from, I'd say, Silverton, Kittiquay, Turkey, Caprock Canyons, Matador. My goodness, it's re-intensifying around Matador. I can't wait to look at some rain totals down that way. And I'm very jealous my gauge is down there filling up with heavy rain. That being said, it also poses a significant flood risk. Highway 70, Matador to Roaring Springs to Dickens. Bad news there. I'm sure we're going to get some water crossings inundated there. So we'll watch out for that. And keep in mind, we got Sheldon coming up on Turkey as this activity kind of spreads his way. So we'll be able to have eyes on that here soon. We also have, okay, I'm going to see if Shelby might assist on something. Shelby, can we try to pull up Paladuro Canyon cameras over here? That might be something we're able to go to and take a look. Oh, let's see. Before you do that, I'm noticing on Bushland camera, go full screen up here. Okay, if I come over to, okay, notice from Bushland there, and you can pan that around a little bit, you want to pan left. This is what we're seeing develop down southwest of Canyon now, and it's gaining a little intensity. I'll show you on radar here coming up, but if you're looking from Amarillo or Bushland down to the south, the Canyon, we've got storms there. They're not, we don't have warnings on them, but that's rain with a lightning threat. So here's radar. So once again, you see the big severe stuff down in the southeast, kind of a thin line right on the boundary. But if you're in Canyon now, you're getting rained on. East Canyon, out the road to the state park. I'll animate that. Right on that boundary, you see, and then popping up. So that'll be south of Umbarger. Yeah, have at it, whatever you want to do.
Oh, the Paladuro Canyon.
Oh, okay. We're gonna try to take a look from Paladuro Canyon, see what that looks like coming up. If you're in Amarillo, we don't have storms threatening at the moment, but we are watching down south of Dawn and Umbarger and over towards Canyon and Paladuro Canyon. You know, I kind of doubt the storm's gonna move real rapidly north into that cooler air, but it's not out of the question. And if you're traveling south, you'll hit rain at Canyon and certainly out. It looks like about halfway out to Paladuro Canyon. So that's going to be just south of Lake Tanglewood, Palisades, Timber Creek, those areas. We might see storms developing your way at some point. I haven't.
I'm going to go ask about it. Paladuro Canyon cameras are not coming up.
Okay, they're not. Let's remember that we've got tornado watch in effect, southern part of the area, not Amarillo, not Canyon yet. We might see some other watch issues. We'll just have to wait and see. The warnings that we've had are all down south. Motley County has been the capital. We have a combination of a tornado warning for the southern part of Motley County, severe thunderstorm warning there between Matador, Roaring Springs, and Dickens, and then kind of the blood red color is a flood warning, as expected. That's what happens when you get slow-moving storms. And this is what it looks like on radar. So there's your tornado warning. It's set to expire at 5, if not earlier. I don't know. It looks pretty solid there. Let's put a hold on this, and let me pull up a close-up with this radar. Okay, so again, this is not in our area. This is down, moved out of our area, south of Roaring Springs. But I'll go in for a close-up. There's the hail. Looks like diminished a little bit. But we need to take a look at our velocity. And we still have that, man. Definitely have a big couplet there south of Roaring Springs, north of Dickens, for sure. I'll get the latest image here and draw you a picture. Right in there. That's pretty solid rotation. I'm just going to check. Okay, so we got Kevin and Caleb there where we have the tornado warning, and we haven't heard from them recently. Let's see if they have us, if they hear us. I know that they've had trouble with some communications
Dave's kicking it to you.
Okay.
Tornado warning info on you.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. We are sitting just south of the tornado-warned polygon. The velocity couplet, as I'm sure you've been talking about, is now on the east side of that tornado polygon. So the Weather Service in Lubbock is going to have to make a decision here in the next minute or two as to whether or not they want to extend that tornado warning further to the east. With regard to our project, this almost couldn't have gone better so far. The hail core has moved over the highway south of Roaring Springs and has certainly impacted what they call the array, the distribution of all these different instruments. So what we're waiting on now is for the tornado warning to either expire or move past, and the hail core and the heavy rain, or at least the hail core, to move a little further off the highway. Then what we're going to do is double back and go back and pick up the instruments. And again, there are other teams doing the same thing with different instruments, these hail pads and whatnot. They will be going back and picking up those devices as well. And then the hail collection team is working to find hailstones. Because as I mentioned a few minutes ago, they're going to scoop those up, put them in a cooler, put them in a freezer, take them back to the labs in Lubbock, and again, I think in Boulder, Colorado, and do research on those hailstones, cut them open, see what's inside of them, see if we can figure out more information about how they formed and what sizes were formed and things like that. So again, we're sort of in a holding pattern right now. I'm wondering if, and this is going to be up to the Lubbock Weather Service, if they're going to extend that warning. There's plenty of velocity, but as far as rotation, doesn't look quite as impressive. So again, they've got another minute or two to decide whether or not they're going to extend that warning a little further to the east. They may. And I should mention, we are out in the boonies. We're just actually 4 miles north of Dickens right now. And so the cell service will go in and out, but I think I'm getting pretty good reception such that I can get latest radar images and be confident that they are fresh. Yeah, I think this is. My guess at this moment, and Mother Nature doesn't care what I think, is that the tornado warning might not be extended, but it certainly can be. That's going to be probably 8 to 10 miles northeast of Dickens. So we'll see if they extend that warning, and we'll throw it back into the studio, back to the studio. So far, I think the team is extremely optimistic, and so we'll double back with them and give you a report on what we find. Dave, back to you in the studio.
Okay, Kevin, let me point out to you that, and I'm sure you're aware, that radar echo has just sat over Motley County. And I'm drawing on the screen now, Kevin, where you are. You said just north of Dickens there, about 4 miles. But that highway that you're on, 70, has been covered by heavy rain for, maybe 2 hours. And there's more activity even coming in from the west. So I'm kind of wondering if there might be some water crossings or some low-lying areas that you might have trouble eventually with a spill-off. There's going to be a lot of water in there. I know there's a flash flood warning there, but anyway, you guys, I know what you're doing, and you know what you're doing, but just wanted to add an extra element of caution there, watching out for that flood threat. So that's okay. Thank you, Kevin, for that update. We mentioned that Sheldon is kind of circling back around the north side there, and let's get kind of an update on where he is and what he's up to. Sheldon, give us an update. You're coming back north side of Turkey there. Okay, Sheldon, in and out. Again, man, if there's one part of our area that we really cringe when we think, hey, we got to get communications there, that's it. Here's the latest development. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Canyon. just talking to Shelby, we're going to do a cut in on TV here soon, now that we have that warning here around Canyon. So if you're just joining us, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and I'll show you exactly where that is. Okay. Okay, so here we go. This is that same storm that we've been monitoring that popped up right on the boundary. Pretty much right over Canyon, especially the south side of Canyon. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to take in mainly Randall County, southern part of Randall County. It does not include any of Amarillo. Looks like that starts off, well, southwest of Canyon, west of Happy. Looks like maybe around Buffalo Lake and then back up to the Canyon. This is for, let's see, possibility of quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's not moving very rapid, so it's going to sit with a lightning threat, drop some rain, maybe some quarter-size hail, and some gusty winds. We don't anticipate this to be a tornado-producing storm, but if you're around Canyon, even Paladura Canyon State Park, coming up on Lake Tanglewood, Palisades, Timber Creek, Canyon East, certainly. We need to have folks in out of that lightning threat, and just kind of hunker down. It just doesn't look like the worst storm I've ever seen. But as I mentioned at the start of this, a couple hours ago, we just can't overlook that lightning threat. More people die from lightning hits than tornadoes on average years. So just having folks inside out of that lightning takes away most of that threat. So just stay away from windows, get folks in, move the hot dogs and the burgers inside, play some games, watch TV, whatever. But just going to have to really watch out for being outdoors. So that's going to be our main concern there from Canyon East out towards Paladura Canyon. And then further down to the southwest, we're going to, we've been tracking the motion on that. A couple of new blips there south of Dawn and Unbarger. Whether or not that spreads up and gets into the city of Amarillo remains to be seen. But that's the latest warning we have. We do have the tornado watch in the yellow. So Canyon, Amarillo not included in that tornado watch. That's just the southeastern part of our area. So not really a tornado threat on that storm around Canyon, but with our recent event there late April when we had the damaging tornado and the late night warnings, we know folks are a little uneasy anytime we get storms, but we don't think this is going to be one that produces tornadoes. So let's cover the other bases. That would be get folks in out of the lightning, the wind, and heavy rain, maybe some hail. Looks like it is spreading north a little bit there on our, I need to do this, and we'll go in for a close-up look.
Dave, Drew also said with golf that we can cut in at any time.
Okay.
For the most part, so whenever you are ready to, if there's a specific time or thing.
All right, I'm ready when you are. So do you have a cut-in ready on your show? Or?
Yes, I've got
Okay.
just going through radar, and we're covering Canyon and the stuff in the southeast both. And then
Mention the south and then cover this heavily. So.
okay, cool.
Okay, so Shelby's gearing up to do a TV cut-in, which we'll let you see here also. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to go out and we're going to listen to Sheldon if we got him in coverage, and Kevin also. So I will stay on this until Shelby's ready to go. You can see, I wanted to point out some of that rain now getting up into Lake Tanglewood, the lightning threat also, and it does look like it wants to build north at least a little bit. Maybe South Amarillo, Randall High School right over here,
Should be good.
Trinity, Fellowship, and then we get out again. When we get down close to the Palisades and Lake Tanglewood, that's where at least the rain is coming up with the lightning threat. Again, the severe warning you see is for hail that could be the size of quarters, 1 inch diameter, and maybe some gusty winds. The wind might be one of the bigger threats we have, so we're definitely going to follow that, let you know about that. But I do need to be very clear that I don't anticipate tornado warnings or anything like that for the city. Now, crazy things happen. And sometimes we get those landspout tornadoes that are hard to foresee. But we sure don't have a rotating supercell storm approaching Amarillo. It's mainly rain, lightning, and some hail, backing out a little bit. The actual rain extends down just to the north of Dimmitt, north of Nazareth, south of Highway 60 here, and all coming to the northeast. So I know you've heard about tornado warnings and tornado watch and everything, but we're not anticipating that with this cluster. Just a batch of thunderstorms. I'm checking some streams. There's Kevin's and Sheldon's got a little wall cloud. Stand by, Sheldon. After Shelby gets her update in on TV, we'll come out. We'll look at your storm, see what you guys are seeing. Okay. Right now, we're just covering this severe thunderstorm warning for Randall County. If you have your First Alert weather app, your phone, your weather alert radio, that might have sounded off, let you know that we do have activity. You might have heard lightning has been detected near your location. You might have heard a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. We're going to give you some updates here. Okay, a lot of things going on in my ear with the whole weather team. What's our ETA on this cut-in?
We're ready whenever you are.
Okay, all right. Are you guys ready? Yep. Okay, I'm going to take the weather wall, guys. Let's welcome Shelby Vogel to the mix here. And let's see, hang on, stand by. And you're going off max 1?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right. We're good? Okay. Alrighty, everyone. This is Shelby Vogel live here in the First Alert Weather Center. We've got Doppler Dave in here with me, and Kevin Selly and Sheldon Brashears out chasing this afternoon. So we've been keeping the eye on some severe weather across the Texas Panhandle today. Taking a look at satellite and radar across the region, we do have some blips popping up in several different areas. Right now, the southeastern portion of the Texas Panhandle is seeing the majority of the severe weather right now, but we are going to focus and go through this just really quickly. Most of the severe weather is out of our viewing area, just ever so slightly, including this tornado warning. It does include Motley and Dickens County, but our county of Cottle County is not included in that at this time. We are monitoring these severe weather systems throughout the southeastern portion of the area. But we wanted to come on to give you an update on a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Randall County. This does include Canyon proper. There is a boundary that has been moving through this area, and as this has collided and brought some lift to the region, we have started to see some severe thunderstorms popping off in this specific area. Now, as of right now, we're not looking at anything super severe like tornadoes or anything like that, but the severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. As of right now, it is going to go through 5:45 p.m. unless it is extended. There is some hail in this storm. We're keeping a close eye on things and monitoring them here in the Weather Center. But as of right now, we do have that tornado watch issued for the southeastern portion of our viewing area. That's all of these yellow counties. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that region in particular throughout the evening. Model runs do indicate that a lot of the activity will stay in the southeast, but the other regions of the Texas Panhandle are not out of the question. This particular model run does show some storms in the central portions of the Texas Panhandle as well. We're also looking at some storms over in our New Mexico counties just out of our viewing area to the west. So a lot going on throughout the evening. This is 9 o'clock tonight. Most again staying in the southeast, but some storms in some other portions of the Texas Panhandle are very much possible. Be sure to have that First Alert weather app downloaded. Keep in touch with us as we go throughout this evening, and we will keep you posted as this storm develops. Okay. Cool.
All right. Thank you, Shelby, for that update. Got everybody watching TV up to date on what's happening. I'm looking live. This is from downtown Amarillo looking south. Sure has darkened up down that way. It's the same storm that Shelby was reporting on that has prompted that severe warning. So I'm going to bring you over to our radar, and we'll get caught up on a couple things going on. And then we're going to visit with Sheldon out in the field. Again, as we scan around, we got those couple areas, the 3 areas that we've been anticipating are starting to get active. Down in the southeast, where we have the tornado watch, and still a little tornado warning there clipping Motley County. That's ongoing. Newest activity is right here, Central Panhandle. We expected that to be the second area. That's coming to fruition. And then finally, if we look out in New Mexico, It's going to take a while for some of that to get in here, but that's the third area. And just knocking on the door here down in Roosevelt County, we have a storm or two that's kind of heading off to the northeast. So things are coming together, and that's going to keep us busy for a while. I mentioned that we're going to go out and pay a visit to Sheldon. Let me show you where he is, first of all, on radar. They're coming around like the northern side of this activity. Last I heard, they're around Turkey. So why don't you give us the latest, Sheldon, on where you are and kind of what you're tracking. I noticed a pretty cool picture just a few moments ago. Looks like you're kind of getting into precip now. So what's the latest with you?
We're coming into Matador right now.
Yeah, driving through some of the rain right now. Haven't really seen much going on. Our plan right now is to head down into Matador, then we're going to head west down 6270. Just kind of see what these storms are doing. But like you heard Shelby, you've heard Dave saying that primary focus for tornadic activity on that storm just to the southeast of Roaring Springs is now pretty much, it's just all but outside of our News Channel 10 viewing area right now. So like I said, our plan is to kind of pivot and move west towards that Floyd data storm right now.
Thanks, Sheldon. Yeah, we'll check back with you in a little while and you get into one of those heavier cells. Here's a quick update around Amarillo and Canyon, also Lake Tanglewood. This is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. You can probably surmise by looking at the colors here, not as intense as what we have going on down across the southeast. But nonetheless, we've got holiday weekend, we've got lightning, we've got heavy rain, we have the hail potential. Although it looks like the intensity might have dropped off a little bit, something that could regenerate, and straight wind is certainly going to be a possibility also. Coming in a little tighter, so some of that rain is starting to at least get into southeast Amarillo, way down across the South Loop, South Osage, hitting the loop on the south side of Amarillo. That's just some rain, some lightning there. That's going to continue to move that direction, I believe. We get down to Canyon, still raining lightly. The heavy rain's kind of pushed off to the east. I mentioned from Canyon east out the road to Paladura Canyon State Park, not quite to the state park yet. And then we follow it on down across kind of rural Randall County. We pick it up again west of Happy and looks like just north of Nazareth. Maybe some of the heavier rain. That's right on that frontal boundary. Yeah, so you can we can draw the frontal boundary in right about in there. It's kind of a secondary boundary. We still have the big boundary that's pushed almost down to Lubbock, but it picks up again around Friona. It's going to be interesting to watch our storms coming out of New Mexico when they kind of move in and meet up with their boundaries. We'll have to see what happens. That's going to continue the severe threat. So just so you know what the News Channel 10 team is up to right now. Of course, you got myself and Shelby in Amarillo tracking everything on radar. Satellite letting you know the warnings. Further down to the south, the storm that has prompted the tornado warning with a lot of hail. We've got Kevin, Sully, Caleb, Leslie, and they've kind of joined forces with a real interesting hail research project out of Norman, Oklahoma. Got some mobile Doppler radars down that way. You've got sensors out tracking hail and doing a real detailed study about hail and the damage it produces, the causes of it, all that. So that's been interesting to follow, just really outside of our viewing area. And then coming out of Matador, coming out to this activity here, we just heard from Sheldon out that way. Confirmed tornado south of Motley. What do you got there, Shelby? Okay, so we've got it. Let's see what we got coming in from.
It's that Dickens County / Motley County.
Okay, hey, Kevin, don't know if you're
I think they confirmed one.
Oh, Shelby just said that too, Dickens.
Dave's on you. Wanted to know if we saw anything on the tornado or if we were tied up in the research.
We have not seen a tornado. I would question, and I have not done any extensive analysis on that, but whether or not one touched down prior to this moment where we have a confirmed one, we think probably not. There was pretty good sign of rotation there, even as it crossed the Highway 70, but we did not see any tornado. It is wrapping up again now to our east-northeast. The road network would not really allow us to get in that direction unless we could go east from Roaring Springs or Dickens. But what we're doing now is we're going to go back and pick up the instruments that were deployed, and again, all indications are that this was done perfectly, and we'll see when we get them, but all along the highway south of Roaring Springs and south of Matador. Yes, sir.
106 millimeter hail recorded, so just over 4 inches north of us. I'm just waiting to get enough clearance so we can get in there.
Okay, we're live on our stream right now, so yeah.
And we also just had a report of an updraft measured at 73 meters per second as it crossed over the array.
Wow.
Highest vertical velocity we've ever recorded.
Highest vertical velocity. Do you want to lean in for a minute? There's a microphone right here. We're live on our News Channel 10 stream. This is Dr. John Allen, who is the leader of this section of the chase team. Tell us what you were just saying.
So we've had several measurements of hail sondes, which are basically little hail probes that get lofted into the updraft. And the idea with these is basically to measure the speed of the updraft and also where the hailstone goes within the storm. And so what we've had 2 measurements, one which was over 50 meters per second, and another which is over, which it looks to be over 70 meters per second, which would be one of the fastest vertical velocities recorded in a storm.
So you have made your own hailstones with instruments in them.
Basically, yep.
And how did they get in there?
So we use basically small mylar balloons that are inflated and then lofted into the updraft itself.
Fascinating. And so now we're just waiting to get back closer, waiting for the hail and the heavy rain to move past the highway so that we can go back up and retrieve the instruments. But so far, you're pretty pleased with the data.
We are very pleased. It's a direct hit on the array. We've got some teams who are, we have some armored vehicles that are up there, the Husky Hail Hunter among them. They've just measured 106 millimeter stone, so that's over 4 inches in diameter. We're going to get up onto the array and hopefully we get to see some really big hail.
4-inch diameter hail, Dave. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Wow, now that's impressive. 4-inch hail. Definitely gets us up to softball plus. Okay, well, sounds like that's going to be a really interesting research project. They're getting all kinds of data down that way. Again, that's south of our area, mainly around Matador, Roaring Springs, Dickens, Texas, east of Lubbock, down that way. So what you're seeing there is the tornado warning at that hook. Kevin really says they really haven't seen a lot. Of course, they're not in the perfect position. They've been more concentrated on that hail research. 4-inch size hail. You heard from one of the researchers there talking about how cool that project was. Or is, and all they'll be able to do it. Need to bring you up to the north here because storms are getting into the southern part of the area. This is going to be around Kittiquay and Turkey. And it looks like the intensities are picking up there. So I think it's going to stay just off to the east of Silverton. But Kittiquay, Caprock, Turkey, the places we mentioned earlier, got a lightning threat, heavy rain, some hail coming in that way. So if that continues to develop that way, Lakeview, Memphis, Esteline, and Childress might have to deal with that. The flooding potential is really high. We've had a lot of rain off to the east of Lockney and hail. And looks like that's feeding up towards Kittiquay and Turkey. Looks like we're getting that boost coming in from the southeast that we talked about earlier. Remember, Sheldon's going to be heading up that way. We may get him up towards Kittiquay and Turkey with that activity. Kind of the plan. Also picking up north of Dimmitt and Nazareth. We'll just have to kind of watch the trend. It's been kind of moving off to the northeast, kind of this way. So it's not a direct threat to Canyon or Amarillo. Canyon's had some rain, some lightning, a little bit of hail in there. I imagine that warning is going to be discontinued, although it may be reissued for that cell north of Nazareth. So we'll continue to watch that. And our third area is coming in from New Mexico. So now we're going to watch Roosevelt County. The storms you see here. Move that a little further. Yeah, the storms you see coming onto the screen there, back to the west of Melrose, west of Portales. Those are likely going to build into Curry, Roosevelt, and Quay counties. Have to keep an eye on what we think there as far as intensity and what's happening. And then there's other storms up to the north, there's just outside of our radar in the mountains that'll come across the area later tonight.
Dave, one of our chasers did say he was heading towards those storms near Canyon. He was going up towards that boundary. Scotty's heading that way. So
Very
just
good.
so you know, we have eyes heading that way.
Okay, very good. So just hearing from other chasers out checking on other storms. One thing I want to do is revisit with Sheldon. Okay, let's see.
Maybe we do need to head. Yes, sir. Yep, we're in Matador right now. Okay. North towards Turkey.
Oh, I see it. I see what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yep, that's how it's going up that direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're going to head north on 70.
Yep. Yes, yeah, we saw some road water standing pretty solid in the bar ditches on this road as we came in earlier. We'll give you our view off the front of the car here. 35. That's
353.
yeah. We'll give you a view off our nose here, Dave. Bar ditches were standing pretty solid in water up here just a little ways. So we'll give you a good view of that. Haven't seen water cross any roadways yet, but the bar ditches are flowing pretty hardy, as you can see right here.
Okay, hey, thanks, Sheldon. Good to see that. I imagine you're going to find more water. So that looks like, okay, I thought that might be crossing this intersection there. Okay.
And not quite, but everything's pretty well soaked out here for sure.
For sure. Very, very green. Okay, back to radar. So, bring you up to date. So, this is where Sheldon is. Starting to come up here. We're going to catch this. I imagine we'll get a warning here soon for Kittiquay, Turkey, the Caprock Canyons, like we've mentioned it. So Sheldon will be moving up that way. The hail, looks like the hail is picking up there. But I wanted to bring you up to date on our warning here for Randall County. It's been trimmed back a little bit. This is our warning area, this box. And now it's been trimmed back, so the canyon is out of it. Canyon and Canyon East are out of that, so we're better shape there. But it's picked up down to our south. This is going to really be down, looks like in Castro County, north of Dimmitt, north of Nazareth. That's where we could still have some hail there, although the warning is further to the north. That'll be readjusted, I'm sure. Folks in Happy, stand by because this may be developing your way for some heavy rain, lightning, and hail, and it's trying to form around Dimmitt also in this area.
That storm that is south of Matador, we did get a report from the Weather Service in Lubbock saying that they have a report of 5-inch hail.
5-inch hail. Wow.
They did say the larger stones were few and far between, but that they did receive a 5-inch report.
Thank goodness for that. Okay. Wow. Okay, so this storm, and we still have the tornado warning there. We're taking a look at this area here. That hail just does not want to give it up. But wrap your mind around this. We've had 4 to 5 inch hailstones verified, reported. I mean, it's not, hey, radar indicates. This is stuff that's gotten down to the ground. And that might be as strong as we've seen it today. So, Kevin is down there, and I imagine they're kind of drifting back in here. I'm going to get the latest from him. Kevin, are you listening in? We just got reports of some 5-inch stones scattered around. Do you have more information on that?
Dave heard that there was reports of 5-inch hail on this storm.
Caleb, Kevin, anybody down there?
From about 4-inch, but given the, it certainly seems possible. What we're doing now is
okay. All right, hit that sparse coverage area down there that we don't like. But anyway, just to bring you update on that. Between Matador, this Highway 70 here was just pummeled by extremely large hail, 4 to 5 inches or so, and now that's headed off to the east here a little bit. So, next of concern for us really is going to be Paducah. Storm has been kind of drifting this way, but I can't help but notice a little bit of northerly development on this hail core. Wouldn't take much to get a hail threat up to Paducah. Right now it's rain and lightning and just good old stormy conditions around Paducah, which will, I think, gradually get worse. We'll watch that carefully. So major hail, and even back to the west, Floyd County, Motley County, and then Cottle County, really watching out for that hail threat down that way. It's very real. The flood threat is very real. And it's picked up also here to the north. So right now we've got heavy rain and some small hail around Kittiquay, around Turkey. Sheldon would be right about in here, closing in on that. My advice earlier was folks in Kittiquay, Turkey, and the Caprock Canyon State Park area. It's just time to get folks indoors there. Okay, and I just got a notification on my phone of lightning being detected near my location. The thing is, my location is Amarillo. So I'm going to peel off of this storm, come back. Okay, I don't see storms in Amarillo. We had a little bit of light rain, just kind of clipped the southeast. The heavier core now is further south. And that's really going to be back to the west of Happy, back in here. So we got heavy rain. It's intensified a little bit, hail. Wouldn't be surprised to get a quick warning there for the northern part of Castro County, maybe Swisher County, maybe southern Randall. That could be our next warning near us. Still have storms out in New Mexico. They're not moving rapidly, but we're keeping an eye on that also. Folks down in the southeast, if you're around Childress, Estling, Memphis, we're just kind of playing the waiting game. It's still pretty early. But we're getting some northward drift on this and in here. So we still may see some activity in this area next couple of hours. We do have a tornado watch there. Let me do a quick review on that. Okay, hang on. I got interesting video coming from Kevin. Some cool shots now from your project. You want to give us an update on what's happening there?
Yeah, Dave. So here, let me zoom in for you. So right now they're out gathering hail. They all have like little bags, and they're finding hailstones and putting them in little bags, and then they're going to put those in coolers and freezers, and they're going to take those back, and that's what'll get shipped off to Lubbock. So we're kind of going back through the track of where the hail core went, and so every little bit they're pulling over to the side of the road and grabbing hailstones so they can compare sizes and shape and color and everything about it. So so as you can see, he's grabbing those. They're gonna put them in their bag, and then he's probably gonna say, all right, let's go. And yep, he's hopping in the car, and then we'll end up moving down the road a little bit more. There's Kevin shooting his footage for his story. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. So as you can see, we're about to follow them even farther.
We just got a 3-inch hailstone, and so the teams jumped out to collect them, and they spend a couple minutes. It's a race against time now because these things are melting, and so we want the ones on the southern edge of the hail core, but the bigger ones are in the center, but you don't want to give up the smaller ones out toward the edge, but the bigger ones are in there melting right now. It's fascinating. And I'm tired.
So they did find a 3-inch there?
We got a 3-inch. I got it on camera.
All right.
Dr. John Allen pointed it out to me. They put on gloves to pick them up, putting them in these Ziploc bags. They'll freeze them in the truck, and then they will send them off to be researched.
And this is where you said they would send them to Lubbock, right? Like some of them to Lubbock?
Some go to NCAR in Colorado, the National Center for Atmospheric Research. I'm told that some of them will go to Lubbock as well. Okay. And so now we're on the move again, trying to get back closer to that the center of where that core passed over, and see if some even bigger ones can be found, which again is fascinating. This race against time. It was a race against time to get the instruments distributed ahead of the hail core, and now it's a race against time to go back to where you just were and get these hailstones before they melt.
Okay, Kevin, that's really cool stuff. And by the way, you sounded a little winded there. Notice you're running around, so don't overdo. Okay. I want to point out the same storm is. Okay.
I'm running on adrenaline at this point.
Okay, Kevin's stoked. Kevin is stoked. Okay, that's good. But I want to point out that the tornado warning has been extended east, and it gets into Cottle County. You know, this is what I'm talking about right here. That's the warning area. Extends over into Cottle County. And I notice our main concern there, of course, would be Paducah. Shelby would second that. We got Mom and Dad down there and saying, yeah, you better be watching Paducah.
Mom
Okay.
and Dad are actually on a cruise in Alaska right now, but sisters are in
Okay.
Paducah.
Okay, well, we still have roofs and windows we got to watch out for. But anyway, I digress. What we're just tracking the storm. Let me put it into animation mode. And you can see that storm is moving to the east. There's one thing I can pretty well guarantee is that the rain is going to pick up in intensity for Paducah. As you see that, you know, if I put a direction on that hail core, it may or may not get up towards Paducah. It's been kind of moving east. Even if that one doesn't, we got Roaring Springs that's become active. It's going to have large hail. It might be more of a formidable threat. And then this activity between Floyd, Ada, and Matador also very intense. There's heavy rain and hail in that also. One thing to keep in mind, and we'll check back with Sheldon on this. It's been raining cats and dogs for a long period of time across Motley County. And look at this coming in from Floyd County. It's going to go right over the same location. And then we get further to the north, up to Kittiquay and Turkey, and there's more rain and more hail in there. Now, Shelby's setting up to go on TV. We'll get a quick update from her on that. Sheldon's chiming in on something. Let me see. Let me check my texts. 31 messages. I better get to that. Okay. All right, Sheldon. Okay, he's just talking about stuff that's being posted on Facebook. You can catch him there. Shelby, how close are you? Do you know?
I'm just checking to make sure Drew's ready to go. We should be going on pretty good.
Okay. Very good. Then, okay, folks, we're going to let Shelby do a television cut in. Sheldon, stand by. We're going to come back to you right after Shelby's cut in. You're hot here. So.
All right, everybody, Shelby Vogel here in the Weather Center again. Just giving another quick update on some severe weather we have been watching throughout the evening, and especially in the southeastern portion of the Texas Panhandle. Now, we did want to give you an update. We have been keeping an eye on this tornado warning. Now, this one in particular was in Motley and Dickens County. That warning has been extended ever so slightly, and it does include Cottle County now. just the far southwestern corner of the county. It does not look like this threatening storm is tracking directly towards Paducah at this time, but the threat for that area is still very prevalent throughout the day today. We're going to be watching. We're expecting a lot of storms to develop in this area throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours. Paducah, if you are over in my hometown, there is lots of rain picking up in that area. We are expecting the possibility of some hail. This particular storm, the heaviest part of it is staying south of Paducah, but we did see reports of 5-inch hail in the middle of the storm. So we are monitoring for a very damaging hail situation in this particular cell. Again, that tornado does include Cottle County. It does not include Paducah proper. So if you are in the city of Paducah, you do not have a tornado threat directly. The storm looks to be tracking east, but be aware and be weather ready just in case something does develop in that area, as we're expecting lots of storms to stick around in that region throughout the day. Now, taking a look at some other places across the Panhandle, we do have some storms developing in our New Mexico counties just west of Portales. None of these have been severe warned at this time. We're keeping a close eye on them. They are developing, but we have no warnings or no hail issuances right now. We're keeping you posted on that throughout the afternoon and evening hours. We also had a little bit of a development just south of Randall County, or in Randall County, just south of Canyon. We had a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued a little bit earlier. That has since been allowed to expire. The heaviest portion of this storm is now to the southwest of Canyon, just west of Happy. So if you are in Happy, you might start to see the rain pick up here in just a little bit. Again, this one is not warned at this time, but we're keeping a close eye on it as some of these storms have been developing rather quickly across the Texas Panhandle. So looking again at the entire region, the warnings that we have issued, the yellow is a tornado watch for the eastern and southeastern portion of our viewing area. This is just the possibility that tornadoes are more likely. This is not a tornado warning. The red polygon down here, that's lighter red, that is the tornado warning. That does include Cottle County, Motley County, Dickens County, and King County. So just be sure to keep an eye on that. Go throughout the day. We will be keeping you posted here on News Channel 10, so make sure to stick with us.
All right, so first alert weather day. Gotta love Shelby. We got the whole team just tracking everything we got out there. I wanted to give you a quick update on some things. First of all, back to our radar down where Sheldon is. Stand by, Sheldon. We're going to you, but I want to point it out that it is picking up definitely down by Kittiquay and Turkey. You get a little more of a hail threat. Wouldn't be surprised for us to get a warning down that way. But I noticed Sheldon's got a real pretty shot through the windshield. So let's take a look at that. Sheldon, where you are, I know you're probably closing in on Turkey, Kittiquay, where it's getting kind of strong there. What do you got?
All right, so currently heading down 97. We're heading west towards Flomont right now. So we've kind of shifted our focus, as David has been saying. You got that storm cell kind of right up just to the southwest of Kittiquay right now. Basically 97 is taking us straight west towards it. It's looking to get a pretty good sized hail core. It's not currently severe warned for anything right now, but it is developing a pretty stout hail core in it. So we're going to be watching that really closely. We're going to get in better position, hopefully be able to see kind of under the back side of it. Obviously from our current perspective, we can't really see too much. We're just barely getting through some rain, but we're going to have an opportunity to kind of dive southwest a little bit and basically just get right in behind this storm. That ought to give us a really good view of it as it kind of tracks up towards the east and northeast right now. But other than that, we're just seeing some good solid rain showers here right now just to the east of Flomont.
Thanks, Sheldon. Just letting folks know we're tracking the storms there you see building Kittiquay to Turkey, and also back to the west also. I'm going to zero in on that just a little bit because, you know, we're monitoring folks around Silverton. Looks like it's staying just off to your east. Lake McKenzie staying off to your east. Again, we're really concerned about some of these outdoor areas. We mentioned Paladura Canyon had a little threat there. Caprock Canyon, definitely a threat. Lake McKenzie, just kind of on the edge of that. But it's the lightning threat when folks are outdoors that's, of course, critical. But there's also a heavy rain threat and hail between Silverton and Kittiquay and near Caprock Canyon. So we're going to continue to follow that. I'll bring you back out here and we'll let you know some other storms. Okay, here's kind of the, we've gone severe in New Mexico now. Okay, let's take a look at this. Severe thunderstorm warning now is going to bring, oh wait, that's a special weather statement. I'm okay. Got my colors mixed up. But I do need to point out, coming into Roosevelt County, also south of House in Quay County, Melrose in Curry County, and back to the west of Floyd in Roosevelt County. Got some hail cores in there now. So we're going to watch that as those storms come into the western part of our area, starting in New Mexico. If you're around Floyd, Melrose, Portales, Clovis, Grady, those will be the areas that get affected first. So one thing to watch, remember we still got this boundary out here that's coming up through here. When these storms get out and interact with that boundary, we might have some interesting developments. We'll just have to wait and see how that goes. So stick with us there. A little further out, we got storms up there around Springer, New Mexico. This is way out there now. Look at that. I mean, way out there, but we're picking the top of a storm up in Springer that is severe. That'll be coming off to the east towards Union County. So as we mentioned earlier, folks, we're gonna stay active for quite a while going into the evening. Bring it back now to the watch areas. All right, so this is our tornado watch. We have had the tornado warning way down there. We mentioned southern part of Motley and just a little clip of Cottle County. Folks in Paducah are not in that warning area. Let me bring into that. So we're watching very carefully. But if you're in Paducah, you're not in that tornado threat or the tornado watch. You are going to be on the edge of some very heavier rain. Got that hail core down to the south, that purple you see south of Paducah, or really back to the northwest of Guthrie. That's been softball-sized hail. I mean, it has been huge down that way. 4 to 5 inch hail. Okay, now we'll, where are we? Yeah, do a close-up on this radar where I can really go in for a detail. Yeah. Okay, this storm right here, and again, let me get you oriented. Here's Paducah. Here's Matador, so just the extreme southern part of our area. There's a hail core at Roaring Springs, just moving east there. That could be golf ball hail. This guy down here, though, that's northwest of Guthrie. That's been the softball hail. Fortunately, we're seeing that track a little more east than it is north, so that gives us a good feeling about Paducah initially. Can't help but notice more storms back to the west that will be in time coming off the east. So, you know, heavy rain with pockets of hail from, you know, Floyd, Ada, all the way to Paducah, Matador, those areas. We're watching that. Further north, this gets us up closer to Turkey and Kittiquay. That's where we have that hail potential southwest of Kittiquay, Silverton. We haven't had a warning there yet. It's going to surprise me if we don't get one. But the heavy rain and hail, it looks like it's staying just east of Silverton, but building down to the southwest. And that's borderline severe already. And that's where we have, let's see, Sheldon's closing in on there. He's around Flomont right now. His picture's kind of jicky. We'll wait and see. We'll get more out of that. We have more, looks like some visuals down on our storm southwest of Paducah or with Kevin. Hey, Kevin, just because I noticed guys out picking up hailstones. Are you listening in? Can you give me an update? Kevin or Caleb, if you're hearing me, go ahead and give me an update. Oh, on this one? Okay. Wow. Okay, I guess we're having communications there with Kevin. He may be winded. He may be drinking Gatorade and on oxygen right now. I don't know. But having a fun time and really getting some important information as far as hail research down that way. What I wanted to do, though, is zoom in on this guy. And even though, you know, it's not dead center of our viewing area, it's on the fringe of it. We got a lot of friends down in Matador and Paducah, even if they may not be technically in our television coverage area. Shelby just reported on this storm here southwest of Paducah. or northwest of Guthrie. You know, we'd kind of triangulate there. How about, here's a good one for you, DVD-sized hail. You picking up on that? Oh, wait.
Ziploc bag.
Okay, hang on.
Degrees Celsius, I think he said, to try and preserve them. So there's a little better than quarter and golf ball right here.
Keep holding it up to the camera.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Dave, did y'all see this hail?
I've got video of the 6-incher, which we will be sharing.
All right, cool. They're on it.
Obviously later.
Yeah.
Okay, they're jumping back in.
They did find one up to 6 inches, Dave.
We've got video of somebody bringing up a 6-inch hailstone that was immediately put into a Ziploc bag and then put into the freezer. They have actual, not just coolers, but actual freezers that are set at a temperature below freezing, a couple of degrees below freezing, in order to try and preserve these and not let them melt, not let them evaporate. That's part of the reason for the Ziploc bags. But the rain has picked up, and now I think I've heard a hailstone or two on the vehicle here, on the chase vehicle. We're at the south end. If y'all are showing radar, we're at the south end of a new core, new updraft, and a new hail core as well. So that may actually pause things for a moment, because we may have another secondary hail core going over the array of instruments. And yeah, we're getting some clicks on the vehicle right now. I don't see the hailstones. They probably are pea size or maybe a little better. And what they're apparently trying to do now is turn back around and go south, perhaps in deference to this new hail core. So we'll stick with them. But yeah, I think now that we're getting some hails, that's probably what they're going to do, is turn around and see if we can avoid that, because not only was it developing east, but I think it was moving or developing a little bit further south. So we're going to get back into safety and then come back again and see what we can find. Very exciting stuff. The team is just moving as quickly as they can. They're as excited as they can be. And when these big ones show up, it's almost giddy, because this is what this project is all about. Remember, we've said earlier today, this is not a tornado project. This is a hail project called Ice Chip. That's the acronym for it. And this is what these folks have been working on for, well, in some cases, you know, many of them prepping for it for years. But now we're in the middle of this 6-week program, and this is a tremendous payoff. A lot of folks would say, well, you didn't see a tornado. You didn't get to a tornado. That was not the point of this. The point of this was to get to the hail, and it is paying off dramatically at this point. To get a 6-inch hailstone is amazing. So now the question will become, did a 6-inch hailstone, or a 5 or a 4 or bigger than 6 inches, hit one of these instruments? Because it's not 6 inches everywhere, right? Those are rare within the core. But now the goal is to find out and say, okay, did we find some of these hitting these what are actually very tiny instruments on the grand scheme of things? These dispersion sensors are maybe a foot, 14 inches across, and so to get a 6-inch hailstone to hit one of those is next to impossible. But that's why they put out so many of them, and that's why they're so excited to see these hailstones that they're finding. So it at least gives them a chance. And I don't know if I mentioned.
Well, good afternoon and happy Sunday. I hope everyone is staying safe today as we are in first alert here at News Channel 10. We're keeping an eye on quite a bunch of different severe weather spots throughout the Texas Panhandle today. So let's take a look at radar across the region. We have a lot going on right now. Starting down here in the southeast near my hometown of Paducah. We do have an ongoing tornado warning issued. It does include Cottle County. It does not include Paducah proper. It does just include that far southwestern corner of the county. We will be keeping a close eye on those. We've also got some flash flood warnings over in the southeast, so we will be watching those throughout the evening hours. Now, this storm Just to the west of Portales, we have been watching this one. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for it as well. This one will expire at about 5:30 Mountain Time, so that is 6:30 for us. We'll be keeping a close eye on that throughout the day. This one is just starting to develop up, so that one will be one that we'll be keeping an eye on. Now, we did have a severe thunderstorm warning south of Canyon. This one did expire, so this storm has shown signs of weakening ever so slightly. We are also watching some severe weather around Turkey, Kittiquay, and Silverton. So we've got a lot going on here in the Weather Center, a lot of storms, especially favoring that southeastern portion of the Texas Panhandle. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on radar and model runs throughout the evening. Stay posted with us. We'll keep you updated here at News Channel 10. We will be watching and tracking throughout the rest of the evening. Be sure to have that First Alert weather app downloaded and watch, follow, and track with us here in the Texas Panhandle.
All right, thank you, Shelby. Just came off TV with Shelby. Well, I went way in on that. Here's our radar. We got a lot happening. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and we'll kind of walk us through this. We've got about, as expected, well, really 3 or 4 clusters of intense storms. I'll start off with what's happening closest to Amarillo. We've got storms that popped up around Canyon. It's kind of weakened up towards Canyon, but it's really gotten stronger from Happy, or west of Happy, back to the north of Nazareth. We have to watch out for maybe some hail getting up to nickel dime size there. We may get a warning issued there soon. We'll just have to wait and see. No tornadoes there, but we'll zoom out just a little bit. We got storms down across the southeast. Here's some activity coming into Kittiquay, just east of Silverton. Kittiquay, Caprock Canyon State Park, and Turkey. Heavy rain with sporadic hail, maybe again nickel size in there. No warnings yet on that, but as we continue to come on out, the main action will be just on the southern perimeter of our area, just south of what we consider our viewing area, mainly in Motley County and Cottle County for sure. Matador still getting heavy rain. There's been giant hail between Matador and Roaring Springs, with more hail in there right now. I mean, there has been softball-size hail down that way, and a warning for DVD-size hail further off to the east. That's the storm that you see here where we have a tornado warning. Again, we're not considering that really in the News Channel 10 viewing area, and it does not include Paducah, even though it does have a portion of Cottle County. The hail looks like it's kind of trending south for the time being, so just south of Cottle County, between Paducah and Guthrie. Looks like it probably split those two cities as that moves on off to the east. Certainly some good news there.
That new warning as well, including the southern part of Cottle. It's just a severe thunderstorm.
Okay.
And
I noticed.
Cottle has been trimmed.
Yeah. I was just going to point out, Shelby's helping out with the information coming in. The tornado warning no longer exists in Cottle County. It's been removed. That warning area has been shifted south now. That would be all Dickens and King counties, not Cottle County. So we'll breathe a little sigh of relief there for Paducah, for Cottle County. Thankful for that. Still hailing, though, when we get around Roaring Springs, and there's still very heavy rain and some hail east of Floydada. That's going to be coming into Motley County. The rain has been just intense out here. Sheldon reported earlier about the bar ditch is really full of water, and it's not going to take much to really get flooding going on from Matador down to the south in Motley County, down towards Roaring Springs. I mean, there's got to be some flooding down that way. Okay, so again, report where Sheldon is. So let me zero in on this guy here. He's got some bad cell reception, but he's heading west out of Kittiquay, back in here. Try to get into some of that hail between Kittiquay and Silverton. He'll keep us posted on what he sees there. Okay, storm approaching Happy. Looks like it's getting a little stronger. Very heavy rain, probably some hail. Not going to surprise me at all to get a warning out of around Randall and Swisher counties. Okay, Weather Service not reporting that they're going to do a warning yet, but they still might. That's going to stay south of Amarillo. Some light rain may get up towards Canyon. Back on that boundary, I've noticed a little uptick, a little development around Littlefield and south of there. So we're going to watch that. see if that develops into anything we need to pay attention to. And then the last time Shelby was on, she had this new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to include parts of Roosevelt County, west of Floyd, west of Portales, but that hail core has really picked up, and that's going to be kind of sliding east and northeast if you're around Floyd and Melrose. We're watching that pretty carefully to see if we have to let more folks know about that. Also coming into Quay County, House, right there in the southwest corner of Quay County. We may get a warning there for that storm intensifying. Take a little break around Tucumcari up to Clayton. The next batch we'll see is rolling off of I-25. It'll take it a while, but we'll probably get more storms coming off of I-25 into the western part of our area. If you're in Amarillo, things are looking good. Canyon storms just down to your south, but anybody traveling I-27, we get down towards, say, Happy, Tui, this area, we'll have to watch out for that storm crossing the roadway. Very good. Getting some images coming in. Keep me posted on those, Shelby. Wow.
Did you see that one from Kevin?
Yeah. Okay. I just saw a picture of that 6-inch hailstone. That's unreal.
The 10 o'clock show I plan on using.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Shelby's. She'll be on at 10 o'clock tonight, and we'll be watching that for sure. Okay. I want to point out and remind folks. Let me get over to this system here. Okay, the tornado watch is well down to our south, but it does include places like Tulia, Silverton, Memphis, and Childress. So we're going to watch that. But when we take a look at radar here, okay, notice that storm south of Canyon and also coming up south of Clarendon. I want to animate this because as I move down, we take a look, south of Clarendon. I'm starting to gain some confidence that some of that heavy rain or hail may push up now towards Bryce and Clarendon over the next hour or so. If so, that's going to be a hail threat. And also, you can see the storm that's back to the west of Happy. It's not threatening Amarillo or Canyon, but I mentioned that's going to track east across I-25 and Happy sometime soon. So we'll continue to monitor that. I did want to take a look from, let's see here. Here's a little shot from downtown Amarillo that you can take a look at. And it's definitely dark down that way. That would be the storm actually closer to Happy. And if I go forward here, okay, north winds. Okay, notice how it cools off to the north, but it's staying around 80 down to the south. So that's where the energy is, further down to the south. A lot of moisture, but especially from Amarillo southward. Notice how we've got moisture now around Clovis, dew point up around 60. So that's one of the reasons we're seeing that uptick in intensity. I think as that dry line starts to retreat. Now you see New Mexico starting to get a little more active. That'll be activity that gets towards more of our area during the next couple of hours. So you can kind of see the big picture with storms down across that southeast corner of our area, near the front, but some of those are starting to track to the north. So remember, we are in a slight risk area from Amarillo back into New Mexico.
That cell near Kitty and Turkey moving towards Clarendon has been severe thunderstorm warning.
You want to repeat? I just got your mic on, so go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Shelby.
you're good. The cell that is between Silverton and Kittiquay right now, heading towards Clarendon, was just issued a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, well, we were just, there it is. Thank you, Shelby, for catching that. Here is,
We are rated for ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
there we go. Okay, so you're looking at our newest severe thunderstorm warning. Notice how this is now north of that frontal boundary, but heavy rain around Kittiquay and Turkey. Looks like it's just east of Lake McKenzie, just east of Silverton. But moving to the north, this one moving northward a little more decidedly than anything else that we've had. So if it continues that, by the way, ping pong ball size hail possible out there. That'd be mainly southwest of Bryce. That's not really aimed at anybody right now. But if you're in Clarendon, it's time to look at that radar and say, okay, We've had a lot of activity. This is getting closer, and it's starting to gain a little speed. Time to you know, cut the barbecue short. Time to get folks back in if you've been outside, and you know, be ready for thunderstorm activity. You'll get that lightning threat first, followed by rain, and we'll just have to watch that hail core to see if that's coming your direction. So you can just see that Bryce, Clarendon, Kittiquay, Turkey, that's going to be the area that we follow over the next hour or so. The warning actually gets right up to the southern part of Donnelly County. So once again, if you're in Silverton, it's staying off to your east, good news. If you're in Kittiquay, yeah, you're going to get rain and lightning, but it's the hail core that's kind of staying off to the west there. And that's rapidly heading up to the north. So Bryce, you know, if it holds that direction and track, it'll approach Clarendon. And then we have the storm coming into Happy. Looks like the intensity might be down a little bit, but lightning is going to be involved along with some pretty heavy rainfall. Amarillo's still looking pretty good. Nothing really approaching us, but we got this activity out in New Mexico, and that's looking pretty solid there, man, in Roosevelt County, back to the west of Portales. Severe warning there. That one, man, that hail has really picked up.
Not much in the chat other than the severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and 1.25-inch hail.
Okay.
Haven't heard much else out of that one.
All right, so yeah, that storm in New Mexico, we've got maybe $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And let's see, that's, yeah, kind of approaching Floyd. You know, if it holds that track, we might have to keep an eye out at Portales a little bit later on. So we will certainly do that. Let me check on some chaser videos. Here's, okay. We got Sheldon at Silverton. Let's go ahead and see if they want to give us a report there.
Yes, sir, Dave. Well, right now we are south of that core, Dave. We're currently on, what's this, 250? We're on 86. 86, that's what we're in. Yeah, we're on 86 right now. We're heading straight west towards Silverton. We're almost out from underneath this storm. We just drove through the part that passes over 86, and really have just seen a lot of rain so far. I actually didn't even really see any hail. Like I said, that strongest part of that core, which is a very stout core for what it's worth, looks to be over kind of open country right now. Basically right in that corner just north of Highway 70 there, north of Silverton. Looks to be a very stout hail core on that storm, but right now it's not one that we can really access. Currently, like I said, heading west on 86 towards Silverton, but not really seeing any hail so far, just seeing a lot of rain, but pretty stout hail core on this newly severe warned storm. Just straight to our north right now is where the strongest hail core is, so we'll maybe get in behind it a little bit, but so far nothing really too wild out this way. Maybe see if there's any hailstones left behind, but we'll have to just wait and see. Get our own 6-inch hailstone.
Yeah. Now, should I gamble?
All right, thank you, Sheldon. Yeah, definitely a hail core in there. Let me show you that. So Sheldon just reported on this storm there east of Silverton. And the hail potential there is picked up, it looks like, as that storm kind of moves northward. So hopefully it's going to die down in intensity as it moves north, but that is not a definite. Folks around Bryce, Clarendon, and even Goodnight, I think we need to monitor that. Not a tornado warning, but certainly, you know, it's heavy rain and hail.
Yes, sir.
See that heavy storm there northeast of Silverton and moving away from Silverton. So that out. There it is on radar. And that one, yeah, that's cooking. If you're in Silverton, good news. We got that off to your east. If you're in Bryce, well, we got an eye on it. If you're in Clarendon, we got an eye on that. So we'll continue to do that. The other warnings we have out in New Mexico. By the way, the storm coming into Happy, not severe, but heavy rain and lightning is definitely likely there. There's the storm. Oh, man, that was stronger now. At House, we may get a warning for Roosevelt County, but I'm sorry, for Quay County. Right now, you're looking at the storm around Floyd, which is, you know, west of Portales. Yeah, that one could have $half size hail. It's turned to the right. It's kind of moving east, so Floyd, Melrose, Clovis, Cannon Air Base, we'll be watching that one. Severe thunderstorm warning for Curry and Roosevelt counties there. $half hail, if not bigger, and heavy rain. Looks like we've had a split there, storm coming into the southern part of Quay County. We're keeping an eye on that. Let's revisit down to the southeast. Okay, looks like we've dropped tornado warnings. Is that right, Shelby?
Yes, that one near Guthrie was allowed to expire.
Okay, so tornado warning, no tornado warnings right now. We'll just put it at that.
That one that included Cottle was shaved down and then it was allowed to expire.
Okay, so yeah, moved out of Cottle County. Still got a big old supercell between Guthrie and Paducah. Paducah getting the rain and the lightning, and there's more activity coming your way from the west. But right now, we don't have a tornado threat. Here's what's happened at Kittiquay. I want you to notice that early on, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch radars. So I've got to do a tutorial on this. No, I was on the right place.
We also have a few blips just southwest of Plainview, kind of tracking towards.
Okay, southwest of Plainview, we'll take a look at that. Okay, I want you to notice that here, just off to the east of Silverton, let me stop this. Okay. Backing up in time, I want you to notice that early on here, say 30 minutes ago, this was one complex, just one area of storms right there. Again, just off to the east of Silverton. But when we go forward in time here a little bit, notice how it kind of splits apart. And now we have two. We have one storm here and one storm here. That's called a supercell split. And what happens, this one moves to the left like this, and this one moves to the right like that. So let me animate that, and you can watch it happen. So we got a split there, and it's this one on the north that is the strongest. And the hail in there has got to be picking up. Notice the purple area in there, right in there. I wouldn't surprise me at all to have some golf balls in there. So it looks like that's moving back to the west. Here's Lakeview and Memphis. It's not coming your way. Bryce doesn't make the radar map, but it's right here. So it looks like it's coming just off to the west of Bryce, but it'll pull out a little bit. And, you know, if that continues on up to the north, that's 287 up there. Hopefully the intensity goes down, but we don't know until it gets there. If you're at Clarendon, Howardwick, Lake Greenbelt, Ashtola, we need to watch that. Okay, while we're here, we update the storm around Happy, weakening. Still some lightning in there, possibly some gusty winds. That's about it. Okay, and then Shelby drew our attention to the storms back to the west of Plainview. So right in here, south of Olton, south of Spring Lake Earth, back to the east of Sudan, and Littlefield, just northeast of Littlefield. We'll keep an eye on those. It's getting a little stronger there south of Olton, not severe. Northern part of the area, really clear. I mean, if you're north of Amarillo, you're in good shape for now. These guys coming in New Mexico packing a pretty good wallop, although it looks like they might have peaked for the time being, and intensity down just a little bit. This is good news. Taking a little break here. Just coordinating our next TV cut-in. We're going to try to do that here in a few minutes. Let our folks on TV know. All right, in the meantime, we'll go through. All right, so first alert day, this is what we do on first alerts. And by the way, I want to point out, you know, today we're getting the ball rolling on storm season again. We had a pretty good break. We're in the last week of May, notoriously and perennially. The last week of May, the first week of June, we really hit our stride on storm season. We're going to be doing this a lot, I think, over the next couple of weeks. So this is just kind of a good refresher on being alert and knowing what to do. What we have right now is just a first alert day where we get the entire first alert team, and we cover everything that blows through our viewing area until that threat passes. Lake Meredith, places that a lot of folks like to get outdoors, especially on a holiday weekend. It's pretty quiet. It's cloudy there. This is a shot from Bushland looking down to the south, and this is that storm down by Happy. Not severe, but it's the closest to the metro area here. This is a shot from Amarillo looking south, same storm around Happy. But notice we have a cool north wind across a good part of the area. If we look at temperatures, Amarillo has dropped off to 67. The cooler it gets, I think the more protected we are from the more intense storms, but it's still warm. Childress, Tuya, Portales above 80 degrees. We look at moisture. Yeah, we still have quite a bit of moisture, the eastern and southern part of our area. Still have this complex pattern of frontal boundaries, front and dry line. And it's, you know, behind, we've got a retreating dry line and a front. Those boundaries are helping to set off storms with more activity coming in with an upper level system. So, you know, the severe risk greatest to the south. That's also where we have a tornado watch. We have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. You see the orange boxes, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now we don't have any tornado warnings. That red down in Motley County, that's a flood warning. But here's what we have on radar. You see several clusters. Right now we would be most concerned about the storm south of Clarendon. So yeah, that's going to be this guy. That split that we talked about. Still tracking on up to the north. Heading to the northern part of that watch, the warning box. So it'll be interesting to see. I imagine the Weather Service might extend that up. So now we're talking about Armstrong and Donnelly counties may be included in that coming up soon. Now, Sheldon has been down keeping an eye on that storm. We'll hear from him a little bit later on. Shelby's going to do a TV warning here in just a little bit. If you're at Kittiquay, Turkey, it looks like less intense activity is coming your way. If you're around Happy, less intense activity. Got some pretty strong activity out in New Mexico. We're going to watch that. Portales and Floyd, we're watching that for you. Certainly no tornadoes. And then we have this other activity around Levelland, Littlefield, that may be coming up your way also. Let me check on some videos. Oh, that's a pretty shot that Sheldon's got. Sheldon and Alex down close to the canyons and the Cap Rock there. Down at where Caleb and Kevin are still gathering some hailstones. And that's, yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, let me show you that here real quick. Here we go. So down the southern part of the area, there's Kevin. Got a cool breeze. He's getting his jacket on. So they're gathering hailstones for hail research down that way, which was really cool. So again, let's see. Oh, man. Okay, it's down in this area that they're gathering those hailstones. So, well, you're really south of our area, down close to Matador. So we're looking a little better as far as the tornado potential down in the southeast. Some good news there. Okay, so that severe storm is, you know, one that we're really interested in. Maybe some quarter golf ball hail lifting to the north towards highway, well, getting closer to Donnelly County, we'll put it that way, and southern Armstrong County. We'll be watching that, see if we extend that warning up to the north. And there it goes. How about that? Ask and you shall receive. That warning has now been extended. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Southern part of Donnelly, southern part of Armstrong County. So Clarendon to Goodnight, Howard Wick, we're going to watch that. Take a little while to move up to the north, but we're going to do that. All right, Kevin, Sheldon, be standing by. Right now, we're going to let Shelby do a update for our TV audience. But you'll be able to see that right here also. And then when we're back, we'll go out, check out from the field, check out on the latest situation across our area. So stand by for that. Okay.
Hey there everyone, Shelby Vogel again here in the News Channel 10 Weather Center. Just wanting to give you guys another update on what we are tracking across the Texas Panhandle. If you are in the northern half of the Panhandle north of I-40, it's pretty quiet up in that area for right now. Keep an eye on things throughout the evening, but as of right now, everything that we are monitoring is in the southern half of our viewing area. Excuse me. Okay, so earlier we did have a tornado warning that was in Cottle County. It was near Paducah, Guthrie, and over near Matador. That has since expired. So now we just have our severe thunderstorm warnings. We have one that does include Cottle County as well as just south of our viewing area. We've also got a couple of flash flood warnings off in that area as well. So the southeast has been seeing a lot of rain today. We have seen reports of large hail. Kevin Selly did send us a picture. There was a hailstone that was found in that storm that was just near Matador, near Afton, recorded a 6-inch hailstone size, which is a monster hailstone for the Texas Panhandle. So we're keeping an eye on that southeastern portion of the area. Now, we do have a few other warm spots across the region that we are keeping an eye on. This storm just in the just to the west of Portales has been severe thunderstorm warned. It does look like it is starting to decrease in intensity, so we're going to keep on watching those. Now, we did have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Clarendon. This storm is just to the northwest of Turkey and Kittiquay. It is heading up towards Clarendon. This one does have some hail reported. We do not have any tornado warnings issued at this time. Several severe thunderstorm warnings in the issue, though. So in this area, if you are especially in the southern portion of the viewing area, keep an eye on that First Alert weather app, and we will keep you posted as we move throughout the evening. Be sure to stay tuned into News Channel 10, and we will keep you posted as the rest of the event unfolds.
All right, very good. First Alert Weather Team tracking everything. They got our TV audience up to date. Let's see, we got a pretty good storm there. Excuse me, talking a long time here, off to the northeast of Silverton. And let's see if, okay, I see a pretty good video out the Atlas from Sheldon and Alex, just kind of get their thoughts on what they're doing and where they're headed. What's an update on what you're doing? Yeah, Sheldon or Alex, you copy?
Buy some land out here.
Okay, perhaps not. I'll take it down to, there's Kevin Selly. Caleb, they've been down in the hail research project. Kevin, you guys still picking up hailstones?
We're still picking up hailstones, but a couple of the team members just launched what's called a radio sonde. And these are the instrument packages that are launched twice a day at the Amarillo airport that give us instruments or give us data that help us do the forecast. It's basically a weather balloon. But what we just had here is a special instrument, an instrument package that measures things like temperature and humidity and air pressure. And the instruments, and I can't wait to show you this video, the instruments were in a styrofoam cup and they were attached to a balloon. And what they're wanting to do now is sample the atmosphere from the ground up and see what the atmosphere looks like and what the parameters of the atmosphere are from the ground to the surface in the wake of this storm. And that helps them, again, find and analyze and sample the entire environment around a storm, not just ahead of it, but also behind it, so that we can get a picture of what the atmosphere looks like from the ground and on up. And then we can feed that data, or once we model that data, and we say, okay, here's what it looks like.
They're about to do another balloon.
Oh, there's another balloon. Okay, great. You get to watch this with us. So there's a little cup that's going to be attached to this balloon, And what they're going to do in this moment is the instruments in the cup are now transmitting data back to the van that is behind us. And they wait for all the signals to come in, and that may take a minute or two. But once it makes all of the needed connections, he's going to release that balloon, and then we'll get a sample of the atmosphere from the ground on up. And then we track the balloon, and the faster it gets away from the truck, we can determine what direction it's going. So the wind direction, which will change likely with height, and then the wind speed, because we can measure how quickly the balloon leaves the site. And I think he's gotten, the last one, he was right on the edge of the road, and he released it, and there's a barbed wire fence here. And he released it, and it moved horizontally so quickly, he was like, oh, let's hope it clears the fence. And it just did, and everybody kind of laughed and breathed a sigh of relief. But what he's doing right now is waiting for this instrument package, again, in a cup, to make the connection to the truck. And when he gets the all clear from the folks in the truck, he will release the balloon. But I think what he's done is gotten closer to the fence so that it doesn't get caught, which is kind of science on the fly and improving on the fly, because that previous one just a couple of minutes ago was almost caught on the barbed wire fence. Because the wind here is out of the east right now. It's a cold, wet wind. There it goes. You can see the cup, and now that thing is rocketing away. Beautiful shot. Got to give a shout out to Caleb Leslie, who's running the camera here. Look, it's not rising very quickly, see? It's going so fast downstream because the wind is so strong, but it is slowly rising, and it is now continuously sending back information to the van that's behind us, and all of that data will say, okay, at the surface, the temperature, the pressure, the air pressure, the humidity, the amount of moisture was X, and then every few seconds it will transmit a new reading as that balloon goes up. Just an amazing opportunity here that we have had this afternoon to bring you these pictures of this hail team, and they're an amazing group. They're just so energetic and so excited, and every quarter mile or so, everybody, literally everybody jumps out, and I'll show you some of this video as time goes on here, but everybody jumps out of the truck. They're holding a Ziploc bag. They've got gloves on because they're trying to reduce the melting, and then they pick up these hailstones, put them in the bags, and then put them into a special freezer that's in one of the vehicles to keep them from melting. And it's fascinating. All right, I think we're going to send it back to the studio because the convoy's leaving, and we're going to go catch up with them. Back to you, Dave. That was fantastic.
Hey everybody, it is Shelby Vogel here in the Weather Center. I'm giving Dave a little bit of a much-deserved break. He has been talking to you guys for quite a long time, keeping you updated, doing what our chief meteorologist does best. I think I'm going to give him a minute to eat some crunchy peanut butter and get a snack, get a break, get a drink. So I'm going to take you guys through a little bit of a new development that we just got. So looking at the watches and warnings across the region, you will see the entire News Channel 10 viewing area is included in some sort of color now. That pink that just came up just a little bit ago, this is a severe thunderstorm watch. This was just issued. It includes a lot of the News Channel 10 viewing area, all of the pink counties. This in the News Channel 10 viewing area, Amarillo National Weather Service DMA has been issued until 1 o'clock this morning. So 1 o'clock Monday morning is when that one has been issued unless it expires beforehand. As for the areas just to the south of the Amarillo National Weather Service DMA, this includes Bailey, Castro, Lamb, and Palmer counties. Same thing. 1 o'clock in the morning on Monday for that to be cleared out of here. And then the National Weather Service in Albuquerque actually issues the warnings for the watches and warnings for the New Mexico counties. So this severe thunderstorm watch that does include all 4 of our New Mexico counties does expire at midnight on Monday. That is Mountain Time. So all of the severe thunderstorm watches, excuse me, do expire at 1 a.m. on Monday as of right now, unless those are extended or changed in any way. Now, as for the yellow portion of our viewing area, this does include the southeast. This is a tornado watch. This has been issued until 11 o'clock tonight, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that southeastern area. That does look to be the hottest area throughout the area for right now. Now, we do have all of these orange polygons in our viewing area, including that one just to the southwest of Clarendon. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. So we have been watching those. I'm going to take you guys over to radar so we can take an active look at what is going on right now. So if we're going to start over in the southeast, we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings to the southeast. Most of these are out of our viewing area. We do have a few that are just barely clipping Cottle County with Paducah, which is included in our DMA. We'll be keeping a close eye on those, but they do look like they have been weakening in intensity. As you can see in the loop, those pink colors that were in the storms have died out and we are down to red, which does still include the possibility of hail and heavy rain, of course, but that does indicate that those storms are weakening just a little bit. So one that we've been watching that's developing here recently, this one is just to the northwest of Turkey and Kittiquay. It is headed towards Clarendon. That severe thunderstorm warning was just extended to include that portion of Clarendon and most of Clarendon proper. That one does expire at 7 o'clock unless it is extended. As of right now, they have issued that warning for the next 45 minutes or so. If you are in Clarendon, I do recommend to be prepared. This storm does look like it is headed your way, and although it is not warned for any rotation or any tornadic features, severe thunderstorm warnings do include hail warnings. So we do have that possibility across the region for that. This particular one issued for Clarendon does look to include golf ball sized hail according to the warning. Now this storm does still have some time to travel towards Clarendon, so it will be developing. We will see what happens with it, but if you are in the area of Clarendon, Goodnight, maybe even Lydia Lake and Headley, keep an eye on your radar and be sure to stay posted with us because this storm does look like it's traveling in your direction. Now, we did have some development in the Canyon area earlier. There was a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Randall County. Most of that, as it has moved, has died down. There was a little bit that passed over Happy, but for the most part, that cell does look like it is dying down for the most part across most of the region. And then our last storm that we are watching, this one is in our New Mexico counties, just west of Portales. It also looks like it has weakened in intensity. I've noticed a lot of those pink and purple colors that were in that cell earlier have diminished. So hopefully that does mean that that cell is weakening as it heads into our area. It is tracking, looks right now like it will go north of Portales, but it looks like it is heading towards Clovis and south of Melrose as of right now. So of course we'll be watching all of these storms all across the area right now. We've got lots of different things to keep an eye on, so we will be continuing to monitor those throughout the evening. So we do have Sheldon and Alex are currently in Clarendon. It looks like they are on the road. Sheldon, if you can hear me, I'm going to send it out to you here in just a minute. So before I toss it out to him, I'm going to give him a minute to get ready and kind of tell us where he's at and what he's doing. Again, lots of severe thunderstorm warnings in the Texas Panhandle, especially in the southern half. If you're in the northern half right now, things are pretty clear and quiet. We will be monitoring that though, as that severe thunderstorm watch does include the northern portions of the Texas Panhandle. So we're going to be monitoring the entire region. No area of the Panhandle is completely out of place. So be sure no matter where you are to continue watch, following, and tracking with us. Keep an eye on these storms with us as they develop throughout the evening. So I'm going to send things out to Sheldon. I'm going to see what he has out there for us, where they're headed, and just let him give y'all an update on what's going on with Sheldon.
Lost.
Let's see if we've got any.
Yeah.
Sheldon, can you hear us? Can you give us an update? Looks like they're kind of in that dead zone. They're over near that storm near Clarendon.
Clear.
Okay, I'm going to take it back over here for a minute. Looks like Sheldon, then we're having some trouble. Oh, it looks like their feed is back. Are we?
Just take them.
Okay.
Hey, Sheldon, you got us? We're taking
Okay,
you.
we're going to try to send it back out to Sheldon. They're in one of those little dead zones, so we're going to see if that feed is working a little bit better for them. Sheldon?
Yeah, still got a little ways to go.
Let's go north.
That core looks like it's weakening.
There's some.
Oh, look at those.
right, so yeah, now heading up 70 towards Clarendon, about 19 miles out. But as you can see from our feed here, not really much to be seen right now. We're actually not even getting rained on. Ground's pretty dry out here. But this is kind of pointed off towards that storm. It does look like the core is kind of weakening right now, so pretty uneventful where we're currently at.
Sounds like they're going about tornado warning.
Alrighty guys, we are taking it back from Sheldon. We're getting ready to go live on television. We did get a new tornado warning that was issued for Curry and Roosevelt counties. Right now, Portales and Clovis are not included in this tornado warning, but we are keeping an eye on that. We're going to get ready to do a cut-in here in just a little bit. We are speaking with our people in master control.
Will you get on Albuquerque chat and give me some details?
Albuquerque chat, yes. Okay, so I had my mic muted about that. Sorry, guys. So we've got a new tornado warning issued for Curry and Roosevelt counties. It does not include Portales or Clovis at this time. We're going to be keeping a close eye on this. We are getting ready to cut in on live television. Doppler Dave is up on the wall getting ready to go on TV and give an update to our air people, our air viewers. So I'm going to be keeping an eye. I'm going to take a step over to our chat and look at that. We're going to toss it over to Dave as he's about to go
Shelby.
live here in just a little bit.
You might pull Albuquerque up where I've got Amarillo, and then I also need you running radar.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here in your first alert weather team. We have a new tornado warning we want to let you know about. This one is the one out in the west. This one's coming into Roosevelt County, right there west of Portales, not too far from Floyd. So this is a tornado warning for Curry and Roosevelt counties. It goes to 5:45 Mountain Time. Let's have a kind of a zoom in on that, Shelby, if you don't mind, and we'll take a look at exactly where it is. Here's Clovis, well down your southwest. It's really the community of Floyd. Notice the hook echo we have right there. That indicates a rotation on radar anyway. We're getting some information, looking at the latest reports coming in. Shelby's looking over information from the National Weather Service in Albuquerque, but right now we would go ahead and recommend folks in Floyd or anywhere in the rural areas around Floyd, certainly off to the south and east there of the community of Floyd, to go ahead and seek shelter at this moment. I mean, this is a genuine tornado warning. Radar, it looks pretty impressive. So it's one of those situations that we have indications there could be a tornado. It could be developing. So every moment counts, and this would be the time to execute your tornado safety plan around Floyd, and especially down to the south and off to the east. If you're in Portales, we're keeping an eye on that. Looks like it's generally staying out to your west and moving to the northeast. So right now, I just want to let folks know we do have a tornado warning.
We have a little bit of development. The chat says the trend on radar is for tightening rotation, but the development in that area is marginal.
Okay.
So they went ahead and issued it just because of that radar indication.
Okay. Why don't you stop that loop and throw some velocity on there, and we'll show you exactly what we're talking about. Report there from Shelby is that it's based on radar, based on that hook echo, and also we always look at the velocity, which shows which direction the wind is blowing. And when we look at velocity and we see red versus green, we know that means we have air moving away from and towards the radar in a very small area. So that indicates a rotation. Again, for our friends out here in Roosevelt County, there's Floyd. That rotation is just down to your south, and this is moving off to the east and northeast. So hopefully it skirts by just south of Floyd. Hopefully it's disrupted before it gets out here close to Portales. But anyone at points between Floyd and Portales, let's go ahead and use that tornado safety plan. That's the middle of your house, underground if you can, but middle of your house, usually a bathroom, a closet, or hallway, someplace where you have a lot of walls between you and the outside and no windows. Make sure you got your shoes on, get some blankets and pillows for extra shelter and extra coverage, extra protection, just in case, in fact, we do have a tornado on the ground. But I got to say, it looks pretty impressive on radar, maybe one of the stronger couplets that we've seen so far today. So that's why we have the tornado warning now for Roosevelt County. And Shelby, when you get around to it, let's actually look at the warning box and see exactly what that is going to include. So here we go. This red box is the tornado warning area. It does include Floyd. It does not include Portales. It does include from Floyd, the northern part of Roosevelt County, and then it turns into the southern part of Curry County. So right now, folks around Clovis, Farwell, back towards, say, Cannon Air Force Base, we're watching that carefully. The actual tornado warning is not in your area yet, and it's kind of ground zero is going to be the Floyd, New Mexico location. How about some reflectivity? We'll take a look at the actual radar echo on radar, and along with, of course, the threat of that rotation, we got a hail threat also. We might be looking at some golf ball size hail. Again, there's Floyd. It's that little fish hook right there, and that couplet we saw on radar, which is staying just down to the south of Floyd, moving on off to the east. So hopefully it's going to stay just south of Floyd. We can't guarantee that. But, you know, the way things have been going this season, remember back in April, even a quick little rotation on radar turned out to be pretty significant. So we're going to treat everyone like that, just knowing that even with our indication that something might be about to develop, and that's why every second counts. So let's go and animate that, and while we're at that, Shelby, we'll check other storms in the area, give a chance to check that information coming from the Weather Service in Albuquerque, see if we have anything new. Several clusters of severe weather. Now for Amarillo right now, things are quiet. However, this is going to be a long evening because we just had a new severe thunderstorm watch issued for much of the area. Almost every county in our area is going to be in some kind of watch going on. Now, the tornado watch is down to our south, and we'll get those up for you here in just a few minutes. But we have tornado on the ground, and this is where? Okay. Tell you what, Shelby, why don't you jump on the vMix and go ahead and run what you would like to with that information. Okay, I mean, give us that information. So Shelby just got a report of an actual tornado. So we want to give you the exact location of that. Might stop that loop and zoom in if you want to do that, or just call it out to me right now. But tornado warning for Roosevelt County, right in this area, right in here, just south of Floyd.
We are seeing confirmation
confirmed
near
tornado
Clovis of a tornado on the ground. Yes, it says Clovis tornado, so this is on a Clovis camera from our sister station in Lubbock.
Okay.
From Jacob Riley.
Okay, how about a specific location on that tornado?
I do not have anything more than it just says in Skyview.
So just know that a lot of information comes in during a breaking situation like this. We definitely have good indication on radar of a rapid circulation there south of Floyd, getting at least some information of tornadic activity from that same location. So south of Floyd, we'll call it, as it moves on off to the east-northeast, into the northern part of Roosevelt County. So again, Floyd, we've already recommended that folks in and around the Floyd area seek shelter, get into your emergency shelters as we wait and watch this thing blow by. At least some indications of an actual tornado, if not a very impressive indication on radar. Shelby, when you get around to it, we'll look at some velocity. Just know that folks in Portales, we're keeping a close watch on that. As that moves on off the east, that's a tight rotation there, just southeast of Floyd, and it's moving off to the east-northeast. So just based on radar, I'd say there's a strong likelihood of a tornado. And again, we're getting at least some information. I can't really tell you the source right now of at least tornado actually touching down there. This would be Floyd, New Mexico, northern part of Roosevelt County, about to get into Curry County. And because of that, both counties are included in that warning area for a tornado. So what do we got, Shelby? Latest info on that?
All I have is the report, one report from Lubbock, one report from Amarillo, but Sheldon is telling me I can pull it on Max, that he has something on Max.
Okay, so we're going to do that. We'll pull that report up and let you know. But I will say that this is a genuine tornadic situation. It's the one that we need to treat very seriously. There's just southeast of Floyd. We'll get the sweep coming around here and kind of get the latest Yeah, that is still a tight velocity couplet, we call it, which is one of the strongest indications of a rotation. Sometimes we see a broad rotation, but this one is not. This one's very tight. Sometimes when we have a broad rotation, it could just be the updraft itself circulating around. But this is a significantly tight, compact rotation on radar, which gives us some confidence that it's a tightly concentrated rotation and likely a tornado. Of course, we'll get more information coming on in. Floyd, again, stay in your shelter area if you live off to the east of Floyd. If you know anybody there, if folks are in this area, you got your cell phone, friends, neighbors, loved ones, get them on the horn and let them know that this is a tornadic situation.
There we go.
Okay, so we have an actual tornado picture. This is from Kevin Brashears out in Roosevelt County. He lives not too far from Portales and Dora. Off to the west there, that's actual tornado. Now, from the photo itself, we don't know exactly where it is, but based on radar, I can pretty well tell you that those probably coincide.
Sheldon says that the tornado was near Floyd, New Mexico.
Okay, so that, again, information that, yes, indeed, this tornado, the photo from Sheldon Brashears just moments ago, southeast of Floyd, New Mexico, that storm is moving off to the east. Now, we can see from the photo there, that's pretty rural. Now, that doesn't mean that we discount the tornado. There's farming interests. We have ranches, we've got farmhouses, we got equipment out here, power lines. I mean, the rural community, we're following this very carefully. So actual tornado, and that looks like a pretty substantial one there also. Keep that photo handy. We're going to follow that on radar and see where that storm is headed. So let's get back to radar there, Shelby, and kind of follow that. Right there, okay, we had the photo, the report near Floyd, New Mexico, fortunately not right in the city, just outside, just southeast of Floyd, and moving off to the east. So, the good news is that it's not really aimed at a heavily populated area. Once again, that doesn't mean if you got a farm or a ranch out near Floyd, it's serious business. So you folks need to be in shelter. Any interest off to the east of Floyd, I mean, that was a pretty significant looking tornado, just happened. And still on the ground probably from what we can see here. We'll get that information, but it doesn't really matter. We do know that we've had confirmed, obvious, visually confirmed tornadoes there, and this is a tornadic storm moving across the northern part of Roosevelt County. All right, if you're in Portales, we're just kicked back, we're watching this. It'll be coming east-northeast. We don't know exactly how that's going to track. That's why we have radar. Shelby, when you get around to it, let's take a look at some reflectivity. We'll animate that. We'll put it in motion. We'll get an idea. Still got the hook there. Okay, there's Floyd. This is a large supercell. Okay, that's tracking a little more northeast than I thought earlier. That's good news for Portales. That's really good news for Portales because that's taking it further north, getting up closer towards the Curry County border. Okay, so that's good news. Looks like it may have picked up speed also. If you're in Melrose, you got a pretty heavy cell coming your way, mainly heavy rain, maybe some hail. The tornado popped up just southeast of Floyd and is moving northeast. So looks like what? We have highway, is that 316? Highway 316 there. Looks like the rotation is getting up towards that. I still see somewhat of a hook there. We'll stop that. We'll pull up velocity. And we're going to look at the wind field within that storm, see how that's looking. Sometimes that will give us an indication of just how well that rotation is staying intact, whether or not we still have a tornado going on there. So when we get the chance, let's go ahead and there's our tornado area. This is the warning area. Again, that does not include Portales. Does not include Melrose. If you're in Floyd, I think it's looking better. I think it's moved off to the northeast a little bit there, away from town. As I mentioned earlier, our main concern now is going to be rural interests there off to the northeast of Floyd in the northern part of Roosevelt County. So we're tracking that very carefully. Shelby running, did we lose? Oh, we got Shelby, okay. Let's stop that, throw some velocity on there. We really want to look at the wind field. See a little notch there now. Again, moving a little further away from Floyd. So looking better and better. Melrose, again, you got a pretty heavy cell coming your way. Clovis, we're just going to have to give that a little time. Portales, I think you're in the clear here. Velocity when you get it there, Shelby, and we'll look at the wind field. Okay, so we're looking at, there we go. Okay, it's moved off to the northeast. Still very tight. I mean, that is tight. I mean, that is not, you know, a couple miles wide. That is a very compact rotation within that hook. And, you know, it looked like it might have had some rain wrap around that. So the photo we had from Kevin Brashears, let's try to revisit that if we can. This was pretty impressive. So just off to the east of Floyd, think about it, right in there, there's your tornado. I mean, that's, you know, we never know the intensity of a tornado visually. We can't look at it and say, hey, I think that's EF2 or EF3. So we don't know how strong it is, but I see a lot of debris around the bottom of it. That is a dangerous storm, and we know exactly where it touched down, where it is. We can see that on radar. Let's come back to that. By the way, shout out any updates we get on chat, but right in there, it's moved a little further away from Floyd, but it still looks like a tornadic rotation. I mentioned it may have had some rain wrap around that. Let's look at some reflectivity there, Shelby, when we get the chance. Think about, you know, the circulation. Okay, right in there, looks like some of the rain may have tried to wrap around. That just means it might be harder to see compared to that photo we had there from Kevin Brashears that, you know, showed that cone tornado down to the ground. So anytime we get rain wrapping around that, the game changes. It might be harder to see. Fortunately, it's moving away from the community of Floyd. We still have a lot of territory out there in the northern part of Roosevelt County. By now, hopefully, if you have friends or loved ones or anyone that you know that lives in this area or has property or whatever, let's get word out to them. That's what cell phones are for. Let's give them a call. If you're in Floyd, I'd stay in your tornado shelter, although I'm gaining confidence that it's pushing away from you a little further. Seeing the hail potential in there, certainly, as that moves off to the northeast. Let's animate that. Let's put that into motion. Good news for Portales. Yes. It still continues to move on off to the northeast. It's still got more of a, you know, inflow notch. You know, it doesn't look like that fish hook we saw right there when we had the tornado warning, but still have, you know, somewhat of a notch in there indicating inflow and indicating rotation around it. But certainly the best indicator that we've had, which is really, I think, just surgically pinpointed where this tornado has been the velocity. So let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at the wind field associated with that again. And there it is. I mean, this is still very formidable. That's still a very tight rotation. Even if, I mean, if we knew nothing else and only had this image, I'd be pretty concerned about tornado. Looks like it's moved on up right up there towards, I believe that's 316, or 236, I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on at this range. 236, and that's going to be off to the northeast of Floyd. So I tell you what, since it's moving away from Floyd, let's just kind of put a thumbtack in this. I want to cover the other storms in the area because we don't want to neglect folks. We've got all kinds of watches and warnings, and Shelby, I'll let you lead me through all that. Let's just take a look around the area, see what else is going on. Just know that if you're in Portales, Clovis, Cannon Air Base, we're watching that tornado very carefully. I mean, it's a confirmed tornado, very good visuals on that, and so that's something that we're really concerned about. If you're in Floyd, remain in shelter until we tell you otherwise. Okay, we've got that severe warning that's getting closer now to Clarendon, so we're coming in on that. This has been a very active area coming up from near Silverton. It's built back a little bit now, coming up 207. That's some hail potential there. That might be added to the warning. This is not a tornado warning. This is severe thunderstorm warning. So this is the cell that prompted the first warning back when it was back to the west of Bryce. It's moving to the north. Hail potential might be down a little bit, but they tend to cycle a little bit. Clarendon, we got the lightning getting close to you. Rain will start to move in also. Any interest up at Greenbelt Lake, need to get those folks into shelter, get out of the campgrounds, get indoors. If nothing else, the lightning threat is going to be something that's pretty dangerous. Also gusty winds, rain, everything goes with a severe thunderstorm. But these are not rapidly rotating storms like we have down in Portales. So this one coming up 207, if that holds together, would get on up, looks like, coming up towards, Goodnight and the western parts of Clarendon also. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look down to the south or anywhere else you want to go, Shelby. This is where we've had, just massive hail earlier, and this is not really considered our News Channel 10 viewing area. Kind of cuts off right before we get to Matador, Paducah. If you've been watching our streams, Kevin Sully has been down here, and he's been watching a hail research project. He's been kind of documenting that. You're going to hear all about that. But right now, we're just tracking heavy rain just south of Highway 62, heading out towards Paducah. Okay, let's migrate around, see what else is going on in our viewing area. Nothing approaching Amarillo right now. We've had a little activity around Canyon and Happy. That's kind of played out a little bit. By the way, a storm around Lake McKenzie. That's probably our biggest hail threat nearby. That's the one coming up to the north. Claude, good night. We're going to keep an eye on that. But let's get back out to New Mexico now, where our tornado warning is in progress. Still have the warning. Does not include Portales, northern part here of Roosevelt County, and really kind of coming up on the border of Curry County. We'll have to check the velocity. I'm not quite seeing the hook echo or the notch that we had earlier. May or may not be good news. Excuse me. Okay. This is good news. It looks like the rotation has broadened and weakened just a little bit. Are we getting any ground-based reports coming in, or anything about that tornado, anything out of the Weather Service in Albuquerque?
So the Albuquerque National Weather Service is saying that the outflow has started to dominate that storm, which is a good sign. They can no longer see gate to gate, so they're going to let the warning expire.
Very good. Okay.
At 6:35.
Great. Okay. Good information. Shall be passing on from the Weather Service in Albuquerque that issued this warning. And like I just kind of pointed out there, that rotation, you can see, has really broadened. A few moments ago, it was that red and green just smack dab against each other in a small area. Now you see, we don't see as much of that. It's kind of broadened out. The outflow, I think, has, as Shelby mentioned there, kind of taken over and cut through there and kind of disrupted that circulation. This is really good news. This is really good news. So they're going to allow that tornado warning to expire. Just to track on that, sometimes these supercells tend to cycle. You can get disruption, and then it can pick up again. So should that occur, that's going to be getting closer to Clovis. I think it's going to bypass Portales, but Clovis and Cannon Air Base, we're going to be getting closer to that area within 30 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour or so. Now, what you need to know is we're going to continue to follow this on our stream. We have a continuous stream going. If you've been watching all afternoon, you know that. If you've been watching on TV, we come in every now and then and give you an update. But if you want to track this in its entirety, we'll be on until this severe threat is over with later tonight. You can catch us on NewsChannel10.com. You can catch us on YouTube. You can catch us on streaming, all streaming platforms. I have trouble keeping up with them, but there's a bunch of them. Your favorite streaming platform, if you can watch us, we'll be staying on with information. Shelby and I will be watching all evening here at the studio and watching radar. We've got Kevin and Sheldon out in the field. They've been passing on all kinds of information. We're going to continue to do that. So we're going to leave TV since this warning is going to be allowed to expire, and we don't really longer have a threat of tornadoes there. But as the storm approaches Clovis, if we do get indications of rotation or anything else, we'll be back on TV to let you know, and we'll definitely be on our continuous platforms. So keep it on News Channel 10. We'll keep you advised.
Okay. Okay, so we did just get a report from Sheldon. He was just talking to me, and he said that his parents are over near where this tornado was. His dad, Kevin, was the one that gave us this picture. He did say that Kevin confirmed that that tornado roped out. So it did lift, so that is a good sign there. So Sheldon did confirm that that tornado from Kevin, his dad, Kevin, not Kevin Zelli, has roped out, and we are looking at a minimal threat there. So that tornado warning does show to expire at 6:45 our time here in the Texas Panhandle. If you are in the New Mexico counties, that is 5:45 for Mountain Time. So that warning should expire in about 3 minutes. They are allowing that to expire over at the National Weather Service in Albuquerque. So we should not be seeing anything out of that storm as of right now, but we're going to be keeping a close eye on it, especially over in that Clovis area. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. This is entering Union County. It does not include Clayton. It does not include Clayton proper, but it is heading north of Gladstone. But if you are in Greenville, New Mexico, we do recommend that you be keeping an eye on things. This severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire at 7 p.m. our time here in the Panhandle. That is 6 p.m. for Mountain Time. I'm going to take a look and see what the hail size is on this one. So as of right now, radar indicated does show that there is 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this particular severe thunderstorm warning coming into Union County. This is tracking directly towards Greenville. The heaviest part looks like it might track south, but if you are in Greenville, you might see that rain start to pick up. There could be a hail threat heading towards the city. Now, this does have a little bit of time as it is developing towards, so we will be keeping an eye on that. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in Union County, north of Gladstone. Gladstone, this particular cell does look like it's going to miss you to the north, so you guys look okay with this one. But we do see that one weaker cell behind it, so we're going to be watching that. We look like we're going to start having a few cells possibly into the area of Union County, so we're going to be keeping an eye there. So I'm just going to give you guys another tour of everything that we've got going on here in the Panhandle. We've got a lot going on, so we want to make sure and update everybody. If you're in the northern half of the Texas Panhandle as well as the Oklahoma Panhandle, right now we are not seeing any severe conditions in those areas. But a severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for those areas, so you are not out of the woods entirely. There is still the possibility of some development of that in the northern portion of the Texas Panhandle. That warning does expire at 1 a.m. on Monday morning, so just after midnight, so we're keeping an eye on that. Going back to radar. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning near Clarendon, and this has been extended near Lake McKenzie and near Wayside. Now, this one with that pink spot, it does look like that has diminished a little bit, but there is still a considerable hail threat in that area. I'm going to take a look and see what it says. $50 sized hail, which is a good sign. We have been seeing lots of really good sized hail throughout the day, as large as DVD sized. I haven't heard that issuance in a warning before. So this $50 sized hail just north of Silverton. Silverton, it looks like things are clearing out for you with this particular cell, but there is the possibility of more developing near Silverton. So be keeping an eye on things throughout the region. Now, this severe thunderstorm warning in Armstrong and Donley County, this does include Clarendon proper. Now, this storm is looking like the heaviest part is staying west of Clarendon, but we're going to be monitoring that one. This one in particular does show, again, $50 sized hail. So we're not looking at any massive hail near Clarendon, but the threat is there. If you are in Clarendon or Goodnight, the storm looks like it is tracking towards you. You might have some sprinkles if you are in Clarendon, but the heaviest part of this storm as of right now is to the southwest of Clarendon. So going back towards the southeast, where we've seen lots of action throughout the day, most of that has looked to die down. We do have a lot of storms. Paducah still is getting some heavy rain, but all of the severe thunderstorm warnings for that area, for our area, have been allowed to expire. We do have a few just south of our area, including King County, Stonewall County, Knox County, but for our viewing area, those severe thunderstorm warnings near Paducah have been allowed to expire. So I'm going to take another stroll around through here. We do have a few.
Yeah,
yes.
I might point out too, all this new development down in the southwest, something we're going to have to watch.
Dimmitt.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have some new storms starting to develop down in the southwestern portion of our viewing area. So none of these are severe warned at this time, but they are starting to develop, and they're looking like they're developing fairly quickly. So this is on the west side of I-27. This is west of Plainview and Hale Center. Some of these are in the area of Littlefield. The biggest one that looks like it is developing right now is near Sudan. This is just south of Earth and Olton. Also one near Lasbuddy, just one to the northwest of Muleshoe. So we've got a lot of little popcorn cells that are popping up in those areas. Again, none of these have been severe thunderstorm warned at this time, but we're going to be keeping an eye on them because some of these storms have been developing pretty quickly. We also do have that tornado warning that did expire. We did go ahead and let that expire. That was at 6:45. That is that storm near Clovis and Portales. This storm is still heading towards Clovis. There could still be a hail threat, but that tornado warning has expired. If you are in Clovis, be sure to be keeping a close eye on things here with us, as that storm is tracking a little bit towards the area. Now, the good news is earlier we did see a hook echo on this storm that did produce that tornado near Floyd, just to the west of Portales. We do not see a considerable hook we did earlier, so that is a really good sign. I'm also going to switch over to velocity. You're okay, Dave. I'm going to show velocity. This does show there is still some rotation with to the north east of Floyd and to the southwest of Clovis. This particular storm does still have some rotation to it, but it is not near as tight as it was earlier when we did have that tornado on the ground, so that is a good sign. But if you are in Clovis, be sure to be keeping an eye on things. Make sure to have that First Alert Weather app downloaded. If you have family in Clovis, give them a call. Be sure that they are paying attention to what is going on around them, because it is possible that we do still have some pretty severe, a good severe storm headed towards Clovis. We might see anything from hail to this. The rotation does look like it is weakening, which is a very good sign. But if you are in Clovis, be sure to just be keeping an eye on things, as this storm still has a little bit of some pink in it, so the hail threat is still there. This storm has not diminished by any means, so be sure, if you are in the Clovis area, to be keeping an eye on that. So our chasers, let's see, Alex and Sheldon look like they're in Clarendon, and Kevin and Caleb look like they're over near Roaring Springs. They're still collecting hail, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, Dave, if either one of them, I haven't heard much from them here lately, so we might check in with them before we just send it out to somebody.
Yeah.
So while we're doing that, I'm going to just go ahead and walk through things again. No tornado warnings issued for anywhere in the Texas Panhandle or in New Mexico, Oklahoma. No tornado warnings issued for anyone in the News Channel 10 viewing area. We do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have some hail threats across the region. This one green polygon just in Motley County is a flash flood warning. Matador, just south of Matador, did see a cell that popped up in that region, and it stuck around for a while. It did drop a lot of rain, a lot of hail. That was where we did see reports of DVD-sized hail over near Afton and Patton Springs. So that area is seeing some flash flooding warnings just because of the amount of rain that was dropped in that one area. When that storm developed, it stuck around for a while. So we will be seeing some flash flooding risks in that area, in that southern portion of Motley County.
Hey, Shelby. I want to concentrate on Clovis. Folks there need to prepare. They got a severe storm coming in.
That one did get upgraded to a warning.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
But I mean, that's a nasty storm. Whether or not it has any strong rotation when it gets there, we don't know. But one thing I do know, you're about to get pounded by severe weather. People need to get indoors.
Right, with the hail.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. So a severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for that cell that was previously tornado warned, that was north of Portales. This severe thunderstorm warning does not include Clovis proper at this moment, but that storm is tracking directly toward the Clovis area. So if you live in Clovis, we do have a pretty severe storm headed your way. We do not see any threat of tornadoes right now, but there is some pink and purple coloring in that cell, which does indicate some pretty significant sized hail. So if you live in Clovis, if you have family in Clovis, give them a phone call. If you are in Clovis, be sure to head inside, get indoors, get away from those windows, as there is a significant hail threat heading towards your area. I'm going to look at this warning and see.
TV cut in somewhere on the top of the hour.
So as of right now, they have downgraded that hail size a little bit, but the significant threat for some hail is still there. So if you are in Clovis, it is about to start raining in your area, and a lot of hail threat is coming that way, and just really, really heavy rain. So if you are outside, I highly recommend that you move indoors and you stay away from windows. There is also the threat of lightning with any of these storms. So be sure, if you are in Clovis or if you have family in Clovis, give them a call. Farwell, you are also in the crosshairs, not as much as Clovis though. This does look like the most severe part is going to track to the north and northwest of Farwell, but the potential is still there for some rain in that area. Melrose, you do have some light rain in your area right now. Again, the biggest place that we are keeping an eye on and we are concentrating on is Clovis right now. So let's see. Again, that warning does expire. If you are in Clovis, it expires at 6:30. Those of us here in the Texas Panhandle, that will expire at 7:30. So the severe thunderstorm warning is issued for another about 35 to 40 minutes. So we will be keeping a close eye on that one. That pink indication inside of that cell, that does indicate some very heavy rain, some potentially large-sized hail. So again, we cannot stress enough. If you are in Clovis, get inside, get away from the windows. There is the hail threat, there is heavy rain, there is the lightning threat. So be sure to be headed inside and get away from those windows with that storm. It does include Curry and Roosevelt County. It does not include Portales proper. This is north of Portales. As of right now, this does not include Clovis, but I would not be surprised to see this severe thunderstorm warning extended, and at that time it would include Clovis also. This is also Melrose. Looks like you're in the clear for right now. So if you are in Melrose, you look like for right now, Floyd is also clear. That tornado warning was issued for the Floyd area.
Perfect.
That does look like it has cleared up. That severe storm has moved away from Floyd. So it should be clearing up in Floyd and Portales for right now. The threat is not completely out of the window for anyone in the region, as we do still have that severe thunderstorm watch. That does include our New Mexico counties. So the potential for some more development throughout this evening is not out of the question by any means. So we're going to go back to radar and show this storm here. I'm going to switch it over to velocity. So again, we are seeing a lot less rotation in this storm. There is some in it, but it is a lot more broad, which is a really good sign. But this storm still packs a punch to it. Definitely still one to be keeping an eye on across the region. This one does still have those pink and purple colors in it, as well as some dark red, so that indicates some pretty heavy hail possible, as well as some flash flooding risk. If this does drop a lot of rain in Clovis, you could see some localized flash flooding across the area. Dave, nothing from Albuquerque?
No,
Nope.
nothing. But I'm going to do a TV cut in about 4 minutes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so for right now, stay on Clovis. Do you want me to go ahead and go back through the region? What would Dave do?
You know, let's try to update our watches and warnings.
Okay.
You know, we haven't done that for a while.
Okay.
About 3 minutes, Dave.
Okay,
you.
so now I'm going to move to the whole watches and warnings map. Dave is about to cut in on live television, so I'm just going to give you guys a quick update before he does that. So again, the entire area highlighted in pink, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. That is until midnight for our New Mexico counties, 1 a.m. for our Texas Panhandle counties, and we have the yellow area in the southeastern portion of the Texas Panhandle. That is a tornado watch. That has been issued until 11 p.m. tonight. That does include some of our counties, including Cottle County, Childress. We have several areas over there that does include Tulia, Childress, Turkey, Kittiquay, Silverton, that entire southeastern portion of our viewing area. Again, that is until 11 p.m. Then all of these scattered orange polygons throughout the area.
Gotcha, Sheldon, thank you.
The one including Clayton and Clovis, Portales, all of those are severe thunderstorm warnings. So we've got several moving around the region right now. This one has been moved a little bit closer to
10-4.
Clayton. It does not include Clayton right now, but this particular severe thunderstorm warning has gotten a little bit closer to Clayton. So let's see. This one does include golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. This does look like it's going to track the heaviest part south of Greenville, but if you are in Clayton, I would be getting prepared because this particular cell does look like it's tracking your way. So if you are in Clayton, have family in Clayton, make sure and give them a call. Make sure everyone is weather aware because these cells do look like they are tracking in that general direction. We have a few more in the New Mexico mountains area.
Hey, Shelby. Do you know how to drag that tornado video in? Sheldon just posted to his Facebook
Oh,
page.
yes, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can
I'm
you
gonna hop
just
over
drag
to
it
the
onto
other
this-
computer real
Drag it onto
quick.
that sucker. No, we'll get
Let's
ready.
see if we can. Okay.
I thought you hit a plus. up there.
Yeah, there's a plus seen, but it's grayed out.
There it is. Okay. Oh, it's a preview.
Okay, Sheldon said he's trying to get them online, so that may be why we can't add them
Oh,
just yet. He
it's
said they're
already
in the
30
process.
seconds out. Okay. Just go back. Yeah, that graphic right there, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, can we take David? I'm gonna stay over here so I can move around for you.
Okay. Does that preview, is it visible?
No, it still isn't. He said he's
mean-
trying.
Hey friends, Doppler Dave here on this first alert day. We have a weather update for you. Still tracking several dangerous storms out across the area. So here's the latest, just to let you know that almost everyone in our viewing area under some kind of watch. Now the tornado watch is the southern third of our area where it's down in the yellow. We don't have any tornado warnings right now. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for just about every other county in our area, including Amarillo, including Canyon, like I said, including every other county in our viewing area. It'll take you down to probably one of our stronger storms. This storm right here produced a verified tornado near Floyd, New Mexico, within the last hour or so. That has now moved off to the northeast. No longer have a tornado warning on that storm, but this is a severe storm with a likelihood of hail up to about $50, maybe even stronger than that. Looks like it's going to stay north of Portales, but it's coming off to the east-northeast. Looks like it's going to make a beeline into Clovis, Cannon Air Force Base, and all interest there around Clovis. Beg your pardon? Okay, just want to let you know, there's a little video of a tornado roping out back when it was near Floyd. So that was back when it was this area right here. We had the tornado, started off pretty large, kind of roped out right there. Indications are that it struck at least a dairy and some other structures. We'll get more information on that for you a little bit later on. But right now, just know that the tornado warning was discontinued, and now we're just looking at that strong storm coming into Clovis. If you live in Clovis, it's time now to seek shelter and get away from windows. Probably going to have some hail, probably going to have some flooding rains and everything else. Okay, here we go. Back to the watches and the warnings. Just updated on this storm right here. Clovis, Farwell, Texaco need to be in shelter right now for the likelihood of hail. The other tornadic activity was been down to the south of Matador and Paducah. That's now just degenerated into a bunch of rain. Good news there. But we are tracking this severe cluster. They've been firing up around Silverton. Reports of north of Silverton of some golf ball size hail. Those storms are moving to the north. So we're looking at a severe warning in Donnelly County from Clarendon back to about Goodnight and even close to Claude. Now around Memphis, that's a non-severe storm. But make sure you get folks in out of the lightning there. Again, 287. Good night to Clarendon. That's going to be a hotbed with the next hour. Very heavy rain and lightning, maybe some hail. For Amarillo, we're going to continue to watch New Mexico. Another severe cell. This one's moving rapidly. It's between Grenville and Gladstone. It won't take that one long to move over towards Des Moines, Grenville, and Clayton. So we have to watch out for some hail potential. Once again, the entire area under some kind of severe risk tonight. It's going to be a long one. You can watch us on our continuous streams on Facebook, YouTube, all your streaming, NewsChannel.com. We'll keep you updated. Stay with us.
Clear. Next one, what camera? Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Wyatt.
This is Max 1. I'm going to go. Okay. So yeah, we did get that video up there, Dave. I don't think it's playing.
That's okay.
But we
cool
did get it up there.
It was sexy.
So we got that up there. Sweet.
Okay. This is Friona.
Okay.
So we're going to watch the
that.
Clovis.
If you can log into
I don't know
Facebook
which.
here.
What?
If someone can log into Facebook here, we can just pull it over to that screen
Okay.
and show it that way.
So Dave, they haven't confirmed anything with damage, but it's too soon for them. She's communicating with.
Oh, what Sheldon said, it hit some kind of dairy, right?
Yeah.
That's what she said. She said that.
If you have your password, we can log into your
Dairy
Facebook.
land, but the dairy farmers don't usually call and say, and she hasn't gotten a chance to go out
Okay.
and confirm anything yet.
So we'll just keep that.
This one.
She said there's a high probability.
Okay. Alrighty guys, we are back on here. We were taking a look at that storm near Clovis and Portales. I'm gonna show you guys that one again. Just kind of taking a walk through the region. Let me get this up right here. So this severe thunderstorm warning still does not include Clovis, but it's on the way. It's headed towards Clovis, so if you live in that area, the rain is about to start picking up. The potential for some hail in the area is not out of the question. So if you are in the Clovis area, be sure to be keeping an eye on things Farwell also. Now Portales, Floyd, and Melrose, you guys look in the clear from this storm as of right now. You got the video? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do. Yeah, I think it had to upload. Okay, so now I'm on Max. Okay, so there we go. So this is Sheldon's video that he posted on his Facebook.
Go west of the house, please. I'll take my camper.
Head on over to Sheldon's page. His name is Sheldon Brashear's KFDA. He did post this video. This was that tornado warned storm that was near Floyd, near Portales. This is a video of it after it weakened in intensity a little bit and started to rope out. So this video is from Maddie and Javen Chandler in Floyd. Okay. So that is that video that we have of that one roping out. Okay. Lots of rain off over to the east too.
They're gonna try to pull
Okay, I'm clear on that.
video of it.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna head back over to the Max 3 computer over here, and we're just gonna keep taking a tour around the region. We've got some pretty good storms developing in Lamb County. These are north of Littlefield to the east and west of Muleshoe. These are also south of Dimmitt, southwest of Hart. Dimmitt, if you're in Dimmitt or in Lasbuddy, the rain is already starting to pick up. If you are in Dimmitt, do not be surprised to start seeing that rain pick up here shortly, as those cells do look like they are developing towards that area. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with that one until 8 p.m. with ping pong ball sized hail issued with that one. Okay, so I'm gonna move over again. Southeast, it looks like most of those storms are weakening. We did have some activity over near Paducah, Matador, Childress a little bit earlier. Most of that has weakened. We don't have any severe warnings in that area as of right now. Heading a little bit to the northwest. So this severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed down. This one is in Armstrong County. It is heading towards, these cells are looking to track towards Clarendon and Goodnight. They do look to be weakening in intensity, but they do still look like they can drop some pretty heavy rain. So if you are in Goodnight or Claude, these storms do look like they're heading in your direction, but the severe thunderstorm warning does not include either one of those towns as of right now. But if you are traveling on Highway 207, that storm does look like it is kind of starting to track towards that road. So I highly discourage travel in that area. It's also heading towards 287 near Clarendon and Goodnight and Claude. We also have a little hot spot that just popped up north of Briscoe. This is a new one, Dave.
Yeah, okay.
So no severe warnings on this one right now, but it is north of Briscoe. Yeah. Very small little hot spot, but as we've been seeing all night, these storms are developing pretty quickly.
It's way back behind the front too. It's weird.
Right, this one's kind of in the northern portion of the Panhandle. This is east of Miami, north of Mobeetie, north of Briscoe. So as of right now, this storm is not developing in any populated areas. We will see where this one goes. We'll be keeping an eye on that one as it develops on radar. Okay.
Clovis,
okay. All right. Clovis, this one is starting to knock on the door. There is some rain probably starting in a majority of the Clovis area. The heaviest part of this storm has not gotten into Clovis yet. The severe thunderstorm warning still does not include Clovis, but the storm is getting very close to that area. So there could be some very heavy rain. There could be the good risk of some lightning as well as some hail, not out of the question. The hail with this particular warning, I do not think was very large, quarter-sized hail. So not as big as some of the other places that we have been seeing, but hail is still very damaging. Even if it is small, it could still cause some damage to roofs and sidings and cars and different things like that. So if you are in Clovis, this storm is preparing to move across town. So it is coming from the southwest and tracking to the northeast. So we will continue to watch this one, but if you are in Clovis, be prepared. This storm is maybe 5 minutes from coming through town. The rain's going to start picking up. You might see some gusty winds. You might see some hail. It's going to be heading into town pretty quickly.
It's hard to hear when you don't have a piece in here.
Let's see. Okay, so that polygon did just change in shape a little bit, still not including Clovis. It did get trimmed down a little bit. This particular thunderstorm warning will expire at 6:30 for our friends in the Mountain Time, 7:30 for our friends here in the Texas Panhandle in that Texas time. We also have some activity just on the other side of the state line near Muleshoe, Sudan, Lasbuddy, Earth, Farwell. Over in that area, we are starting to see some development pop up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I want to point out there, that's really growing into a complex, and that's looking more and more likely that Muleshoe, Dimmitt, Freona, Hereford are starting to get that, and maybe Amarillo if that holds that track. So something to watch.
Let me zoom out a little bit so we can kind of show where that one's developing towards. So basically a straight north track, would you say, with those?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Straight north, okay.
It's like Sheldon and Alex are sightseeing.
Let's see, what do we have with...
Pretty shot.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
Okay, Sheldon, I'm going to toss it out to you. That is a great shot, and then you can just kind of explain, like you were just telling us, where you're at, what you're seeing, and what cell that one in particular is, since we've got so many popping up on radar across the Panhandle.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Shelby. Yeah, so right now we are on, where does this we're on right here?
207.
207, yeah, 207 here.
Cut road.
Yeah, right now just on 207, just giving you a great shot of this. So as you can see, we're kind of looking off towards the southeast a little bit. We have this storm that Shelby was talking about earlier there on 207. It's just basically moving north at 20 miles an hour. Basically one of the stronger storms that we're near right now. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this because on its current track, if it's moving north at about 20 miles an hour, this ought to give us a really good shot of it as it comes this direction. And obviously, if we go down into the canyon there, we're going to be losing our signal pretty quickly. So we're going to stay up just on the top side of it here, so that way we can keep a nice steady video stream going, give you guys a good look at it. Right now, can't really see too much of the base of this storm, but this should be kind of the bottom of the main part of that severe warning storm that's over Armstrong County right now. We're going to be keeping an eye on it, moving north at 20 miles an hour. But yeah, it's all of a sudden become a pretty active afternoon and evening here for a lot of the region, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We did have that brief touchdown. Currently, of course, as a lot of our viewers know, I am from Portales, and let me tell you, the videos and pictures I'm getting of this tornado are unbelievable, so I'm currently going through those as well. I'm going to be sharing those as we get them because we've been getting some fantastic visuals of that tornado down near Floyd. Am hearing of some minor damage at a dairy down there, Matthews Dairy, that's seen a little bit of damage, but of course, like I said, we'll be compiling that, passing it along as we get more information. But right now we're on 207, just straight south of Claude, getting a good look at this severe thunderstorm over Armstrong County, and hopefully get a better look as it gets just a little bit closer. But we don't want to get too far south or else we'll lose our signal, so we're going to just kind of keep an eye on it from here and let you guys know if we see anything.
Look how it's getting sucked into this storm, the boundary. And just see.
Yep. Right, it's on the front.
Do you need a charger?
No,
laptop?
it's good. I accidentally unplugged it. You're good. I just accidentally unplugged it earlier.
Look at this.
Yeah. Nice. Hardly any delay whatsoever.
Phone, coffee, peanut butter.
Just make sure it's creamy peanut butter, right, Dave? About to be getting some more footage into that tornado. All right, copy that. Thank you, Shelby. Yeah, so really we're just kind of keeping an eye on this storm. It's just, I mean, let's see here. Let's measure this out. I want to give you guys accurate information here. So this storm right now is about 7 miles to our southeast right now. The core of the storm is. So that we're going to kind of keep an eye on it. Hopefully have a good view of things. Not really picking up on any really significant rotation, but a pretty good sized hail core. Looks like the hail core right now, let's see, registering some mid 60 dBZs. So sizable hail for sure. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Getting word to maybe some new tornado footage coming in, so stand by for that.
Pretty stuff there, Sheldon. That's a beautiful storm, of course.
Yeah.
You know, we're most concerned about
beautiful
the
storm.
hail
Got
and
some beautiful
stuff
scenery to go
involved
with
there,
it.
so keep us posted there. I'm gonna take a look. Some other things going on. So you might notice just looking on the wide screen here, it has really come to life. You know, it started off this afternoon with an isolated storm or two down in the southeast, but it has really blown up. So let's get some of the latest here. Right now, our friends in Clovis kind of getting hammered by a pretty strong storm. There we go. Cannon Air Force Base coming into Clovis. Very heavy rain. The good news is I think that hail core diminished a little bit. So we're not looking at the golf ball plus, but there could be nickel and quarter size hail in there. Heavy rain. I'm seeing a lot of lightning around there. So that was a big concern. If you're in Farwell, it's going to slide by off to your west, it looks like. If you're in Texaco, slide by your west. Now we're looking at Pleasant Hill and heading up maybe towards Grady. However, the core of that storm in Curry County has been over Cannon Air Force Base and probably the western part of Clovis. Heavy rain, and Clovis tends to flood pretty easily, so folks need to keep that in mind if it doesn't blow through too quickly. Let me bring you back into the Texas Panhandle, South Plains. Man, look at this cluster really taking off. Now, we're not looking at tornadoes here, but from Sudan northward, now getting into our viewing area, let me draw this, from Muleshoe over to Earth and Oldham Highway 70 up to Hart, about to come into Dimmitt, and then back to Bovina. That's just a big old cluster of heavy rain and pockets of hail. I mean, that has really expanded out during the last half hour. So if I zoom out a little bit, you'll see that that's going to be aimed up towards Hereford, Friona, probably Umbarger. And, you know, if it continues to spread out, plus it's going to get a boost from this stuff coming in from New Mexico, we're looking at rain filling in the western panhandle from Adrian, Vega, Amarillo Canyon. We may be getting in on some of that. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Let me change systems here, just give you a refresher on what warnings and advisories we have. Right now, no tornado warnings. The yellow down in the southeast, that's going to be our tornado watch. Everyone else in pink, I mean, that covers the rest of the News Channel viewing area, all the way up through the Oklahoma Panhandle, all the way up through New Mexico. That's a severe thunderstorm watch, and I believe that goes to 1 a.m. Is that, let me,
Yes.
okay.
1 a.m. for Panhandle, midnight for...
Okay. Shelby verifies that. I just want to see it visually here. 1 a.m. Central Time. Yeah, okay. So we're going to be at this a while. That means the potential for strong updrafts and heavy weather is going to stay alive even after it gets dark. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. I wanted to show you from some cameras. I need to get Friona up. Here it is. So this is a live shot from Friona looking down to the, I believe, south. And you see the storms approaching there for Amarillo, downtown. Okay, big old booming clouds. I'm gonna, let me see here. Adjust this and figure out which mouse I'm using. There we go. There's some updrafts for you. And then what do we got here? Okay. Okay, Guyman starting to cloud over. The lake looking good. Okay, this is from Bushland, so I'm going to take you back to the southwest here. Oh, okay. Once again, my confusion. That ought to do it. Okay, live shot from Bushland. Getting kind of dark down to the back to the southwest. That will be the area that we watch later on this evening for storms to approach Amarillo from. So we got all eyes out. Where am I? Downtown. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then. Okay, there's Friona again. We'll be referring back to that during the next couple of hours as the storms approach. Okay, back to our watches and warnings. By the way, Shelby's preparing a TV cut-in coming up around 7:30. Man, I don't know. Our storms in the southwest are getting stronger. Okay, so that's what we're zeroing in on now is this cluster. Okay, so those around Muleshoe, getting closer to Dimmitt, getting closer to Bovina and Friona with a severe storm over Clovis heading off to the east. So still looking at rain and hail. Looks like that's coming across Clovis, but it'll pretty rapidly emerge and head off to the east. So Clovis to Pleasant Hill now within 30 minutes or so. We'll take that out to Bovina and Friona. If you're around Dimmitt, it looks like those storms are trying to gather together and push north. If they hold that intensity, you might have a hail threat. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that reaches up through Castro County.
That Clovis warning did expire. They allowed it to expire.
Okay, I just saw that. Shelby's pointing out that the warning for the Curry County storm has expired. Still a strong storm. Whether or not it produces any more large hail, we're going to see. It's the same storm that did produce a tornado down by Floyd, New Mexico, that we've showed you pictures and videos of. And we'll have more of that tonight coming up, of course. So this is shifting off to the east, getting close to the Texas border. So that's going to bring into Palmer and Deaf Smith counties within the next 30 minutes or so. Okay, the storm that Sheldon's on there, south of Claude, weakening a little bit, but there's some other activity splitting off there close to Silverton, off to the east of Tulia. That's coming up 207. So that's getting up around Vigo Park and approaching Wayside. New storm there popping up between Happy and Wayside is below severe intensity. Lighting up here now, notice that, just south of Highway 60 from LaFours to south of Miami and Canadian, not moving very rapidly, but those storms have popped up and are gaining some intensity. So folks out around Lakeview in Gray County, Mobeetie, Briscoe, we'll watch those to see what those do. They're getting a little stronger right now. They're below severe intensity, just some heavy rainmakers, but the lightning threat certainly something that we need to watch out for. The southeastern part of the area continues to improve. I think we've been kind of worked over from our big storms down by Matador and Roaring Springs, but you know, anyone south of Turkey, watch out for floodwaters because there has been a ton of rain south across mainly Motley County, quite a bit over in Cottle County also, and Floyd County. Still some rain coming up that way. Again, our main clusters now are going to be the one over Clovis, might strafe Farwell, head over towards Bovina, and then this activity around Muleshoe, Lasbuddy, and south of Dimmitt is holding its own with very heavy rain and pockets of hail advancing to the north. Again, nothing for Amarillo Canyon yet, but stuff moving to the north. Up around Highway 207, around Lake McKenzie. If you live in Wayside, we'll be watching to see if that approaches here sometime soon. And once again, there's our watches and our advisories, that sort of thing. Okay, it's been a while since we checked in with Sheldon. He's had some real pretty shots Looks like he's around Claude.
Yeah, Dave, if anything, we're just doing some glorified sightseeing right now. That storm we were waiting on, about the time it got to us, the core really weakened on it, and it's really started to drop off, and so now we're going south down to 207 here. We're going to try and get closer to the storm near Vigo Park that you were talking about just a second ago. I go off to that new.
I'll fill in the gaps here for Sheldon. So here's what he's doing. He had been up in this area tracking the storm, but now they've peeled off. Here's 207 that he referenced. So they're coming down to 207. They're going to grab this guy that's coming up around Vigo Park. It's one of our stronger hail cores right now. So it won't surprise me to have Sheldon check back in with some hail falling again around Vigo Park. Let me change radar systems here, and we'll take a look at this one. It's got a few more cities on it. And we'll come into play here. Okay. So now you can see Lake McKenzie is where that storm kind of originated. It's moving north up to Vigo Park, 207, Vigo Park and Wayside. And so that's where Sheldon is shifting southward. Kind of, yeah, I just heard the magic words core punch that he'll be trying to do here momentarily. While we're on this, let's get an update over towards Clovis. And looks like Clovis has weathered the worst of the storm. Farwell, I still think you're going to catch just the tail end of that. Mainly heavy rain, lightning. Really need to get folks out of that. But that'll be aimed up, closer to Bovina, Friona. And speaking of that, I've got a nice shot on Friona looking down to the southwest of that approaching storm. So we'll have some visuals on that as that comes up kind of Highway 60. I'm going to come back to radar and slide over and look and read something here. Okay, looks like we did have some reports of at least dime-size hail in Clovis as it blew through. But fortunately, that storm on the downhill trend as far as intensity, because that's the one that produced the tornado back by Floyd, and then larger hail out there in northern Roosevelt County struck a dairy. I believe Sheldon's familiar with that area. It said the Matthews Dairy did some damage there. We'll have some more on that, I think, as we get later on tonight, certainly on the news and everything. You see the wide screen here. Still looking at storms across the south, southeast, although it's improved there. We have picked up in the north, south of Pampa, Miami, and Canadian. It's not severe, but certainly something worth bears watching for heavy rain, lightning, and gusty winds. And there's that storm that's just trucking across Union County. Severe storm just south of Grenville. We'll see what happens as it moves off to the east. It does look like the trend is down on intensity. If you're in Clayton, we're watching that. But that one is hooking it, man. I mean, that storm's probably moving 50 miles per hour. And there's some more back towards I-25. We'll see how those survive. But that's the reason we have our severe thunderstorm watch across much of the area. If you're just finding our stream and looking for information, the pink is a severe thunderstorm watch. The yellow is tornado watch. All counties in the News Channel 10 viewing area. That's why we're doing this continuous stream of information. That way you can follow along on your phone, or your laptop, your computer at home. If you're out away from home, you can always get us here. We'll come on to TV every half hour, or like we did earlier, we were on for quite a while when we had a tornado that we were tracking. But this information, we're going to have this up until the threat dies down later on this evening. Speaking of TV, Shelby and I are kind of tag teaming. You'll see us on TV, you'll see us on the stream, and then we'll toss out to our boys in the field So Shelby's getting ready to go on TV, giving our TV audience an update. When she's done, we'll come back and continue with this. So before she gets on, I'll just point out once again that our hot spots right now are going to be places like Clovis, also just south of Dimmitt, down towards the Dimmitt area, Dimmitt to Lasbuddy. Yeah, and then approaching Nazareth. Those are the strongest, but then also the smaller one. It's one that Sheldon is moving towards. It's around Lake McKenzie and Vigo Park, coming up to 207. So Vigo Park, Wayside, there's a hail threat there. Silverton catching just a moderate storm, some lightning. Still have activity down across the southeast. Childress, you'll be in and out of some of that. It's just the intensities have really come down. And the newest or the most recent activity is what you see there south of Highway 60, Gray, Roberts, Hemp Hill counties. Not moving as rapidly there, but just dropping some pretty good rain and some lightning. So we're continuing to watch that. We'll investigate Amarillo. I think chances are good that at some point we're going to at least get a little rain. Hopefully we'll get decent rain. We can't guarantee that. Depends on how all this evolves. But we are looking at storms getting into the southwestern part of our area now. You know, closer to Hereford, closer to Friona, closer to Bovina, and Dimmitt. So if those hold together as a cluster, we'll have a better chance of rain in Amarillo. Once again, we're watching down, all visuals in play here. We got our storm intercept crews out sending back information, but we also have our tower cameras. This one at Friona, pretty shot there as we look out to the southwest, it looks like. That'll be the direction that storms approach from, and if they hold together, may pose somewhat of a severe threat. Okay, there's different radar. Just investigating. Nazareth on the edge of some rain. Hart has had a little bit. Dimmitt, rain is slowly approaching. It's a time to get folks in out of the lightning. The rain is going to be sweet, I think. But also, we get a little further down to the south of Dimmitt. Back on, let's see, it's 385. Down by Sunnyside to Muleshoe. That's where we might be looking at some quarter-size hail. A little pocket also there west of Dimmitt. That's going to be moving up to the north towards Black in Deaf Smith County. Just some areas that we'll watch for hail. Fortunately, we don't have any tornado warnings in our area at the moment. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll circle those for you. I just went severe for the one that we just talked about up in the north. Okay, that little hail core is flared up. If you're in Pampa, the warning includes a good chunk of Gray County, but off to your east. Looks like really it's going to stay north of Mobeetie, south of Miami, and then maybe approach Briscoe. So that's let me correct myself. I have trouble sometimes differentiating white from yellow. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a special weather statement for a storm near severe intensity for areas east of Pampa, south of Miami. Okay. Just want to clarify that. Once again, that's not a severe warning, but it's close. So that just means there'll be some stormy conditions, just not quite up to severe intensity. Okay, out to the west, this is worth updating. For I-40 around Adrian, rain is picking up a little bit. And also, let's see, no, that's a false blip. Gaining a little confidence that we're going to congeal some storms and rain out across the southwest and send it up towards I-40, which should include Amarillo, Bushland, down towards Canyon. We'll wait and see how that comes to play. Let's see, I'm going to put our chase teams on standby. Shelby's about to update our TV audience. We'll come out and we'll get an update from Sheldon. Looks like a pretty good hail core down by Vigo Park. He's approaching. That one has picked up over the last 15 minutes, really, east of Happy. Out there on 285, it's picking up also. So Sheldon will give us an update on that. Let's see. All right. Kevin's hanging out with a research team down close to Matador or in Matador. We'll hear from him perhaps also. But right now we're standing by to get an update from Shelby. Are we close, or do I need to go to this?
Yes, I think it's less than.
Okay, less than a minute. So, again, some pretty shots coming in from Kevin there. Some storms nearby. We'll share that with you here in a few moments. Let's see what Sheldon, I'm looking. Oh, yeah, pretty shots there. And a lot on radar, I promise you. So we'll continue our continuous stream of information on this first alert day. And like every day on first alert day, our entire team is just going to be here. We're going to pass along information so that you know what to do, what to plan for, how to be safe, who in your family you need to notify that something's coming your way. And we'll continue to do that. Right now, though, I'm going to kick it over. You're on Max 1, I believe. Take the wall. Okay. Here's Shelby standing by for her cue.
Okay.
Let her take it away.
Hey everyone, Shelby Vogel once again here in the First Alert Weather Center with Doppler Dave. We've got Sheldon Brashears and Kevin Selly out chasing a lot of different things that we have been tracking throughout the Panhandle. We've got a lot going on here in our viewing area right now, so let's just take a tour throughout the region and let's break down each of these. So these have just started to develop. This is in the southwestern portion of the Texas Panhandle. If you are in Dimmitt, I do expect it to start raining about 5 to 10 minutes or so. You could see that rain start to pick up. There could also be the threat of some hail. That has been severe thunderstorms warned until 8 o'clock. And then down towards Earth and just north of Littlefield, there is a second cell that is starting to develop behind it. So we're keeping an eye on both of those. This one near Clovis was the one that was tornado warned earlier, just to the west of Portales. That one has started to weaken in intensity, but we are keeping a close eye on these, as these have been the ones that have started to develop here lately in the southwest. Off to the southeast, most of this area did see the severe warnings earlier, including a tornado warning in Motley County. Most of the severe threat in the southeast as of right now has weakened. We're still keeping a close eye on that, as the threat is not gone. We do have one small severe thunderstorm warning that includes Briscoe and Swisher counties. This one is just west of Tulia. Our chaser Sheldon Brashears is out on Highway 207. He's on the way towards that storm as of right now. Now, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning in Union County. This storm is weakening in intensity also, but it is tracking towards Clayton. So if you are in Clayton or you have family in Clayton, give them a phone call and just let them know that they do have a storm on the way. That includes some heavy rain. Of course, the lightning threat is always there, so be sure to be watching and keeping in tune with us. This severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6:45 for Mountain Time. That is 7:45 for us here in the Panhandle, so we're going to be watching that one closely. One other spot that we have started to see pop up here in just the past 30 minutes or so is to the northeast of the Texas Panhandle. We've got lots of directions going on today. This one is coming up between Pampa and Allison. This is south of Canadian. It does not look like this one is moving very much right now. It's kind of developing right in place. No severe thunderstorm warnings for this specific spot at this time. I would not be surprised to see one be issued a little bit later as this develops. We'll be watching closely, as always, here across the Panhandle. So now we've got several different watches and warnings. The pink for the entire Texas Panhandle and New Mexico counties is a severe thunderstorm watch. That expires for midnight for our New Mexico friends and 1 a.m. for everyone here in the Texas Panhandle. Now, this yellow area down in the southeast, that is a tornado watch. That is issued until 11 o'clock tonight. These are all issued for these times unless they are extended or canceled early. And then these orange polygons that we have scattered throughout the Texas Panhandle, including up in our New Mexico counties, those are those severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're keeping an eye on a lot of different things here in the Panhandle. We've got lots of activity going on right now. Be sure to stay tuned into News Channel 10. Be sure to download that First Alert Weather app. We are also streaming live on our website, on YouTube, on Facebook. Be sure to keep up with us, and we will keep you posted as this event develops throughout the evening. All
right. Thank you, Shelby, for that update. Tell you what, we're looking at several clusters of severe weather, like she mentioned. I wanted to zero in, and Sheldon, stand by. We're going to come get you to you for an update. So we got this small but potent storm right around Vigo Park, coming up towards Wayside. I've been looking at Sheldon's video coming in. Pretty impressive little storm. My mic was off there. I'm sorry. We're looking at a storm around Vigo Park, up towards Wayside, coming up 207, and Sheldon's streaming in some pretty interesting pictures there. Tell us what you got there, Sheldon, as you wait for that hail.
Yeah, we can go the way if somebody pulls up.
Okay, let's see. On you, Sheldon, if you can give us reports. Okay, there's the video. Okay, that's just south of Wayside. It's the storm coming up from Vigo Park. And let's see, if you look at the radar parts.
Doesn't look like anybody's used this gate in a while.
This here.
Kind of eerie. Rusted out pickup sitting out there.
Okay, one more time, Sheldon. We could try to attempt to get out to you to get a report. Looks like it's a pretty good rain shaft, maybe a hail shaft coming out of that. Almost. Okay, we'll see if we can reestablish some connection there with Sheldon. What you're looking at, though, are a couple of severe storms near Wayside. That one is blowing up, and around Vigo, tornadoes. But these are storms that, you know, could put down some quarter, $half size hail, and developing rapidly. I can hear Sheldon in my ear. I'm going to attempt this again.
Golly, nasty things.
They're ruining my shot. Look.
Just picking up on that. Will you give us an update?
Those mosquitoes?
Maybe? I think so. Heck no. I was gonna roll down my window, but absolutely not.
Sheldon, if you're copying.
Get some hailstones to kill them little suckers.
Ah, okay.
Look at that.
Okay.
Goodness gracious. Ain't no way.
Sheldon's getting swarmed by something there. Dragonflies.
Huh.
Anyhow, I digress.
Picturesque tornado.
Probably getting those dragonflies on the radar. There's so many of them. So here's what we're doing. We're tracking storms. Again, rapid development around Wayside, just off to the east of Happy. But it looks like already we have a little hail threat there. Vigo Park, hail in there, it looks like. Message from Sheldon. What's he doing?
Yeah, he said there's service out there as well.
Okay. Very good.
Just wanted to let you know that we added in some more videos from Sheldon, and they are in that same image.
Very good. Okay, good. Just a teaser for folks joining us later on the news. We'll have some pretty cool tornado shots for you, probably some hail shots you won't believe. So it's been one of those nights, but it still continues, so we're not letting our guard down. You know, 285 that goes east from Happy to Wayside is really becoming active with heavy rain. And then Vigo Park, we could be looking at $half size hail. That's all coming northward. Wayside, if it holds together, our friends up around Claude, good night. May need to watch that carefully. If you're in Amarillo, well, storms are getting at least a little closer. No imminent threat. We have them down around Dimmitt, and some hail potential just to the west of Dimmitt, looks like, between Dimmitt and Friona, between Dimmitt and Muleshoe, down close to Lasbuddy. Had some heavy rain around Bovina. Looks like a few new spots popping up here on Highway 385 between Vega and Hereford. Interesting to watch. They're not severe. We'll watch that. A little blip there south of Goodnight diminishing. Interesting, even back behind our front, back there south of Miami, we got some heavy rain there. Not severe, but may spread some rain over towards Briscoe and Jim and those areas. We want to bring you down to the southern part of our area.
Oh, I think Sheldon might have some. It sounds like they're getting some heavy rain, maybe some
I
hail.
do hear that. Okay, let's try Sheldon again. All right, Sheldon, I know you're having trouble with communications and insects, but do you hear us? Can you give us an update? It sounds like you're getting a little rain or hail.
Oh no, that's Caleb and Kevin.
I've got no service on my UND.
Okay. Take that.
All bottom part's kind of.
Hey, Kevin, we're hearing some hail ticks. You want to give us an update? All right, Kevin and/or Caleb.
You're still on Sheldon's.
You're on. We got rain up that way. Got to hit that tape. Okay, down by Floyd A. We got Kevin and Caleb. How about a quick up? Okay, I see this. So, Kevin, can you give us an update?
Give us an update, Kevin.
Yes, we are in the middle of another hail core. We're just west of Matador, a couple of miles. Small cell, but this day has proven to be a very, very efficient hail producer. So we're not expecting any kind of tornadic activity at this moment. But again, we are west of Matador. And I'm going to roll up the window because hail's trying to come in. We've got right now, I would say, there's easily quite a few nickel-sized hailstones. I think we're going to be in this for a minute, but we've pulled off the road. The angle that they're coming down appears to be from the south. So in order to protect the windshield, we pulled off and facing the windshield a little bit more to the northwest because we don't want to drive home with a broken windshield. These are not particularly large. I don't expect them to get much larger, but they are noisy, as you can hear and also see. So let's we'll pan around and give you an idea of what we're looking at. We're right on the side of the road. Again, this is heading west out of Matador. I've forgotten what road this is, you know?
Is it 70?
70 was north-south, I thought. Anyway, here's a look, though. There's the hail. And it has been quite a day. We've just broken off from the chase team because they are done chasing and they have retrieved all of the instruments. What they're doing now, and I'll share some video on this with you later, is they're measuring the hailstones, length and width if they're oblong, and then the weight of them. And then they've got a fascinating little rig that is actually a modified pair of almost vice grips that you would buy at a simple hardware store. And they're crushing the hailstones with them. And that gives them an idea of the density with how much force. They're measuring how much force they have to use in order to crush them. And then what I can only call a little moment of poetic justice, the hailstone gets crushed and then they literally just toss it out of the side of the van and the pieces sit on the parking lot and just melt away after all of that incredible work. And so that's how the day ends. They have to measure them, Dr. Allen said, within 3 hours, or the composition of them changes so much that, and so quickly, that it doesn't actually represent the hailstone that fell. And that's what they want. Minutes afterwards, but they need to crush them within 3 hours.
Losing Kevin there. Sheldon, you got contact with us? We're interested in what's happening down there with our severe storm. How about you, Sheldon? You got a good buddy? All right, mighty fine. Interesting stuff down there, Kevin. Hail research on a very big hail-producing day. Okay, I want to get you caught up on a couple things. We have a new warning. That's going to be this guy. And by the way, rain is getting closer to Amarillo if you've been following along from Amarillo, wondering if we're going to get in anything. But we have this warning for hail. It's just between Happy, Wayside, and that's going to be heading up to the north towards Paladuro Canyon. So hopefully park officials are getting notified. A lot of camping this weekend, for goodness sakes. That could be a problem with everything from heavy rain and runoff to hail. Looks like we might be looking at some quarter-size hail. As that drifts north, it's not going to take it long at all to move east of Happy, east of I-27, and head on up towards Paladuro Canyon, which brings up probably an 8 o'clock-ish TV cut-in, Shelby, if you want to organize that for us. Yeah, just towards the top of the hour. We got a lot that has happened in the last 30 minutes. This is probably one of the biggest developments. Vigo Park to Wayside. Again, Paladuro Canyon, we're going to watch that. But notice the storms southwest of Amarillo continue to gain some momentum, and we got new development there between Vega and Hereford. So if this congeals, we'll have activity heading towards the metro area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just south of Hereford, hail around Lasbuddy. Dimmitt, you've been in and out a little bit of the rain. You'll get more of that coming up, it looks like, from the south, with activity now from Bovina and Friona. While we're on this, let's take a look at Friona. It's looking pretty cool now. This is a live shot from our camera, or actually the Pantex camera in Friona. And you can see the clouds have now made an arrival. And it is starting to rain there in Friona. I'm trying to find it on my map here. There it is. Not catching the core, probably just off to the east of Friona. We've got some hail coming up from the again, I mentioned Summerfield and Black. Those areas probably going to catch a little hail, maybe quarter size, out there to the west of Friona. Let me show you that on this radar. So here's Friona. Here's Highway 60. So we're looking at rain and hail coming up from the south. Severe thunderstorm warning does include Castro County there, up to about the border of Deaf Smith County. So we're going to watch that. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And you can see that, yes, we are still very active with several clusters of heavy thunderstorm activity. Starting to look more likely that Amarillo is going to get rain. Whether or not we get any hail, we're going to have to wait and see. It is picking up there north of Hereford. Let me change weather systems here. Okay, hey, yeah, we got Sheldon back, and I'm going to go to the radar here and pull up his storm. Sheldon, you're aware that we've gone severe a little further north there, coming into Randall County and Armstrong County, but let's get an idea of what's happening out there. So
on that left moving side of the storm near Wayside. Yes, sir, Dave. Yeah, so we're currently just on 1075. We're just a few miles to the southwest of Wayside. Where's this Wayside we're pulling into right now? No, pulling into the Randall County line is what we're doing, actually. Getting right into Randall County on 1075, heading west. Just getting into some very heavy rain. Based on radar, we should be seeing the core of this storm pretty soon. Currently, very, very heavy rainfall. Heard the National Weather Service use the phrase about 2.5 inches an hour of rainfall out of this storm. So very heavy rain. Waiting to see where the hail is going to be falling. Haven't seen any yet. But currently, so basically we're going to be looking for that heavier hail to be coming from the left side of your screen. That's looking to the south right there. That's going to be where the heaviest part of that hail core is. Got a little bit of water standing in the roadway there. Very, very heavy rain. Core maybe weakening a little bit. Maybe sounds like either some big raindrops or some hail hitting our roof right now. Very, very heavy rain here on 1075. Just pulled into Randall County, so we are now in the far, far southern part of Randall County. Let's see. We're about 10 miles west of Happy right now. 10 miles west of Happy. Just right now, heavy, heavy rainfall, but not much past that. But this is going to be moving, of course. As it tracks north, it's going to be moving into Paladuro Canyon, of course. Okay, Alex is going to turn around here. So we're going to turn around. Heavy rainfall here. Yeah, it looks like the core is weakening. I mean, as per the usual with these storms so far, they pop up, get a very large hail core on them, and then they promptly start to peter out pretty quickly, which it does appear that this storm is doing the exact same thing. It's kind of following suit. So we're going to go ahead and actually turn around and start heading back east.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thanks, Sheldon. I'm showing on radar here the storm you're on. I think he's a little closer to Wayside, so that hail core is actually like south of Paladero Canyon by 10 miles and weakening a little bit. That's good news, but that's still very heavy rain and lightning, small hail coming up towards Paladero Canyon. It's probably already hitting the rim of the canyon on the south side there. So around Dripping Springs, or also the campgrounds out that way, getting a pretty good dose of some pretty heavy rain, small hail. All interest around Paladero Canyon and Dove's Rest, Sunday Canyon, those areas. We got pretty strong storm coming your way from the south. Not a tornado, and just want to point that out, that you have a severe thunderstorm warning that's coming your way. Bring it back over to notice that we're getting closer to Amarillo. Rain now just about coming into Hereford. Highway 385 from Vega down to Hereford is getting active and coming east. So, we may get into some rain in Amarillo soon. Right now, it looks like the hail threat is there. We're going to have to watch that pretty carefully. But we don't anticipate tornadoes here. And as I zoom out a little bit, we don't have any tornado warnings. We're down to a couple of clusters of, several clusters of moderately strong to severe thunderstorms. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch, as you can see. That's the pink all across our viewing area. And then the yellow is the tornado watch, but really, once that storm moved out of Motley and Cottle counties a couple of hours ago, we haven't had tornadoes in the tornado watch area. We did have the tornado near Floyd, New Mexico, in the northern part of Roosevelt County. We got that documented with video and pictures. Some damage there that we'll be showing you tonight. But we haven't had any additional tornado warnings since then. Some good news. So coming back to radar, we'll get you the latest. We'll take a quick tour around the area. You can still see we're very active across the region. But fortunately, the tornado threat is down and hopefully over with, but I really hesitate to say that because we can get little boundaries that interact, we get little spin ups. It wouldn't surprise me to get another tornado warning here or there. Now I'm gonna bring you to a new severe thunderstorm warning that we have. Okay, so that's gonna be in the southern part of the area. Muleshoe over to about Hart. You see all that activity, man, it's just really, really filling in there. Back to the west of Dimmitt, we have a couple of places. Just north of Lasbuddy.
Also a flash flood warning.
And around Black. Okay, hang on. Looks like Sheldon's getting into the hail.
Yeah, pretty unmistakable. They've got the sign of hail falling. I mean, I'd say pea-sized right now, not really too intense. I'd say at best we just got some pea-sized hail there. I'd say let's slow down a little bit, maybe grab a piece or two. We're gonna slow down, we're gonna try and grab a piece of it, verify.
We'll go back to that wall.
Yeah, we're gonna turn around and get to where that hail was at its heaviest. Looked to be mainly pea-sized right now.
Fiona looks pretty cool.
Maybe some dimes in there, maybe. Might be being generous. We're gonna circle back around here, go to where that hail was a little bit heavier.
Yeah, Sheldon, it sounded a little bit more than pea size there.
Yeah, I think I saw a dime.
Might have some dimes.
This is Sheldon down north of Wayside. Hail picking up again, Sheldon.
Easier to see right here.
All right, going hard hat.
Folks, got about 1 minute. We'll take Shelby doing a TV cut-in for our audience. Oh, man. Hey, Shelby coming out. Velocity. So Friona to Black to Hereford, strong straight line.
Okay.
We'll look at that on velocity. Okay, we're going to hear from Shelby here in about 30 seconds, but I'm going to look at. Yep. We got strong incoming. Oh, man. Friona, strong wind. And we got this. I don't know if you have Friona in your show.
I don't have it in there with
Okay.
those, but
You might point out. But, okay.
alrighty, everyone. Shelby Vogel here in the Weather Center. Once again, giving another live update. We have been continuing to update you guys throughout the day. We've had quite an active event here in the Texas Panhandle. Lots of storms across the region. Most of this has stayed in the southern half of the Texas Panhandle, but I'm just going to walk you guys through what we are currently tracking across the Panhandle. Now, the biggest part that we are keeping the eyes on the most is this is just to the west of I-27. This is in the southwestern portion of the Texas Panhandle. These cells have started to pop up in the past 30 minutes to an hour or so, and they have really started to intensify, and they are getting lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. Each of these yellow polygons is a separate severe thunderstorm warning, as well as this green one, which is a flash flood warning. So these are dropping a lot of rain, and they also have some good hail in them as well. So if you are in Dimmitt, these are headed directly for you. Earth, you are right in the middle of it right now. This is going to track towards Hereford also. And this particular cell that moved out of Clovis that's heading towards Black and towards Friona and Hereford, this one is moving in pretty quickly. It's got quite a bit of wheels on it, so as it moves into the region, it will bring some straight line winds. If you are in Friona, the wind is probably going to start picking up pretty soon. This could bring some damaging winds alongside some heavy rain and possibly some hail to those portions of our viewing area. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning that does include, we have two small ones here. One includes Vigo Park, one includes Wayside. These will be heading towards Paladuro Canyon. We are seeing some hail with those two. As for the southeast, we do have some scattered showers, but none of them are severe warned at this time. We also were tracking one near Clayton. This looks like it's tracking just north of Clayton proper. That severe thunderstorm warning has expired also. This was another area that did develop, but it did not look like it stuck around for very long. This was in the northeastern portion of the Texas Panhandle. No tornado warnings across the region right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch for all of the areas highlighted in pink, and the tornado watch for those in the yellow. The orange polygons indicate those severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going to be continuing to watch this throughout the day. So be sure to download that First Alert Weather app. If you are watching us on TV and you need to get a little bit more frequent updates, scan that QR code and download that app. It has up-to-date information. It's got the radar. We will have live streams also on our website on NewsChannel10.com, on YouTube, on Facebook. Be sure to watch, follow, and track with us. We're going to keep you posted as this continues throughout your Sunday.
All right. Thank you, Shelby. Great update for everybody. I wanted to point out that one of our concerns right now is the storms down around Friona. Some strong straight line winds. I want to point out when we go to velocity, you know, it's the same product we use when we look for rotations, just like we did with that storm down at Floyd, New Mexico. But not just rotations that we look at. Can you see this bright green area? That's indicating some incoming wind that's pretty strong. So some strong straight line winds around Friona. That's going to be moving towards Summerfield, Black, and Hereford also on Highway 60. Oops, okay, I was on the wrong product there. Let me show you this again. Okay, here we go. This is the radar that I was talking about. Down by Friona, that green area right there, that's some strong straight line winds that's coming down Highway 60. So don't be surprised if the wind really picks up on you there. That live shot we saw from Friona kind of corroborating what we have going on there. Okay, back to what I was doing on the radar over here on this other system. Let's take a look at some of this, and really starting to gain some confidence that Amarillo is going to get in on some storms here within an hour or two. Notice how it's really picking up out to the west. These are pretty strong storms too. As we take it, starting to fill in around Hereford up to Vega, Highway 385. This is all coming to the north here too. So we'll have to keep an eye on that with rain, lightning, and if we get into some of the stronger cores, we're probably going to have some hail, at least in the vicinity. I'm not saying we're going to get hail in Amarillo Canyon and Hereford, but it's certainly a possibility. We're going to watch that carefully for you. Checking in on what Sheldon's got. He's been in and out of some hail also. We're going to watch that. So what I want to do right now is just kind of zoom out. We'll get the big picture on how many storms we have out there, where they're going, and how strong they are. Let me start off here in the northwest. Okay, so there's storms filling in now from Clayton up to Kenton. So these, they're not as strong as they were earlier, but they're packing some wind, some gusty winds, pretty good rain, and of course the lightning. So if those hold, we're going to watch them buzz just north of Clayton, head out to Kenton, Felt, and Boise City in the northern part of the area. We'll bring us down to the south just a little bit. Here's some new activity just starting to pop up back to the west of Texoma in the Oklahoma Panhandle. Whether or not those become strong, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like it's bubbling there around Stratford, so we got a close watch on that. Coming on down to the south, here's the storms that have come out of New Mexico. Remember that third area that we're talking about? It's really come together. So we're looking at storms now at I-40 and Vega. I'm going to recommend folks hold off on plans to head west of Amarillo over the next couple of hours. Bushland, Wildorado, Vega, those are going to be active areas. In fact, I'm going to see if I can solicit some assistance from Shelby. Can we let's take a look at Bushland looking west.
Bushland.
See what that's looking like.
Gotcha.
We've got those storms are congealing a little bit. So folks around Boise City, Valley del Oro, Vega, Wildorado, you're going to get that first. It looks like as it comes your direction.
Let's see. There's Bushland. You said west.
Yeah, let's take a look. Pan the other way. Other way. Ooh, okay. Paladura Canyon not looking. Yeah, let's keep it there. Back to the left a little bit. Yeah, right there. Okay, show you what I was getting excited about here. By the way, some cameras. Remember Friona getting the straight wind. And, okay, what is that? Oh. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so there's a shot of Bushland looking at the west. That little cloud you see on the horizon, that's going to be the approaching storm from Vega. Let's see. Let's take a look from Friona. Okay, what? I thought I did that. Oh, I'm on the wrong. That's what it is. The wrong mouse.
I know we have too many mice over here.
Here we go. Okay, so Friona's getting it right now. Thank you. So yeah, we're paying close attention to that. Bushland. What I'm going to do here when we go to, you have some info, or we just?
No, I was just now that we've changed different programmings, now
yeah.
I want to go back on air. He said we could just pick one of these times.
Gotcha. Okay, so now we're looking at Amarillo downtown, and I'm going to kind of point it back. Okay, so we're going to be watching from that direction when the storms get here, down the road. Yeah. Okay, I'm just checking some winds here. Oh, yeah, look, some wind gusts. Stay with me here. Here's some current wind gusts that we're looking at. Seeing a lot of 20s to 30s down at Childress. We'll look at that here in a few moments. But most importantly, if you're following along, is that we have storms that are just continuing to develop across the area and really starting to fill in the central panhandle. So stay tuned. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to run you down the central panhandle here. Okay, so there's Amarillo. You see storms approaching now. So it's time for folks, to be alert. Call your friends, your neighbors, get on Facebook. Tell them to track along with us because we're going to watch these storms come in from the west and the south. Don't anticipate tornadoes. It's not out of question. Sometimes we get surprised, we've seen that happen. But I do think we're going to have a lightning threat. The wind is going to get up. We're going to catch some rain. And if we get into some of the heavier pockets, there might be some hail. So if you look down just to the southwest of Hereford, This is the storm that we've been tracking around Friona. There's hail right there on Highway 60. And that could be even nickel, even quarter size. But what's happening here is we're developing the line. New little blip right there. So I'm really gaining confidence that we're going to get some storms roll through the metro area here, or Amarillo area, during the next hour. There's that storm, excuse me. The storm that's coming up Paladura Canyon. Look at that. That's a hail threat. Now that one's probably going to stay just off to the east of Canyon and Canyon East, but it's going to come up, looks like around Dove's Rest, Sunday Canyon, and the Paladura Canyon State Park. If it holds that track, it might move up towards East Amarillo and the Washburn area, up Pullman Road, if you will, a little bit later on. Out to the west, the storms have approached almost to Wildorado. So we're watching that. Let's see if we can pull up our our Bushland camera, see what that's looking like. Okay, just clouds getting a little bit closer. We'll continue to monitor that. Okay, I need to also come in our folks in Tulia. From Olton to Hart to Tulia to Claytonville to McKenzie. Got a band. We don't have warning out for severe weather, but what's happening to these guys, they tend to pulse up, drop their load, their heavy rain, little pockets of hail, and then they weaken a little bit. They might cycle back up. So at the onset, they can be very strong. And that's, we got another cell coming into Friona from the south. So we're going to watch that pretty carefully also. See what that looks like in time. Dimmitt, getting into some of the rain now. You've missed out on some of the heavier stuff. Right now we don't have a hail threat there, but some of the rain and lightning. And we're splitting there around Wayside. So some of that's going to move on up towards 287 and Claude and Amarillo. Now, is that a new warning? Yep, okay. So now we got a warning for this activity coming in from Vega, heading off to the east. That's going to take it into Potter County, which means if you live in Potter County, your phone's going to go off, and you might get severe thunderstorm warning issued for your location. Just know that if you're in Potter County, Amarillo, that does not include the city. You see the warning area there. So let me zoom in on that a little bit. Okay, so that's going to be mainly Vega to Wildorado to Valle de Oro, new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. But that tends to set off phones and weather radios and stuff. And that activity is intensifying. I'm going to look for straight line wind, maybe some dime-size hail, something like that. Let me pick up the northern part of that. That's going to approach Channing and Boys Ranch, Valle de Oro. That line extends down, pretty much passing through Vega, but coming into Wildorado, getting closer to Bushland. So that prompts me to okay, getting a little closer to Bushland. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's see if I can move that around a little bit. Okay, we'll take that up there. Shelby tells me a new one, new warning. Okay, come on, right there we go. So we got a new thunderstorm warning up to the north here. Yep. Okay, that's the one we've been tracking. It's flared up again north of Clayton. It's coming into Cimarron County. That's going to take it in. Folks in Felt, looks like it's making a beeline for you. Boise City, Kenton, you're going to catch some of that. The strong part, the severe part, is just to the north of Clayton and pretty rapidly approaching Felt. This is the one that, man, it came off the mountains. So this guy is really hooking it. I'm still thinking 40 miles an hour. Not going to take it long to get over towards Felt and Boise City. So you folks, same thing. Just make your preparations for storms. We don't anticipate tornadoes there, but big blasts of wind, and there could be up to quarter-size hail with that as that comes on in. It won't take it long to get there. So the main thing is to get folks inside, out away from that threat. Drop you down to the south. We'll pick up the line now, approaching Channing and Valle de Oro, not moving quite as fast, but it is really filled in. And looks like our folks around Wilderado are going to be getting some of that. It is filling in south of Wilderado, down all the way to Westway and down towards Hereford. If you notice around Black, that's a hail core. Don't have a warning there currently. We might just get one though, because from Black southward, which would take us down between Bovina and Dimmitt, that's where we have some pockets of hail, and that continues. We might have to get a new warning on that. Dimmitt, you're in some moderate rain. Nazareth in some moderate rain. Lasbuddy in moderate rain, but we have another warning where we pick up that green box. This is actually a flood warning for a lot of rain, and it's still raining there. So from Muleshoe to Lasbuddy to Earth, folks there need to really watch out for the low water crossings. I've been down in that area when the water spills out of the farm fields, and you can get a good flash flood in a quick amount of time. That's why they call them a flash flood, but we need to be alert for that as more rain falls in that area. Let's take it off to the east a little bit, and we'll pick up these storms as they come through Olton and Hart. There's that band coming into Tulia now. If you're in Tulia, it doesn't look like the hail threat is quite as high, but there's going to be a pretty good blast of wind, some heavy rain, and maybe some small hail. That extends off to the east, and Silverton, you'll catch some of that, probably not the severe part. Continuing to get rain at Vigo Park, Wayside, and now pretty much coming into Paladora Canyon. If you're at, say, Sunday Canyon or Dove's Rest, those areas, the Sad Monkey Mercantile, right in that area, and the state park headquarters. Pretty good blasts of rain, probably small hail, plenty of rain there. So we're always worried about runoff in the canyon. Hopefully it'll move through pretty quickly, but we'll have to keep an eye on that, especially if we get more rain later tonight, and that is a likelihood. Since we're there, you can see Amarillo, and you see warnings on both sides of us. We have a severe warning that gets up almost to Lake Tanglewood. It does have Paladora Canyon. We have the other warning that gets right around Bushland. And so we're, within, 10, 15 miles of two different severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, so we're watching that very carefully. All right, let me move us over. Looks like hail potential may be picking up for that line coming in from Wilderado to Bushland. And once again, this warning, it's a severe thunderstorm warning until 9. No doubt it does include Potter County. Now, I think this may be shifted east in time. For the time being, though, we're looking at basically Boys Ranch to Wilderado. It's going to move east and probably affect Bushland. We're watching that on our cameras and radar and everything else. It's not a tornado threat for the Amarillo area, at least not yet. We just don't see that. I do want to pick up, I noticed Sheldon's getting closer to our storm down to the south, so I'm going to take you down there. Sheldon, stand by. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can see both Amarillo and Tulia.
Yes, sir, Dave. Yeah, we're currently heading west down 146. We're going to be heading towards, let's see here. We're going to be heading towards right near Crest, a little bit further.
Tulia.
Yeah, right between Tulia and Happy, yeah, I guess. Heading straight west right now. Yeah, I got that line of storms coming up from the south, so this is kind of looking that direction. As you can see, a lot of lightning in that right now. So we're currently tracking towards I-27. Got that long line of storms that are tracking to the north right now. Severe warned currently. And that's what we're on. So far, we've seen just some good heavy rain. We saw some diamond-sized hail earlier. Passed that report on to the National Weather Service. But right now, we're pretty much in the clear, but seeing a lot of lightning with this storm as it's tracking up from the south. So if, like, the Tulia area probably is next in line. Some really heavy rain. Probably a little bit of hail heading that way. Just kind of basically moving north along that I-27 corridor right now. That's looking straight at that what we're talking about there.
Sheldon, come back with me if you're still there. I was repositioned.
Yes, sir, Dave. I got you.
Yeah, I didn't get your exact location.
We're currently on 146 Right now we're gonna just basically land on I-27 right in between Happy and Tulia. Right now we're about 10 miles away from I-27, 10 miles to the east of I-27. Right now we're currently tracking west.
Gotcha. Okay, and yeah, vivid lightning in there. That thing is loaded up. Okay, so yeah, a lot of lightning there. Let me bring you back to radar here. And so, yeah, we got a good line of storms, and it's starting to fill in also a little bit. Let's see, right about in here. That's some new activity right in there. So I think we're, more and more likely that we're going to get some kind of activity in Amarillo. Now, the question is, are we going to be in the pockets of larger hail? And those are starting to pick up. So everywhere you see the purple splotches, it's right about in here. That's likely going to have some hail and some strong straight winds. So that's what's coming into Wildorado right now, and getting closer to Bushland also. Continue to kind of monitor that. Here's this will be a live shot out of Bushland. And yeah, that little bank of clouds is getting closer. And that should start to change dramatically, I think, in just a few minutes. And I'm just going to take Sheldon's video here real quick. And this is down closer to Tulia. Very heavy rain coming in. And the lightning's been
Yeah, this is looking right at Tulia.
Intense down that way. So that's that other threat that just kind of gets downplayed. We keep talking about all the hail and the flooding and tornado potential, but remember, any one of those lightning flashes you see can be deadly. That's why we get folks out of there. Okay, back to radar. Yeah, that's if I show you a radar shot wide, you'll see what we're talking about. The latest activity is really starting to fill in down to our south.
This looks like almost like a squall line.
Yeah, and Shelby makes a important distinction here. Zoom in just a little bit. Often you might have noticed the tornado warnings. When we had the tornado warnings, both of those, we had like an individual storm, what we call discrete, an individual storm all by itself, and it's able to really tap into all the moisture and the instability. The wind field is uninterrupted for it to rotate and produce tornadoes. But in this case, we have more of a line forming, a solid line, all the way from about Channing all the way down to Earth. So when this happens, we usually have a lot more wind, pockets of hail, but we have more like a solid blast of straight wind. And more competition for all that heat and moisture. And the wind field is kind of oriented where we don't get as much shear to rotate to give tornadoes. Don't want to get too technical here. But anyway, it's usually a pretty good sign when we're wondering about tornado potential. And this is a good development right here. So it looks like individual cells in this squall are kind of shooting up this way. And the line itself is kind of making slow progress to the east. So the timing is kind of questionable, but it does look like a lot of that activity is going to make it probably towards Amarillo, especially that northern side there. If I zero in, this is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to include parts of Oldham, Deaf Smith, and Potter County. Remember, half of Amarillo is in Potter County, but you can see the yellow box where that warning is. And it may be extended or shifted as that storm evolves and tracks. But right now, Amarillo is not included in that severe thunderstorm warning for the time being. It's solid rain for sure from about Valley de Oro. If you live in Channing, Valley de Oro, Boys Ranch. Let's take a look at that. Yep, Boys Ranch is about to get it. Mainly lightning and rain up that way. The hail, I think, will be coming towards Wildorado down to about Westway and Hereford. Just kind of pulses up and down on intensity. Okay, we got rain now coming through Dimmitt. It's picked up. It's come through Nazareth, Tulia. Tulia, we're probably going to get a little hail, especially from Tulia off to the east on Highway 86. You got a cut in coming
Do
up,
you
or-
want me to go ahead and take the 829?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Just coordinating a TV cut in that you'll be able to see also. While we do this, and that storm down by Tulia, again, is interesting, not only for the hail and rain. I'm going to take Sheldon's video once again. Okay, so Sheldon, I'm just taking your video there. Look at the lightning. In fact, tell you what, Sheldon, go ahead and give us an update, because I just periodically showing that. Is that almost continuous lightning down there?
I mean, pretty much, Dave. I mean, we've really been seeing a steady, just, stream of lightning out of this storm. I mean, looking at velocities on radar as well, looks like a pretty good wall of wind is about to be hitting right around Tulia as well. But really have just been seeing a lot of lightning with this one. It's been very active, a lot of cloud to cloud, a lot of cloud to ground. I mean, really been a lot happening with this storm. As like I said, still tracking west. This is still looking straight south right now. But this storm still continuing to really get with it.
Yes, indeed. It definitely getting with it there. So we're watching that, folks, in Tulia. That's the storm that Sheldon's watching there. Pretty good batch of heavy rain. You saw all the lightning. Man, it is going to thunder like crazy. Main thing is make sure everybody, folks and pets, are inside out of that lightning threat. Probably going to rain for a while. Looks like it's developing a little further down to the south. Just so you know, no tornado warning. Even it's kind of where the tornado watch starts. No tornado warning there, just mainly heavy rain and small hail, I think. The storm that's a little further to the north that we've been watching in the Paladora Canyon, severe thunderstorm warning there, has weakened a little bit. That's good. Still looking at rain and lightning coming into Sunday Canyon, the Dove's Rest area, Sad Monkey, Mercantile, Paladora Canyon headquarters, state park headquarters, and then down in the canyon itself, the state park itself. So we're keeping an eye on that for sure. Back towards Amarillo. Okay, activity getting a little closer. Not quite here. I mean, even though you see that line, it's not really blasting towards us. However, some rain is developing down towards Dawn and Unbarger. We'll watch that to see if that picks up in intensity. Let's take a look at that Bushland camera. And once again, you can see the kind of that dark bank of clouds getting a little bit closer. I'm going to turn it just a little bit there. Okay, that's the leading edge, so it's getting closer to Amarillo. That's the leading edge there, and looks like more lightning, and looks like Sheldon got back into the bugs there.
We are back in the bugs
man,
for sure.
I hope you got your repellent. You're going to need that. Okay, back to yeah, Sheldon says, man, look at the bugs. I'm taking you again, Sheldon. Tell us more about that.
Now, I tell you, every time we've stopped on the side of the road, I mean, the swarms of bugs that have come over us, I was just considering getting out and taking some lightning pictures, but I think I might be eaten alive by bugs if I do that. So we're just going to enjoy the great shots we get from inside the weather atlas here. Got some good lightning still going on here.
Yep. That is why we have a camera on the top of the vehicle. So, you know, if we have insects or rodents or whatever it is, I mean, we can... snakes, we can take a shot from inside the safety of the vehicle. Okay, once again, there's a live shot Bushland as the storms approach, get a little closer to Amarillo. Quick update on watches and warnings. Okay, so here's what we got. See if I chose. Is that not? Okay, anyway, the yellow you see there, that's the tornado watch. So that storm around Tulia is in the tornado watch. But no tornado warning there, obviously. The rest of the area in pink goes all the way up to the Oklahoma Panhandle. That's the severe thunderstorm watch that's going till 1 a.m. How we doing on coffee and peanut butter? Is that still holding out? Beef jerky, we still got it, okay.
I've got beef jerky. I think I have a box of Girl Scout cookies in here.
This is news to me. I did not know that.
Do you want a Thin Mint, Dave?
You know, not at the moment, but keep those on standby. Okay, wide shot on radar. And by the way, here in what, Katie, what'd you say, a minute?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, we'll get our TV audience all caught up. But yeah, this has really become active with a lot of clusters of storms now. We're severe everywhere from the Oklahoma Panhandle up around Clayton and Felt, Oklahoma. Looks like that storm trending down a little bit, but it's been pulsing. If you're in Boise City, looks like rain, definitely lightning, and we'll see about the hail potential coming your way. Severe thunderstorm warning does include Cimarron County. Down to the south, okay, rain now coming into Channing and Boys Ranch. The intensity picks up at Valle de Oro down to Wildorado. That hadn't moved rapidly, but it still continues to fill in down to our southwest. So here from Amarillo, you know, it's getting more and more likely that we're going to get some of the rain, but we'll have to just watch the intensity, see if we get any of those hail pockets. Right now, most concerned about Wildorado and Bushland. I'm going to jump ship, and we're going to take a look at this different radar. I'm going to look at something. We're going to check some wind velocities. And we'll check for straight line winds. Okay. Shelby, just so you'll know, you're about to go on TV.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, west Hereford to Dimmitt. We're still pretty active there, and that's a downburst, I think. Microburst south of Vega. It's kicking up the wind.
If you change the radar to Amarillo, you'll get better.
For sure. Okay, yeah, so we got some straight wind coming down I-40, Wildorado, that we'll need to keep tabs on. Okay. Here comes Shelby.
Hey everyone, Shelby Vogel here in the First Alert Weather Center again, just giving you guys a little bit of an update as we go through the severe weather that's been around the Panhandle. We've had lots of storms, lots of severe thunderstorm warnings throughout the area. So I'm just going to take a walk through the entire Panhandle again and keep you guys updated as we tell you what is going on around the region. So we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, this area to the southwest of the Texas Panhandle in the southwestern portion of our region has started to pop up and develop in the last hour or so. We'll be keeping a close eye on these, as once these started developing, they took off pretty quickly. We have started to see a little bit of a line form from Hereford up to Channing. This does look like, for the most part, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings issued for anywhere in the area. We do have some straight line winds that are very prominent as this entire line moves towards Amarillo and through Vega. We will be seeing a lot of gusty winds coming out of those severe storms. So as for Amarillo proper, we are not seeing anything here in Amarillo as of right now, but this line is making its way towards Amarillo, so we are expecting to see some activity start up near the city here in a little bit. We also have one severe thunderstorm warning up in our Oklahoma Panhandle. This storm was near Clayton. It did track north, but it is on its way to Felt and Boise City. This one will expire at 9:15 as long as it is not extended. So this is yet another one in the Panhandle we're keeping a close eye on. Looking down into the southeastern portion of the Texas Panhandle, this was a very active zone when this all started several hours ago. We did see lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. We saw a tornado warning. This was the active spot as we started off the day. Most of the area has started to calm down a little bit. We do still have some storms in the area, but nothing is warned at this time. So these are very popcorn scattered showers throughout the entire southeastern portion of the Texas Panhandle. We'll be monitoring those alongside the rest of these storms. Now, one spot in the Texas Panhandle that has started to be a little bit of the quieter zone for now is up in the northeastern portion of the Panhandle. We did have some storms try to develop south of Canadian near Pampa and Allison. They didn't really have a lot of juice and they weren't able to stick around for very long. So we did see those start to die off as we have been watching those for the past few hours. Now, taking a look at watches and warnings across the region, we've got a lot of colors in the Texas Panhandle right now. This pink is all a severe thunderstorm watch. This has been issued for the region until 1 a.m. Texas time and midnight for those of us in New Mexico. So we will see that expire at about 1 a.m. on Monday unless that is extended. Now, the orange polygons are all of these severe thunderstorm warnings that we just covered. The dark red is that flash flood warning. Some of these storms have been dropping some heavy rain across the panhandle, and we have seen some localized flash flooding across the region. As for the yellow, we do still have that tornado watch issued until 11 o'clock tonight. Lots and lots of activity in the Texas Panhandle. If you are wanting to keep up with things and you are wanting to watch us, make sure and download that First Alert Weather app. Watch, follow, and track with us. We are also on Facebook, on YouTube, on NewsChannel10.com. We're on Roku, Fire TV. We will be keeping you updated throughout the day and as this develops for your Sunday.
All right. Thank you, Shelby. That way, anybody watching anything knows about severe weather. We got you covered on our streaming apps continuously. If we get into tornado situations, we'll be on TV continuously. But right now, it's just down to tracking hail, straight line winds, but plenty of that. And as we take a look at Amarillo here, you can see that activity is getting a little closer. Oh, here comes the cool shot from Bushland. I got to show you this real quick. Okay, so we have the combination of approaching thunderstorms and the sun getting underneath that. Now, that's pretty to look at, but what we need to know is that when we go to radar, those clouds that are pretty are packing a pretty good punch. Man, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain. Some hail is getting close to Bushland, between Bushland and Vega. And that's not all. If we take a look at our wind, this is our wind velocity. Yeah, this little green you see out here, that's going to be some pretty strong straight winds. So there's going to be a quick blast wind, not horrible, but we might gust 40 or so as that comes into Bushland and Wildorado and those areas. So just monitor that. Just know, folks, that as these storms get closer, that's one of the things that we're going to have to is track. As we, so storms now, let's see. Yeah, knocking on the door at Bushland. Notice Bishop Hills, West Amarillo, even Canyon. Activity's getting closer. Now, I'll zoom out and we'll reiterate, we do not have tornado warnings, which is good. But we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. There's one for the Channing-Hartley storm. Here's one down to about Wildorado. Here we have one in Smith County that includes Hereford. And then we pick up even more down around Olton. Let's see, and then the one up to the north also. That's going to be, the one coming into Cimarron County, Felt to Boise City. Mainly hail wind producers, this is good, but that doesn't mean it's all good because strong straight line winds can be damaging, hail can be damaging, flooding can be damaging, and lightning can be deadly. So, it's not that we take for granted, it's just it's good that we don't have tornado warnings out there right now. Okay, I'm going to shift over to see what Sheldon is taking a look at. I think I know exactly where they are, but Sheldon.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah, Dave. So it's really, it's same story, different spot. As we're, we're waiting on the stronger part of the hail core to come over us, but so far it's just been all rain. We haven't really seen any of the hail come with it. Looks like a blowout like the other ones. The core is really weakening on it, which is a good thing. That means there's not a lot of damaging hail in it. We're seeing just lots of just good, beneficial, just straight down rainfall with this. So there's a lot of just good soaking rains, good moisture coming in here. Still on 146, 2698 here, headed towards I-27. Still we're heading west. Like I said, just really have seen a lot of rain out here today. It looks like we've got the overpass here just in front of us, correct? And that's I-27. Yeah, I got I-27 right up here, but just good soaking rains for the area. Got coming up right up to I-27.
Sheldon,
yeah, we're about to get up to I-27 right up here. So far, not really seen any hail, which is a good thing. Just a lot of good, heavy soaking rains. Like I said, right now pulling up to I-27. Do you think we just probably head north on this?
Yeah, once you hit 27, come north in Amarillo, you might hear about the time our storms arrive. That'll be interesting.
Okay, let's head north to Amarillo.
I got it.
All right, copy that.
Okay, so what you just saw was Sheldon getting down in this area here, about to come north. Notice our squall line is now making progress. It's coming to the east and picking up a little speed there, it looks like. So let me switch over to this other system, and we got a really neat shot from Bushland that will look pretty cool. Okay, so that's the setting sun is starting to shine light underneath this squall. It's going to look pretty neat, but here's what you need to know. We go to radar here. Yeah. Okay. So the storm about to come into Bushland. I'm watching that camera really quickly, really closely, but Boys Ranch to Valley d'Oro, mainly heavy rain. This is good. Might be just a slight downtick in intensity. So that means less of a hail threat. But I think it's going to be windy. I think it's really going to be wind blown when it hits. And that's really starting to spread in rapidly now towards Dawn and Unbarger, all the way down to Hereford. Hereford, you got kind of a moderate part of the storm. Looks like storms are coming north from Dimmitt, but really filling in here. So it looks like we're kind of down to the next 20, 30 minutes that storms will be affecting Amarillo. Don't anticipate tornadoes now. That looks like a really long shot. But I think we're going to catch rain, big leading edge blast. So let me switch you over to this other radar system here. And when I take a look at that wind velocity, yeah, see, now it's picked up a little bit. So it looks like the hail threat is down, but this is a straight wind threat, pretty much coming into Bushland right now. We may see that blowing and going. Looks like the rain has just arrived in Bushland. Pulling that up for you now. Okay, live shot there at Bushland. So storm now hitting Bushland. If you're in Bushland, expect the wind to really get up here for a little while. You'll catch some of the rain, but it looks like the hail threat has been reduced. So we'll take the good there. There is some hail, but it's back closer to Wildorado and probably a little smaller. So the ideal situation here would be for this to come on through Amarillo and Bushland and Canyon with a little more wind, but the hail threat down. And then hopefully just some decent rainfall also. Okay, so heaviest core right there is going to be around Wildorado. Let's see, I'm on the wrong system here. Let me get back to this. There we go. So zero in. By the way, there's some big old storms just on the southern fringe of our area. They're heading towards Plainview. Tulia, you got moderate rain. Dimmitt, you're taking a break. Hereford, you're getting moderate rain. And then we're bowing out this echo. Yeah. So this is a squall, and when we see it bowing like this, often means that we're getting some pretty good wind that's pushing and making that bow shape. So that's kind of our concern now. That is coming towards Amarillo and Canyon. Let's see here. And Bushland. Boys Ranch and Valley d'Oro kind of in it right now. Yeah, moving down the Canadian, and also, you know, places like Masterson, Four-Way, we'll watch that. Channing, lightning threat for sure. But getting closer to Amarillo, Unbarger and Dawn, this is like new rain that's developing. And Bushland now really getting involved. Let's take a look at that. Okay, yes, it's the first alert. What did I do? Okay, hit the wrong square. This ought to make a little more sense. There we go. Okay, so there's Bushland catching the storm right now. Got the rain, pretty fast moving clouds on the leading edge. That's going to be some of that straight wind. And we'll just kind of watch this for a while, give us an idea of what's coming down I-40 towards Amarillo. And while we do that, live shot from Amarillo, looking out that same way, you see that cloud bank, little strip of light underneath. So just know that where that cloud edge starts is pretty much Bushland. I'll go back to it right now. And there we go, with the rain picking up. Still looking at some pretty fast-moving clouds and heavy rain. A lot of lightning, too. You see the lightning really picking up as that comes on through. So, again, as far as the hail is concerned, a little bit of hail west of Bushland. Sheldon, is that you? I hear my chasers chattering. But anyway, so coming, yeah, go.
Yeah, no, just currently working our way up I-27 here, just about to go through Happy. Just seeing some really good heavy rain, but a lot of lightning in this storm so far. But so far, no real hail or anything like that. It's just good heavy rains, but visibility not terribly limited, which is a good thing. But just way, I mean, rain right here, got a little bit of puddling on the roadways, so if people are going to be out on highways, things like that, definitely take a little bit of slow. There is a little bit of a hydroplaning risk in some places.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sheldon. Good point there. Is watch out for the ponding on the water. And, yeah, we can pretty well guarantee that coming into Amarillo now. We got this little batch coming in from the west. You're looking live at Bushland where they've been involved. You see the lightning has really picked up. Almost every second, every couple of seconds there, we're getting a lightning flash. Again, the main threat here is going to be some straight wind, that wind-blown rain. Visibility can be down. It's just time to stay put. Mainly get people out of that lightning that you're seeing there live at Bushland. And when I change over to Amarillo, before we go to radar, see what this looks like. Okay, cloud bank getting a little bit closer, but it's going to be a few more minutes for Amarillo. Let's go to radar. Thundering, just heard my first clap of thunder here at NewsChannel 10. Of course, you're going to be hearing things like lightning has been detected near your location. You'll be hearing that a lot. There's radar. So again, this is a squall, a solid line of storms. The tornado threat is really low for Amarillo. Looks like the hail threat is down. That's really good news. Rain picking up and heading towards my rain gauge. I mean, we're just checking boxes here. This is really looking good.
Hey, it's headed towards mine too.
I need to kill Mike too. So this is all heading off to the east. And we'll be coming into Amarillo. Get folks in out of the lightning. Be ready for some wind, some rain. There could be power outages because of the lightning and the wind, so that would not surprise us. Let me take us on down the line a little bit. And see again, we know it's through Bushland. It's about to come into Helium Road, the Loop, Soncy, West Amarillo, west of Amarillo out of Highland Springs and Falcon. And Greyhawk will be getting out here pretty soon. Picking up speed, approaching Dawn and Umbarger. And again, that's an indication to me of really more of a wind threat. So we're going to watch that. Hereford, you got some moderate rain and wind. Dimmitt, looks like we've had it blow through. Might catch a little more later on. It's coming up through Nazareth. I-27, that's Sheldon is. And he's, all that lightning and heavy rain through Happy. He's just gone north of that. He's going to let us know if he gets into anything else there, but watch out for the water ponding on the roadways. So here we go, coming into Amarillo.
Yes, sir, yeah. So we just went through Happy a little bit ago. The camera shot doesn't necessarily do it justice, but we've seen some significant ponding on I-27 here. So traction can get a little sketchy at times. Also, one of the things we're seeing as well is a little bit of limited visibility with this. Like I said, camera's not really doing it justice here, but seeing visibility going down just a little bit with this real heavy rain as we're continuing to work our way up I-27 right now. We're still tracking north out of Happy, so we're staying out on basically the leading edge of this rain right now. So that's going to be, of course, approaching Canyon soon enough. And if it stays together, of course, meeting up with that big boundary coming in from the west could bring some really heavy rains for sure.
Thanks, Sheldon. So we're tracking that coming into Amarillo now. One thing I wanted to point out for folks in Amarillo is really much more of a wind threat. Now, this is not a rotation. Sometimes we get that spot of red versus green that shows us a rotation. Notice what I have on the radar here. This green line, that's wind coming towards Amarillo. Where it turns bright right there, you know, we might get some winds up over 50. And shall be watching that chat, will you? Or see what we got here. I wouldn't be surprised to get a warning for Amarillo. Right now, it doesn't include the city. But we got that straight wind coming at the city that could be problematic and might hit severe intensity. I mean, it hits severe intensity at 58 miles per hour, so that's certainly going to be a possibility. Rain now starting to spread in. Looks like we got rain now at Helium Road, Sauncey Road, coming up into Bishop Hills. And I do see signs. There might be some, you know, say pea to penny size hail up around Bishop Hills. Right now, if we hold this intensity, I don't think we'll have a lot of hail for Amarillo, but there will be heavy rain and a ton of lightning and a lot of wind. I'm going to take you back over to this system now. We got to take a look at Bushland. It's really looking interesting. And this is Bushland is pretty much a car wash right now, with rain, wind, and just almost continuous lightning. That's what's coming into West Amarillo. So, wouldn't surprise me now for some power outages, you know, due to what lightning hits. That's why we need folks indoors and away from windows, and you know, just good old common sense for a thunderstorm. Don't have a warning yet. Again, hopefully we let it cruise by just below severe intensity. I wouldn't be surprised at all for a warning here due to some straight wind, maybe some hail. Not a tornado threat. Not a tornado threat. So we're really happy to announce that. Just one more time, I'll as we take a look at radar here, really spreading in now. So there we go with Bishop Hills getting some rain. Far west side of Amarillo, with new rain developing too. So I mean, it's pretty much a slam dunk now in rain for the city. Fortunately, it's not a individual rotating supercell that's going to produce tornadoes, but there's little pockets of wind in there that are going to be pretty stout. And hopefully we can get good rain out of the deal with minimal hail, but some parts of the area might get, you know, some dime-sized hail wouldn't surprise me. Especially Bishop Hills, Rolling Hills, River Road, News Channel 10, Shelby's rain gauge, all of that is going to probably take a heavy part of this storm. You know, call around your friends, let them know, hey, News Channel 10, it's first alert, we're tracking. I want to take a look as we get back over to this system here. We'll take a look at our live shot from Amarillo, see what it looks like from downtown as we look back to that same area. Okay, I see the lightning now getting closer to the city. Kind of some strange optics because, you know, we got the setting sun with a storm there. It looks kind of neat. I'm going to come north just a little bit. Okay, and that's just knocking on the door here in Amarillo. And again, we'll track it as it comes on through. There's thunder, okay, lightning really picking up. We're going to have some electrical activity for sure. Just for, you know, I'll be on TV here in a few minutes, but let's kind of tour radar because I've been kind of fixated on the metro area. We got other stuff going on. And we'll start off here kind of wide. And you see, man, all along this line, we're really starting off in Union County and Cimarron County. This got a fast-moving storm that's going to be approaching Boise City. Let's go in for a closer look there. This one not quite as intense, but moving fast, and we can get some winds 40 or so. That's going to come into Boise City within 15 minutes probably. Over towards Keys, folks there, we got the storm coming your way also. We come on down to the south. Here's where you pick up the severe thunderstorm warning. Hartley to Channing, down to Valladoro and Boys Ranch. Now, right now, I've mentioned this before, we got a warning in Potter County, but not for the city. So we're going to see if the Weather Service decides to throw a warning out for the city. You got any chatter on that, Shelby?
No, not anything new.
Okay, so the good news is we're just right now anticipating a sub-severe storm for Amarillo, but with rain, wind, and a ton of lightning, that's for sure. That's coming in quickly. That's filling in around Canyon. Canyon to Hereford, Umbarger, those areas, just really solid rain now with the wind. It's letting up a little bit down around Paladura Canyon. Then we pick it up again at Tulia, Lake McKenzie, up to Vigo Park and Wayside. Notice we're not seeing a lot of purple in there. So this is mainly heavy rain and lightning that's drifting up to the north. What do we got, Katie? 5 minutes to TV. Okay. This is good. That way we can keep our TV audience in check. What else do we have going on? Further down to the south, we got severe storms with hail approaching Plainview. Not a night to be on I-27 traveling south towards Lubbock or anything like that. Still got rain in Motley County. This is crazy. I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow to find rain reports from Motley County of 6 inches plus. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So that means we're going to have to watch out for a flood threat down that way, as it's been raining just continuously down that way. All storms we had in the north dying off except for the one in Cimarron County. But man, that is a rapid evolution now of that squall coming into West Amarillo. So tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump off. Shelby, you want to jump on? And I'll get ready for the TV cut in. And I just might let you guide us through that. You can.
Yeah, if you want, I can be on the computer moving things around on radar if you need that and switching things around when you go on.
Okay, why don't you jump on, or I might just set it up on Weather One here.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Let's
tag
do
in.
That. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, guys, so we are hearing some thunder here at the station, so we do know that those storms are on their way into Amarillo. They're not quite here yet, according to radar. If you live on the western side of Amarillo, you might already be seeing some rain coming into the region of your, it's kind of coming up on the loop, on the west side of the loop, so we are going to be keeping an eye on that.
Got your KFDA again.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
So we've actually got this camera here.
So we're just going to walk through the region again. There's lots of different severe thunderstorm warnings in a lot of different places across the Panhandle. So I'm just going to go through each one of them again so everyone knows where they are at and if there are any rain showers coming their way, if they have any severe thunderstorm warnings, any hail threats. I will preface with saying there are no tornado warnings anywhere in the Panhandle right now, so that is a very good sign. So we do have some different severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to start up in the northwest. This particular one is in Cimarron County near Boise City. It is set to expire at 9:15 as long as it does not, sorry, I have a hair in my mouth, as long as it does not get extended. So the heavier part of this looks to go just south of Boise City, but the part of this is still going to go through the town. So we will see some rain picking up in that area, maybe some winds. And then as we start on this line that starts at about Hartley, this has started to, like Dave was talking about earlier, there's a little bit of a bow to this one, and it is showing a little bit of some wind bow there. So that is indicating some very strong winds behind these storms. So when these blow into Amarillo, as well as they just went through Channing and Valle de Oro, heading for Dumas, maybe in a little bit here, Fritch, Borger, Stinnett, you could see that wind pick up. We could have some pretty strong straight line winds moving through part of the region. And we are watching on Bushland camera, and it is looking like, for the most part, it has passed through most of Bushland, and it's starting to make its way towards Amarillo. Keep heading south. We will, let's see. So we've got it heading towards Dawn, towards Unbarger, towards Canyon, Paladuro Canyon, Lake Tanglewood. Lots of light rain there, but as this line starts moving through that area, you will see that pick up. You might see some heavy wind and possibly some small hail associated with those. Same thing for Hereford. As of right now, it looks like things are lightening up in Hereford, Dimmitt, Nazareth, but we are going to continue to monitor things. These storms have been popping up very quickly.
Sorry, Katie.
We've got some more severe storms heading towards Plainview, just south of Hart, and north of Littlefield. We've got some more off to the southeast. None of these have been severe thunderstorm warned, though. So again, I'm going to reiterate, no tornado warnings anywhere in the Texas Panhandle right now, anywhere in New Mexico. Dave is about to hop on for a live TV update here in just a little bit, so I'm going to make sure and send that over to him so everybody can get the latest updates. Scan that QR code on our live stream if you want to download that First Alert Weather app and keep track with us and keep watching everything as we watch this throughout the evening. Watch this as it develops. We can keep you informed and keep you safe as we get ready.
Weather One. I'm on Wall Weather One.
Wall Weather One. Gotcha.
Also, check out shot. That's Amarillo. So.
Gotcha. Wow.
When you come off of me, it might be something to go to.
To go to Sheldon. Okay. Gotcha. All righty. I'm going to go ahead and send it over to Dave.
Thank you, Shelby. I'm going on TV in about 5 seconds here. Hey friends, Doppler Dave here in your First Alert Weather Team. It's a first alert night. We've been tracking a lot of severe weather. That's going to continue well into the evening. This is a live shot from Amarillo. Storms finally making it into the city. Lightning, that's live right there. There's going to be a ton of lightning.
Hey, Sheldon,
very electrified situations. Power outages are going to be possible. Good news is we don't anticipate tornadic activity coming through Amarillo or really anywhere in our area for the time being. Here's radar. We got a lot of warnings,
okay, once Dave
but
finishes,
they're all
I'm
severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll start off here. We'll take a look for Amarillo.
Okay.
This is just mainly heavy rain coming in with some wind. We might get some winds 40 to 50 miles per hour, but notice the purple colors we had earlier back to the west out towards Wildorado have diminished. This is really good news. That means the hail threat is down. Again, we're not tracking rotations coming into the city. We do expect straight wind, a lot of lightning, and some rain as it blows on through here over the next 30 minutes or so. We'll keep track on that. Again, for Amarillo, it's going to be a good strong thunderstorm, but not a tornado threat. Now, we have big storms down here to the south of Plainview. Those are packing some hail, but just south of our area, we pick up rain really filling in across the central panhandle. But this actually starts off to the north. This was a severe storm that came all the way off the Rocky Mountains across Union County. Now coming into Boise City. Just came across Felt. It's developing south just a little bit, might fill in a little bit. Boise City, Keys, Carrick, good blast of wind, maybe 50 miles per hour, some small hail. We also pick up severe thunderstorm warnings from Hartley, just going through Channing. Notice there's a purple spot. That could be a little hail. That's going to move up towards Dumas, Masterson, and Four-Way. So maybe some quarter-size hail, nickel to quarter-size hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds, and some pretty heavy rain. Storms coming through Valley de Oro and Boys Ranch. Just over the last 30 minutes or so, again, you see this wide area really filling in from Amarillo down to Hereford, Highway 60, up to Umbarger, Canyon, starting to get in some rainfall. But this is mainly going to be rain with a lot of lightning, maybe some small hail. I don't think it's going to be damaging hail for the time being. So the intensity trend is down a little bit. This is good news, but we're not out of the woods. We go down to the south of Tulia. That's a stronger storm. A lot of rain, and there's been a ton of lightning. That goes out to Lake McKenzie. Silverton's been an active area, but right now, that's what we're tracking, is just copious amounts of rainfall. Please watch out for flooding of low-lying areas. You know, water crossings across the roadway, that's going to be a problem. But once again, to reiterate, we don't have any rotations or tornadoes. Kittiquay to Turkey, moderate rainfall. Motley County has just been a hotbed for storms and hail earlier. Still raining there with more coming in. That's going to be a flooding threat. So right now, as we get a little further in the evening, severe thunderstorm watch continues for much of the area. Going to be pockets of severe activity. But here for Amarillo, just a good old heavy storm blowing through. Not concerned about tornadic activity. Of course, we have a continuous stream of information going on NewsChannel10.com, YouTube, our Facebook page, all of our streaming apps. You can catch us continuously. We'll do TV cut-ins every now and then. But I'd invite you to join us on our streams on this First Alert evening. Stay tuned.
Alrighty, so after Sheldon here for a little bit, he is currently on his way towards Amarillo, so we're going to send things out to him, let him give you guys an update where he's at and what he's seeing. So Sheldon, I'm going to toss things out to you and just tell us where you're at and what you got.
Thanks, Shelby. Yes, we are just now passing Rockwell and I-20. We're on I-27, just past Rockwell Road. Currently heading north up towards Amarillo. So far, we've just been driving through some nice, steady rain. It's been really nice. Just good soaking rain so far. There is some puddling on roadways, so that's one of the big things. If folks are out and about or they're planning on being out and about, that's one of the big things to watch for. Is when you're out on the roadways, watch for that puddling, because the hydroplaning is extremely easy to do when you're out and about like that. But so far, a lot of lightning in it, not a lot of hail. That's the good news. It's been just good, beneficial rain, but we're really not seeing that big line of rain that we're currently seeing work its way into Amarillo. Like I said, we're still south of town just a little ways. So what we've been seeing so far here as we roll our way up I-27 here is just some of that scattered rainfall on that system that's moving in from the south, right, around Canyon Happy. So we're not really in the heaviest part of it right now. This is just good old-fashioned rainfall we're seeing. But as we get closer to Amarillo, that's when we're really going to start to see the heavier activity. really start to kick into gear. We're going to see those strong straight line winds. Maybe a little bit of hail. The hail core doesn't seem to be terribly strong on it. You just heard Dave, Shelby talking about what they're seeing on radar. But some strong heavy winds, maybe some localized flooding in places. So as we work our way into Amarillo, I think going to be our next kind of objective is seeing how this line is impacting Amarillo. Of course, you know, here it's about 9:02 on the clock. Going to be watching for that. Currently working our way north. This is McCormick Road that we're about to pass over. So right along with us here, working our way up I-27. We'll give you live road conditions as we work our way into Amarillo. Like Dave was saying, just seeing lots of lightning, good heavy rainfall, maybe some straight line winds with it. So if you are being out and about, make sure be careful. Bring those pets in or else you're going to have some real muddy paws that you're going to have to be dealing with. So tag along with us here. We'll be keeping an eye on comments, seeing how things are shaping up out there. And like I said, just stay tuned for updates.
All right, Sheldon, thank you. So as we are going through this afternoon and into this evening, I'm just going to go ahead and run through everything again. If you're just joining us, we've been keeping an eye on a lot of different severe weather situations throughout the day. We have had lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had flash flood warnings. We've even had a tornado warning for a short portion, not once, but twice in the Texas Panhandle, once in the Panhandle, once in New Mexico. So we've been having a pretty active evening here in the Texas Panhandle and in our viewing area.
It's coming down.
Here at the station, Dave and I actually, it's starting to rain here at the News Channel 10 station, so we can hear it. It's coming down pretty good here. I can hear it on the roof. So I'm just going to take you guys the radar once again and kind of give you all a tour of everything that we're watching. Starting up in the northwest, we do have that single severe thunderstorm warning. The biggest part of the storm does look like it's heading south of Boise City. This one is set to expire in about 10 minutes as long as it's not extended. So we will be keeping an eye on that one. It looks like it just passed to the north of Felt and it's heading to the south of Boise City. There might still be some rain, but the heaviest portion of that looks to miss Boise City. Then the biggest portion of the area that we are watching is this line that has developed starting just south of Hartley. Channing, this did just pass through your area. It looks like it's heading for Dumas, for Madison. This bow that we see in this line indicates that there's some pretty strong winds with this one. So when these move into town, you could see that wind pick up pretty significantly as it starts to move through those areas. It has head through, it's kind of already gotten through Valle de Oro, Wildorado, and Bushland. Now we are starting to see that heavy rain move into Amarillo. The rain is getting louder here on the roof, so it is starting to pick up here at the station. As we're headed down a little bit further south, we are starting to see not as heavy of some rain near Lake Tanglewood, Paladero Canyon, Dawn, Umbarger. We are still watching a lot of rain through the area, but there are no severe thunderstorm warnings for this portion of the Texas Panhandle right now. Hereford, it looks like that cell that is just to your east is moving away from you. So this looks like Hereford, you might get a little bit of a break here for a bit. We are starting to see some of that clear off. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Plainview. Also a lot of severe storms near Lake McKenzie, near Tulia, Wayside. None of these are severe warned either, but we could see lots of heavy rain, maybe some localized flooding. Vigo Park, if these continue to track, we could see these head towards Claude, towards Goodnight, a little bit in that north-northeast direction. So we are monitoring those. Down to the southeast, again, no severe thunderstorm warnings with any of these storms either, just lots of off and on heavy rain. We might see some small hail, some gusty winds with these, but the main area that we're watching is this line as it comes into Amarillo proper. A lot of these thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire over the past about an hour or so. So we do have that one that includes Hartley, Moore, Oldham, and Potter counties. That one will go until 9:30. That is one of the only ones left in the Texas Panhandle in our viewing area as of right now, along with that one up in Oklahoma, in the Oklahoma Panhandle, including Cimarron County. So we are starting to see a lot of those severe thunderstorm warnings fall off, which is pretty good. And I'm hearing a lot of heavy rain on my earpiece with Sheldon, so it looks like they're driving through it. So I'm going to send it out to him, let him tell you guys where he's at, what he's seeing, and just let him take it from here. Sheldon?
Yeah, thanks, Shelby. So yeah, we're currently heading up I-27 right now. This is looking just right off our nose here. We just passed Bell. We're going to be heading up, of course, towards Western here pretty quick. Seeing some very, very heavy rain, really strong winds. I mean, are kind of pushing our car around. Obviously, it's below severe criteria, which your base severe criteria for winds is about 60 miles an hour. Right now, National Weather Service is saying 50 miles an hour, but still nothing to sneeze at for sure. But seeing some very strong winds, very heavy rain right now. Puddling on roadways. We've, seen some small hydroplaning in some places. Visibility is not terribly low, but very, very heavy rains right now. Very heavy rains. Not seeing any hail currently, but some strong winds, strong downpours right now. So we want to go ahead and let people tag along. We can, of course, they'll jump on radar if you feel it's necessary, but we're going to have some really great shots as we continue to come up I-27 towards downtown right now.
Okay, Sheldon, thanks so much for that update. So we are seeing lots of heavy rain here in Amarillo. I'm going to zoom a little bit closer. Also going to show you guys the downtown camera. We are seeing some pretty heavy rain in the central. This is looking downtown at the Amarillo National Bank building. Pretty heavy. We're seeing a good lightning show, some reduced visibility, and again, we still hear it raining really heavily here at the station. We can hear it on the roof, and it has not lightened up very much, so we are seeing a lot of that heavy rain. We are just north of Amarillo on Broadway, so we are in the heavier part of that rain right now. We're also seeing that in Amarillo. Lots of lightning, so be sure if you are in Amarillo to head inside. Lightning is very dangerous. We could see some potential hail out of this storm as well, so you do not want to be caught outside in this alongside those gusty winds. It's not a good time to be and taking a look at things because we could see some damaging winds, some possible small hail, lots of heavy rain. Not something you would like to be outside in right now. So this is some pretty heavy rain across the region. Is that hail I hear, Dave?
All right, heavy rain.
Either, yeah.
I'll go look, maybe small stuff.
Either heavy rain or very small hail. I heard a little bit of a change on the roof here. So a lot of these warnings are expiring. We do have some still just out of our viewing area to the south, including Hale and Lamb counties. We'll be keeping an eye on those. Dave actually just hopped up to go outside for a minute. He's going to take a look and see if we have any hail here at the station, so he will give us an update on that. We're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in our area right now. That one in the Oklahoma Panhandle and the other including Hartley, Moore, Oldham, and Potter counties. So we are seeing mainly heavy rain across the majority of the Panhandle. We could see some small hail, but nothing that is triggering some more severe thunderstorm warnings, which is a good sign. No tornado warnings anywhere in the region. We do have a tornado watch for part of the area. I'm going to go ahead and walk y'all through those. So that pink is that severe thunderstorm watch that is for the majority of the area until 1 a.m. I noticed New Mexico went ahead and canceled theirs. Theirs was until midnight in Mountain Time. They did cancel that, it looks like. So that pink is that severe thunderstorm watch. That yellow in the southeast is that tornado watch that goes until 11 p.m. And then those orange polygons are the severe thunderstorm warnings. And that one dark red polygon just to the west of Plainview is a flash flood warning. So we've got a lot going on here in the Panhandle, but we are slowly but surely dropping those severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of them are being allowed to expire here in the region. So Sheldon looks like he's getting quite a lightning show. I might send things back out to him for a little bit, see if he can give us another update. Just tell us where he's at and what he's seeing. So Sheldon, I'm going to send it back out to you.
Hey, thanks, Shelby. Yeah, so right now we're still on I-27 going north. We're about to cross over Washington. We have seen water standing on I-27 here. So really, folks, if you're going to be on I-27, be safe. Take it slow. Watch for standing water. We've seen just a little bit of ponding here and there. Nothing too dramatic, obviously. We here at News Channel 10, we adhere to the turnaround, don't drown rule. We haven't seen any water standing quite that deep. But I'm really curious right up here as we get up close to the 26th Avenue bridge. We're going to go underneath it. We're going to be really curious to see how the water looks right here under this bridge.
Very pretty well. That's pretty
right, 10-4, good buddy. Thank you, Sheldon. He's in Amarillo. Very heavy rain. We have been dumped on out here at News Channel 10. Most of the city really getting some decent rainfall. And you can see as I zero in on the storm here, you know, most of the city really getting it. Looks like it's starting to clear from the west. Out on the, say, Helium, Soncy, it's kind of the back edge of this rain. It's going to rain heavily across the most of the city for a bit longer. At most, we've had a little pea hail. I think we got by really in good shape with this storm without having to take damaging wind or hail. Man, but I just looked out the window a minute ago. It was like a car wash out here at News Channel 10. There's really, really copious amounts of rain now coming out to the east side of Amarillo, most of the city. But I'll zoom out just a little bit, and you can see kind of a continuous line now. Intensities continue to drop a little bit. We're down to just a couple of warnings. You see one up there at Boise City, Cimarron County, intensity a little bit there. That has developed south a little bit. Looks like that's going to strafe Keys and maybe over towards Carrick. Buzz, the northern, maybe Stratford is developing up in there also. We'll look at that. Whoa. Just took a lightning hit on our tower.
Dave, would
Okay.
you like to do the 931? Or do you,
I'll do 9. Yeah, I'll do 9. Be happy to do 9:30. We're taking lightning hits here at the station. Wow. Okay. Sorry, distracted there a little bit. I'm losing computer screens and stuff with lightning, which is going to continue even the rain backs down. We still have some residual lightning. Catching that? Man, I'm losing this monitor very frequently. Yeah, okay. I'm going to switch systems just because I can't see what I'm talking about. Okay, coming back over here. There's a will, there's a way. Okay, so we're down to 2 thunderstorm warnings. I mentioned the one up there, Boise City. Let's go back for a quick review. If you're at Boise City, the worst through there, and it doesn't look too bad, but over towards Carrick, developing, we'll watch for a wind gust or two, kind of strong. We'll come on down the line. Starting to develop around Stratford, nothing intense or severe yet, but that'll be moving east. Dumas, it looks like the heavy part of that line is going to miss you. That goes out to the west of Hartley and approaching Cactus. Mainly heavy pockets of rain, a lot of lightning. This is a very electrified squall for sure coming in. One of our engineers just come through. Kyle, you tracking some lightning hits?
Yeah, we just took a big hit
Okay.
to the tall tower.
All right, verifying that, yeah, we're getting hit by lightning. So across the Canadian River all the way down to Amarillo, very heavy rain. Fortunately, no tornadoes or hail other than pea-size hail. Further south, the intensity's down a little bit, Umbarger to Canyon. Looks like we really pick up some very heavy rain. Wayside, approaching Claude, down to Vigo Park, McKenzie, and Tulia. Now, keep in mind, it's been raining down there a lot. There's been several rounds of rain, so the flood threat is up. And, even though we're not tracking tornadoes or large hail anymore, at least for the time being, that flood threat is something that you have to take seriously. So at night, especially if you see water across roadways, even if you've driven through there before, just please don't attempt to make it through areas where water is going to cross the roadway. That's when people wish they had a second chance. You don't get it. When your car floats and you lose control, you don't get a second chance. So just don't, turn around, don't drown. That's why we use that phrase. Further south, Tulia, you're still getting some rainfall. And then we have some heavier storms just south of our area. You get down closer to Olton and Plainview now. Should that lift north a little bit, that may put some of that hail into southern County. So we're going to keep tabs on that. Over towards Silverton, taking a little break, but that doesn't mean you're through the rain. And once again, even though it's not officially in our area, we're still tracking rain from Floydada over to Matador, and that's really going to be a flood-prone area because there's been so much rain there lately. Paducah getting moderate rainfall. Over at Childress, you've kind of gotten an easy evening, just in and out of some lighter rain. That's also true of Childress back to Memphis. So we're keeping tabs on that. And I just want to point out that we do have a little redevelopment, and that's going to be back there between Hereford and Grady out on 1058 there. We don't think that's going to be severe, but that might prolong some rain in the southwestern part of the area. Here's a quick look at our watches and warnings. Notice how New Mexico has now been cleared. No watch out there in New Mexico. Now, we did have real intense supercell around Floyd, Portales, Clovis, and it produced some verified tornadoes. We've got graphics, images, and video. Shelby's going to have that on her newscast at 10 o'clock. Since then, since that Floyd tornado, we haven't had any others. Great news there. And now, if you live in New Mexico, you can go to sleep. Don't worry about anything. It's all over. At most, you get some patches of rain that are not going to produce severe weather. This is good news. So I think overall we've hit the peak. We're trending down on intensities all across the area. Here's Amarillo. Still seeing some lightning. Let me move this camera. Still raining. We've had big rain. So this is that's now looking north and northeast. I may just sit on this for a while because, man, that is some intense lightning. And look, it's almost continuous. I mean, the sky is really lit up with a lot of lightning in the city. There could be power outages, you know, lightning bolt on a power line or a transformer, all it takes sometimes. Thunder here at News Channel 10 and some very heavy rain. So really, that's the only threat left for Amarillo, I think. I don't think we'll really get into some, I guess there could be some sporadic street flooding. But like I said, anywhere, if you live in Amarillo, you know the spots that are prone to flooding, but any driver, if you encounter you know, big puddle or you can't tell how deep it is, just turn around and go find another direction. Okay, but a severe thunderstorm watch does continue for most of the Texas Panhandle. We'll take you back out to Bushland, you know, where it's all clear now. Storm's blowing on through. Even got a little bit of twilight back there to the west. Real pretty. Still, ooh, look at that. I'm sorry. That was one of the coolest flashes of lightning I've seen in a while. I'm going to back that camera out to the west there. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Find my camera here. Okay. All right. Right in here. This was a cool area for lightning. I'm going to sit on that just for a few minutes as I explain a few other things. Our continuous feed of information still going and will until our, you know, things really trend down. I'm saying probably we'll stream until the 10 o'clock news, let Shelby do her last update, and then we'll kind of wind down until next time. Yeah. 2 hits to the tower here so far. That was a good one. But I'm looking at Bushland, even back to the west. I mean, the rain has wound down, but we got a cloud shield back to the west we call the anvil, back on that back edge, and it continues to be electric, even back to the west of the rain. Look at that. I mean, that is intense lightning. So we still have to worry about, I mean, okay, if it's not raining at your house, at Bushland, Wildorado, I don't care, stay in, man. That lightning is intense. That lightning is intense and dangerous too. So that's, you know, we still get power outages, still get people killed by lightning, even when it's not raining. If it's still flashing lightning, it's still dangerous. So don't want to harp on that too much, but I'm impressed by that lightning from the Bushland camera looking back to the west. I'm just going to look. That one was pretty nice. Wow. You know, this is really a significant night, severe weather-wise. You know, we talked earlier about the Hail Project. It's a research project with a lot of entities, including research from OU out of Norman. Kevin and Caleb are intercept crew. If you've been watching our coverage, we saw a lot of them earlier down where we had most of the action. But they got to be part of a Hail Project, and what a night for it. There was, you know, softball, 5-6-inch hailstones that were documented. I mean, we actually found. So Kevin has put together a lot of that, or he has a lot of information he's been working on. Next couple of weeks, be watching for his Under the Weather segments that'll be all about that. Fascinating night on how they study hail, they collect it, and all of that. That's gonna be fascinating to watch. So we've had that. We've had verified tornado out by Floyd, New Mexico that we got to cover. cover that storm live. We got some great images that Shelby's working on, and we'll get you that on the 10 o'clock news and on our Facebook pages too. We've had significant rainfall, some flooding, and just a ton of lightning, and that continues. So we're down to just a warning or two. I'm going to change back over to another system. Okay. Shelby's got her phone now. We're good. I'll come back to radar. I'll go out wide. It's going to thunder for a while in Amarillo, even though the rain is going to wrap up. And I'll just come in for a close-up look. You see the rain pretty much ending in the western part of the area. Looks like a little redevelopment, though, coming up north of Umbarger. We might see some of that move up into parts of Amarillo, but it's non-severe. If you're just finding us or need info that, once this blows through, Amarillo is in the clear as far as any kind of tornado or hail or anything like that. Street flooding, power outage is about the only thing that we're really concerned about. Okay, Sheldon, about back to the parking lot. Okay, man, I'm still watching a lot of lightning from Bushland and Amarillo. Let me do this real quick. Get back to radar here shortly. You're downtown, and imagine we're still going to see a lot of lightning. Okay, yep, still lightning in Amarillo. Okay. Yeah, lightning's just fun to watch, but that's a given. We got thunder and lightning. Okay, let's go down the radar tour and see where stuff is. And overall, I mean, you can look and these are down a little bit. This is good. We've hit the peak, and we're on the downtrend. I mean, Boise City, that warning just dropped off. We do have a little development around Stratford, Cactus, and still a little bit of hail there north of Hartley. So that's about the only warning left there, Hartley down to Masterson. Where we see that little purple splotch north of Hartley. If that hangs on a little bit, it may move up towards Highway 54. I really think it's going to start to trend down. If you're in Dumas, you just kind of caught the edge of that. And now it's picked up again, pretty much crossing 287. A lot of heavy rain around the river. If you're at Fritch, Sanford, Bugby, Three Falls Cove, over towards Borger, we'll have some pretty heavy rain and a lot of this lightning that we're tracking. But man, the severe wind threat and hail threat is down. This is good. Another shot of Amarillo, and we may not be through the rain. In fact, I don't think we are. The main squall has gone through, but we have that little tail end guy down around Umbarger and Highway 60 that's going to work up to the north a little bit and head into West Amarillo, it looks like. But the main squall is pushing east of Amarillo. Now we're just kind of filling that in with some moderate rain, still continuing that lightning threat. So if you're driving around, you're fine inside your car, but just get inside quickly and get out of that lightning threat. Let's bring us on down to the south a little bit. A lot of moderate to heavy rain, Claude, south of 287, Wayside to Vigo Park, Tulia out to Silverton and McKenzie. Main problem there is going to be the threat of some low water crossings filling up and going across roadways. So we're going to watch out for some flood potential. And that's going to move on up towards Goodnight, maybe Clarendon also. Would be really nice to get a lot of that rain into the Lake Greenbelt watershed. That would be great. That would be really, really good news. Hope we can get at least some moderate rainfall in there. But if you're in Clarendon, some rain, lightning, will be shifting over your way here pretty shortly. But notice down to the south, for the most part, we don't have warnings. Well, moderate rainfall going through Turkey. Probably going to get some rain at Estling and Childress. We do have warnings just outside of our area. That's going to be Olton over to Plainview, so 5 minutes to cut in. Okay. So what I'm doing here, let's see. Shelby, did you jump over? Are you on? You're on Weather 1, obviously, but.
Yes.
How about, I'm going to switch places with Shelby just for a second. She'll continue this radar thing. I am going to set up for this last cut in, okay?
So just swap workspaces?
Now, just save what you're doing. I could probably just go off yours on Weather 1.
Okay.
Or you catch me on the wall on 3, I can set it up over here. That. Okay. Do what you're doing. False alarm. We got a couple of different computers here we work on. That's why we have them. So I'm going to do that. Keep those going. What I'm doing here, you can watch the radar. Let me put it back on. Tell you what I'll do. Put it here. Yeah. Don't you love it when I talk to myself on TV?
Do you want me to, do you need me over there moving things?
Nope, we'll be good. I'll just do it on weather 3.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so you can kind of follow that batch of rain as it heads on off to the east. I'm setting up radar sectors and stuff for it to go on TV here in just a few minutes. Probably our last cut in before the 10 o'clock news. All right. And once again, you know, I think our tornado threat is long gone, which is the good news. But the secondary things that sometimes get overlooked, we need to be careful there. Flash flood, street flooding, flash flooding, lightning, straight line winds. 3? 3 minutes to TV. Okay, I'll be ready. Let's say that. You know, big team effort when we do severe weather. You see Shelby and me on TV. We send it out. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You should have seen that lightning right over the city. It looked, oh, man, it was branched out all over the sky. Maybe we'll see some of that when I'm on TV in a minute. My word. And I know, I'm guilty. What a geek, huh? I'm trying to do...
Hey, we're supposed to be...
It's just, I never get tired of crazy weather. Okay, let me come out to the west here. And I'll call you out. We have a weather intern, or not a weather, but a news intern, Katie, that's handling our studio stuff. She's going, what a bunch of weather nerds I work with. Doing a fine job, I'll say, keeping things on the studio going. Okay, I think this will cover it. Should be down to what, about a minute and a half till we're on TV. So I'm just testing, a minute and a half. See, I got an internal clock. I know. Okay, that's gonna work fine. So I'm gonna leave it right here. You just want me to pull up the wall? Shelby? Okay.
One is not being nice right now.
Okay, so we're gonna do.
I'll take it when you...
Okay, I'm gonna pop one, get ready so Katie can set her shots. Lightning has been detected near her location.
My battery's also getting kind of low. I don't know what this is.
I got a bar. I'll finish this and then change. And I'm on 3, weather 3. Well, you got it. Okay, this is thunder, our native language. Oh, man, come on.
Alrighty guys, Dave's gonna go on in about 30 seconds or so we're gonna toss it over to him so you guys can see what we see when he's going on broadcast. So he'll be on in just a second.
Hey, good evening, friends. Doppler Dave here, and your entire First Alert weather team engaged tonight tracking a lot of storms, a lot of severe weather. It is a First Alert night, and our coverage continues across the area. We have, of course, severe thunderstorm watches and warnings across the area. You'll need to advance for me there, Shelby. We have a severe thunderstorm watch. Right now, though, I just wanted to show you that even though the main part of the storm has gone through Bushland, and let's go ahead and take a look at Amarillo also, we still have just a lot of lightning going on. So it's still serious evening out across the area as some street flooding continues and, of course, that lightning threat. Back to the watches and warnings. We are looking at a severe thunderstorm watch in the pink. New Mexico has been removed, so we've dropped the counties there in New Mexico. The tornado watch still intact down across the southeastern part of the area where it's yellow, but we haven't had tornado warnings in quite some time. And really, if you look, we don't have severe thunderstorm warnings. So I think we finally hit that downward trend on intensity, and hopefully we keep that going, although we could still have a warning or two here and there. Radar, let's take a look as we go across the area. Still have a pretty good swarm of storms, but the intensity's coming down. That means the hail threat is down, the severe straight line wind threat is down, and certainly the tornado threat is down. But we still need to track these storms because they're going to continue to pose some kind of impact. Lightning, street flooding, that sort of thing. Let's go up to the north and we'll kind of work our way down. We've had this storm that's gone through Boise City now. Now it's over Keys, Carrick, building down towards Conlin and Stratford. Some other rain just south of Stratford, but just keep in mind, we're below severe intensity. Looks like the hail probability is way down. So this is mainly rain, gusty winds, and lightning. Now, further down to the south, we pick up the storms as they come out of Hartley. This was kind of the last hail threat that we had in the Texas Panhandle. Still might have some sub-severe hail, something like penny or dime-size hail as that moves to the north, mainly north of Hartley, south of Conlin. We're picking up some moderate rain around Cactus and approaching Stratford. No big problems. Now, south of Dumas, we pick up another batch. Let's get down close to Lake Meredith. There's Masterson. This is solid rainfall. This is kind of the northern extension of what came through Amarillo. It's going to pour in there for a while. There's going to be a lot of lightning. Might get a little gusty, but I think we'll keep that below severe intensity as it comes to Fritch, Sanford, over towards Three Falls Cove, Bugby, and Borger. Looks like that'll be coming in during the next 30 minutes or so. Dropping south, this will take us now down to Amarillo. You see the main squall has gone on through. It's approaching Panhandle over towards Conway. Some moderate rainfall, though, is following back in. Lake Tanglewood Canyon into South Amarillo. That's also coming up towards Claude, mainly just rain. And then down across the southeastern part of the area, or southwest. New development, but it's staying below severe intensity, so that might prolong the rain and the lightning, but I don't think we'll get back to a hail threat, certainly not tornadoes. And then the southeastern part of the area, kind of the last stop here. We still have plenty of rain. Tulia, Vigo Park, Wayside, approaching Clarendon, Kittiquay. Eventually we'll get out to Childress and Memphis, but again, mainly just looking at pockets of rain, the severe threat really going down. We will break back in if we need to before 10 o'clock, but right now I think we'll probably just wait till the 10 o'clock news. Shelby will come on with a update for you. Between now and then, we'll still have weather coverage on our streaming apps, NewsChannel10.com, Facebook, YouTube. You know where to find us there. And then join us at 10 o'clock on News Channel 10.
Okay, so...
Change batteries before we switch back.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, we have a few special weather statements. Those are the white polygons, correct? So that's kind of like a little brother of a severe thunderstorm warning. Not quite as severe as a severe thunderstorm warning, but there is still a potential for some threats with those, but not quite as severe. So it looks like things are starting to be nice. Looks like that rain has passed through Amarillo. That heavy batch that was moving through the area looks like it has gone through the city. I'm going to zoom in on that. So this is north of Amarillo. It's kind of hard to see the loop here a little bit. This circle right here is the radar at the National Weather Service office here in Amarillo, east of town. It does look like that heaviest part has passed through Amarillo. So we might start to see that lightening up here in the Panhandle. And then Sheldon said he was going to come and look at those pictures with me. So are you?
So don't take his backpack.
No, just to get those videos and things.
Okay,
I'm having
good.
some trouble with that. So
I'll jump back on if you want to coordinate with him and
okay.
get your show ready.
Alrighty, I'm gonna swap off.
All right, so we are back. Still looking at all of that rain with some more coming in from the southwest. Zooming out just a little bit here. Yeah. So what Shelby was pointing out is that circle right there is where the airport Doppler radar, National Weather Service. That's why you see the hole. Big squall has moved off to the east out towards about Pantex and approaching Panhandle. That's just copious rain, a little breezy in there, but man, a ton of lightning. In fact, that's what we've been really focusing on here lately is just how much lightning there has been. And go back and look at some of that here. See if we still have, okay, here's downtown. Okay, I need to be on here. There we go. Alex is back. Okay, I'm gonna move our camera. Thought I did that. Okay. There it is. So still see raining in Amarillo, but the lightning has been incredible, as we can see right there. And I've been watching Bushland because even behind this line, the lightning has been just intense. So as I mentioned earlier, even when the rain stops, you really got to be on your guard for continued lightning threat. It may be settling down out to the west there, but as I mentioned, for Amarillo, we still have more rain coming in. So I'm going to bring us down to radar. We'll do a quick tour. If you just saw me on TV a few moments ago, we still have a tornado watch down across the southeast where it's yellow, but the tornado threat, I think, pretty much over with for the night. That leaves the pink area as a severe thunderstorm watch, but currently no warnings. So this is trending downward at a pretty good clip. Still have a bunch of non-severe storms, and those will continue to move across the area, but we just might get by without any more warnings here for tonight. Okay, yeah, really developing into a linear situation. Across the North Keys down to Carrick, just almost a straight line of storms. Heading off to the east, that's just mainly rain and lightning. So Eva, Texoma, Goodwell, we'll probably move that your direction. Looks like we're about to see at least a little bit of rainfall. Stratford, Texoma, Goodwell, Guyman. Further down to the south, we pick it up. Still have that heavy little pocket that's southeast of Dalhart. But even there, pea and marble size hail perhaps. And everything else is just good old rainfall with some lightning. Still an impressive squall that moved through Amarillo. Now coming into Lake Meredith. It's going to hit Fritch, Sanford over towards the Borger vicinity. And then also down to Panhandle. 207 is going to be active all the way down to Claude, which is mainly heavy rainfall. We continue to watch, though, other developments, just little popcorn stuff, down to the southwest. So let me tell you what I'm talking about. Vega, Sims, Bootleg, Westway, Hereford. That's more rain coming our way. It's just way down below severe intensity. Lightning, occasional lightning, may be about all we track out of that. Okay. Moving on down. I'll follow that back down. That's a pretty good little development around Farwell up to Bootleg. I mean, we'll keep an eye on that. But other than very small sub-severe hail, doesn't look like it's going to really take off. But it's going to provide more rainfall. Farwell, Bovina, Friona. A little moderate shower there around Friona. That may pick up if that line continues to develop. Back south of our area, a little break around Dimmitt after some rainfall. Moving east of I-27 now, it's a pretty good little squall. And need to really point out, though, that it's been periodic. I mean, it's been repetitive rainfall around Lake McKenzie, Vigo Park, Wayside, Silverton. Not out of the question at all that we get, some kind of runoff issue with low water crossings going across the roadways there. And looks like more rain coming into the Silverton area, out towards Kittiquay and Turkey. Not severe, but there's been a lot of rainfall. Now, we've been watching up towards Clarendon, getting some of the rainfall there, the heaviest just out to your west. Really hoping we can get that over towards the lake and get some kind of runoff where we really need it, Lake Greenbelt. If you're at Lilia Lake Headley, most of that rain back to your west, but you'll eventually get some. Down across the southeast, we've heavy storms just south of our area down around Matador and over towards Paducah. Looks like we're down to moderate rainfall there. Esteline, Memphis, and Childress have really gotten off pretty easy tonight. You're going to eventually get some of the rainfall, but I don't think it's going to be the really heavy stuff. And overall, the severe threat continues to really drop off. So what we're doing right now is we're continuing our coverage, just streaming on our Facebook, newschannel10.com, also YouTube, our streaming apps, just up until the 10 o'clock news, and then we'll probably drop it off. So, you know, just know that we think the tornado threat has really wound down. And really in our viewing area, I think we came away with one confirmed tornado. It was a pretty significant one, though. I mean, it was pretty intense. Sheldon, you got a second?
I sure do.
I know you're mic'd up, but we'll pick you up on mine.
I can come down and talk really loud.
Okay, so I know you got a lot of connections since you're.
Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, big shout out to all my Portales people sending me images today. I've been getting some amazing pictures, and I gotta say, I'm extremely jealous of all my Portales friends. I mean, I saw a couple of my friends, they literally took a family picture in front of the tornado. That's pretty cool. So glad to see that. Looks like it did pretty minimal damage, but I know, of course, getting into tomorrow, I will get a better look at it.
Okay, tell me though about the damage that you heard. And I'm gonna draw a ring right here, and tell me how accurate. Hang on, I don't think that's right. If I remember right, when I tracked this.
Yes, sir.
That tornado was about right there. Is that about right?
Yeah, that looks pretty right. Yeah, so in Portales, that's a road we call the Bethel Highway out there that stretches out towards Floyd. You got a lot of dairy farms out that way. Got a lot of farmers that live out that direction as well, especially there between Portales and Floyd. So I would say that's pretty accurate. I don't know if I could exactly pinpoint that dairy for you, but I do know it was down off that direction, maybe a little bit further south of there, but not by much. So I mean, that's a lot of you know, rural communities out there, a lot of farmers, a lot of dairymen that live out that direction. So like I said, we had a picture. My dad sent in a picture of some downed power lines out that way. That reported the dairy being hit. Like I said, that was one of the dairy that he knows sending that report. So I hope that maybe in the next 24 hours or so we'll maybe get some images of that to see what happened. But from what I heard, it was minimal damage, and that's a very good thing. Okay,
and we know that the Weather Service in Albuquerque.
Yes.
We'll be heading out there to kind of look over the damage and do a survey, like they do with all tornadoes. So we'll get more information on what they see. They'll get out and actually do a survey. They'll go sweep the area. I don't know if they'll get drone shots or not, but they'll look at the damage and give us some kind of rating on there. But you know, glad we were able to get the images in on that and really track that one precisely on radar. That one, I mean, it was the real deal there for a while. So we're happy to, even though we had some damage, we got away without any casualties there.
Yeah, I got to do a shameless plug real quick. Go to my Facebook page, Sheldon Bashir's KFDA. Got some amazing images. Got to give a big shout out to my dad. He got that tornado within about maybe a couple minutes of it, maybe even within a minute or two of it touching down. His mom went out and got some images of that, and then Javen and Maddie Chandler and Justin Whitecotton. A lot of the content that they send in, you're going to see it on the news at 10. You can see it on my Facebook as well. You've probably already seen it on our stream. So really great images from a lot of my friends down at Portales.
Yeah. We were able to show some of that like during our actual tornado warning.
Yes.
I mean, appreciate your dad getting that in so quickly, and we were able to just get it right on. So even though it wasn't a live picture, we were able to show that tornado. It was pretty impressive.
Learned a lot of my storm chasing secrets from my dad, so he knows what he's doing.
Very good. Okay, just an update there. So we're picking up the southwest edge, new storms at Farwell, up to about Bootleg. That's just rain. And some lightning, some gusty winds. Looking better for Amarillo, but still raining lightly or moderately across the southern parts of the city with some popcorn out to the west. That's what we're seeing here. This is not intense redevelopment or anything, but a lot of popcorn there, which is coming to the northeast. And that means we may continue to see some rainfall. Okay, just checking on some feeds coming our way. We'll zoom out a little bit, and we'll track that rain that's now moved over towards the lake. Get rid of that arrow. Grab my tool there. Okay, so that's probably the most intense rainfall we have right now. Coming into Fritch, Lake Meredith, Sanford, Borger, you'll be getting into some of that. Panhandle getting it now. Down 207 to Conway on I-40. Right now, you know, any travel needs to be delayed out I-40. Man, that's going to be very wet. ton of lightning. I mean, this is very, very electrical stuff. So we're gonna got that going on. Bring you down to south a little bit. There it is at Claude. And down to Wayside, still getting some rainfall. Let me caution folks out there in Armstrong County, we've had a lot of rainfall. So our concern kind of shifts out of tornadoes and hail to water runoff. And just want to caution folks once again, man, don't let your guard down and try to drive through areas where water crossing the roadway. Filling in over there towards Goodnight and Clarendon. As I mentioned, some of the good news aspects of this, now that we're not tracking hail and tornadoes, is that we're getting some generous rainfalls, much needed rainfall. Wet the place down, keep that drought threat down. Drought situation, not hopefully filling up some playas, some reservoirs, and in most need that I know of right now is Greenbelt Lake, just north of Clarendon. Nice to see the rain in there. Takes a lot. I mean, it takes a lot to really run off and get into that lake. Hopefully we'll get at least a boost and keep things wet there, get some level rise there. We'll keep you posted there. What's out ahead of this line? Well, if you're in Scullytown, White Deer, and Pampa, hang on, your turn is coming. So it'll be coming your way. But it's mainly rain, and right there around Panhandle, I wouldn't be surprised for some straight line winds. Let me do an adjustment on that. We'll take a look at this other system that I have here, and here we go. It's flickering on me, so it takes me a little while to get that. Okay, I'm going to zoom in on Panhandle, and we'll go ahead and take a look at that wind velocity. That indicates how the wind is blowing. We use it for rotations and tornadoes, but also, okay, this shows how the wind is blowing, and I'm not too concerned about strong winds. You see this, okay, you see the red right in there. You know, that's a pretty good blast. We might get some 40-mile-an-hour winds there. Not too bad. So we'll be thankful for that. And we'll come back to the rainfall part. And you see it's starting to kind of spread out. So what we're seeing is more of a widespread area of less intense rain, if that makes sense. So it's filling in out there towards Groom and Clarendon and most of the eastern half of the area. So this is good. This is what we want. This is the time of night, times where we start to lose the energy in the atmosphere, like to use our instability, and we kind of come down to rain. It spreads out to more of a widespread area instead of compact, concentrated areas of severe activity. So we're not getting the big hail or the tornadoes or that, but we are tracking plenty of rain. All righty. Okay, let me switch back over. I have a little more control of this situation here. By the way, our chase teams are getting back. You heard from Sheldon. He got to get out and see a lot of rain and some hail. Even Kevin, even after being way down in the part of the area, about to get back after their bout with some big hail down there in the southern part of the area. And there was a tornado warning just outside of our viewing area. Okay, picking this up back on our radar. Still getting a little rain for Amarillo, and we might get a little more there coming in from the southwest. But overall, you know, it's good to look around the whole area. We don't have any warnings now for severe weather except a little flash flood warning outside of our area. That's our third lightning hit at the TV studio. Heard that one. That one crackled. That one crackled like bacon. You hear that? Man, that was a crackler there. Wow, okay, so anyway, but we're still on the air. This is good news. And I think as it was mentioned, we're looking around, we're not seeing warnings except for that flash flood warning. Bailey and Lamb counties, outside of our viewing area, really. Yeah, we've got warnings down to our south. So we're in the zone now, but I think we're going to track this non-severe activity and let it die down. Now, we need to point out we're in an active weather pattern, so as the day goes on, don't be surprised if we get back into a first alert situation. May 25th, I mean, that's a very common severe weather time period. So the last week of May, first week of June, I think is going to stay very active. And we'll do what we're doing here tonight. Just want you to get in the habit of, if you want information, you don't have to sit glued to your TV. That would be fine. but we only come on periodically on TV unless we have tornadoes on the ground, and then we're covering all the time. But if you get on your phone, you can watch us on NewsChannel10.com. You can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, any streaming app, and be able to know what's going on and know when to take action if you need to. So zooming out again, once again, just know that we're going to probably finish up our continuous stream here at 10 o'clock. At that time, Shelby will come on during the weather regular segment. We've got Paige ready to step in and deliver a newscast. She's going to anchor tonight. So we'll be able to follow up. And if you want to see those images we talked about of the tornado down there by Floyd, New Mexico, Shelby will have those during her weathercast. We got some pictures, some really interesting pictures and video of that tornado, which was really neat. Thankfully, we're not coming away with a big disaster report. We didn't have tornadoes rip through communities. Nobody hurt, as far as we know of. A little bit of damage, and we'll know more about that tomorrow. We know that some power lines were down and some damage to a dairy there back to the west of Portales. So that's something that we're keeping tabs on. And in time, you're going to really see a lot of information, and you're going to see a lot of reporting on that hail research project that took place in our area today, and especially just outside of our area, down around Matador and Dickens and Roaring Springs. Just incredible stuff. I mean, down there we had 4, 5, 6-inch hailstones today. And man, what a night to do research on hail. That was here. Kevin will be doing reports on that off and on over the next couple of weeks. You know, his Under the Weather segment, we'll have that. So you'll see more of that. All right, let's do a quick tour of radar. We're about to wrap things up, get ready for the newscast. Start you back up to the north, get you caught up on the latest. All right, if you're at Guyman, storms looks like they're going to make it in. Probably just rain and lightning, a little blustery activity. Stratford, you're going to be on the edge of some rain. Doesn't look like you can get blown apart. Dalhart, you're kind of missing the significant rainfall. Looks like that's going to be off to your east there. A little closer look. We'll be watching around Cactus. Conlin, you're about to get some of that heavier rain. Nobody getting pounded by hail right now. We got those intensities down. Fully involved now for Lake Meredith, Fritch and the lake. About to come on into the Borger area with significant rainfall. Stinnett, you'll probably be on the edge of that within 30 minutes or so. Lightning, and there's a lot of it. Just get folks inside, out away from that. Starting to spread over towards White Deer. If you're in Pampa, you know, I think during the 10 o'clock news you'll get an update, but rain is definitely headed your way. LaFours, Groom, starting to pick up on that. Claude getting some really heavy rainfall right now. That might continue for a while. Still raining down at Paladuro Canyon. So, again, don't let your guard down on the low water crossings or even streets that fill with water. You want to let that drain off or go find another spot. Picking it up down again, good night over towards Clarendon. Bryce, Lilia Lake, about to get some of that. And there's another batch coming up east of Tulia, down towards Silverton. Heavy rain up towards Silverton and Lake McKenzie. North of there, I mean, that's been a hotbed. We've had repetitive rainfall there. And there's going to be places down there that get 2, 3, 4 inches of rain when this is all said and done. And some of that's got to be running off. So please, Briscoe County, don't let your guard down on that flood threat. Be watching for that. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I mentioned Headley, Memphis, Esteli, and Childress eventually going to get into the rain. You're starting to see some of it, but the heavier rain, I think, will be approaching probably here in about 30 minutes or an hour as that main batch starts to move your way. If you're up around Quail, Wellington, Shamrock, Miami Canadian, it's going to take a little time, but looks like those storms will be coming your way. And I keep looking back to the southwest at this batch. That's working its way up to the northeast. So that means places like Hereford, Vega, Wildorado, Bushland may not be out of the woods as far as lightning and rain, but it looks basically non-severe. Very good information there, and we're thankful for that. It's like Shelby's getting her shot set. A couple minutes out of the 10 o'clock news. There's lightning hit number 4 at the studio. Notice on the radar there, Amarillo's out of the heavy rain. We're not out of the lightning. I mean, that is still continuing. And it may for a while with that activity coming up from the southwest. So this is a good textbook case on, lightning is kind of a phenomenon of its own. It's a threat of its own. Even when the heavy rain moves out, lightning can still get down to the ground. And we're seeing that. We've taken a lot of hits out here to our tower at News Channel 10. So, yeah, watch out for the lightning. Stay inside, stay in your car. It's a good place to go. Okay, let's see. Shelby, give me a little update. Well, all I need to do is hit the stop stream.
Yes, Caitlin is on standby to take it all down. So when you're done, just hit that stop stream and take it, and it'll play that out animation, and then she'll take it.
Okay. Is she standing by to do that? Okay.
She said she was just following your lead whenever you were ready. That's what she would. Okay.
Very good. All right, folks. Well, thank you for being with us tonight for First Alert Night. Now that we don't have any warnings out there and we're coming up with the 10 o'clock news, if you live in the eastern part of the area, yes, it's going to be loud. You're going to get some rain. There's going to be lightning. But I think the severe threat's pretty much over. And we're going to kind of sign off now on our continuous coverage. Be sure to catch Shelby coming up on News Channel 10 at 10 o'clock for our whole coverage. You'll get more weather there. And the next time the weather goes crazy on a First Alert Night, we're going to be here to take care of you. Just keep in mind, News Channel 10, newschannel10.com, YouTube, Facebook, you can find us. We know it's our job. You depend on us for severe weather. It's been a crazy night. Things are looking better. Let's go to bed. Let's rest up. We'll get ready for next time. Good night.